Ragnarok was ready. The assembled witches and wizards of the ICW were ready. Gringotts goblins were ready. The wedding guests, even though they knew Voldemort's attendance was a possibility, were not ready. Some screams were heard, but everyone else went silent, and as if they had worked everything out ahead of time, the crowd parted, leaving a wide area of Gringotts' stone floor in front of the door barren of guests. Voldemort walked forward, his bony crown upon his head, wearing a simple black wizard's robe. His bare feet made hardly any sound as they struck the floor, but everyone could hear them. That is, everyone could hear them whose hearts weren't beating too loud. As he reached the goblin in armor and jewels, as well as those miserable excuses for witches and wizards of what must be the ICW, Voldemort reached into the sleeve of his robe. Several sharp intakes of breath could be heard throughout the massive hall, but with a gloating smile, Voldemort's bony hand brought out his invitation. Ragnarok nodded quickly, as if the charade must be followed. Yes, you were invited. Know this, Voldemort. King, I am King Voldemort. The evil wizard glared down at the inconsequential filth of a goblin. I am to be addressed as such. Noted. The goblin grinned widely, displaying sharp teeth. Ah, you forget yourself, goblin. Voldemort shook his head from side to side, as if reminding someone at a formal dinner that they'd used the wrong fork. You did not bow to your king. Ragnarok shook his head. This is not Britain. This is Goblin land. We recognize no king. Voldemort turned from Ragnarok, dismissing him without a look, and turned to the other witches and wizards. Such distinguished guests, the International Confederation of Wizards. And witches. An elderly witch stared at Voldemort. He ignored her. Are you ready to reach agreement on my proposals? Your proposals? The elderly witch looked at him as if he had just asked her if she wanted to snog a dragon. Hardly. She turned to one of the other wizards standing there, a man with a large, bushy beard. Addie, have you ever seen a crown like that before? Ah, yes. Voldemort lifted his hand up and caressed the bony crown with his fingers. It is quite unique. The man with the bushy beard glanced over to Ragnarok, then to Amelia Bones, and then nodded at the old witch. He turned back to Voldemort. Those are human bones, are they not? Voldemort sneered at the bearded man. And who are you to ask such things? I am Ediocles Adamanthos, representative of Greece and supreme mugwump to the International Confederation of Wizards and Witches. International wizarding law forbids the use of human remains in such a manner. He reached into his robe and brought out a piece of parchment. The enchantments at the door tell us everything brought into Gringotts. Those bones were forcibly removed from a living wizard, and illegal, dark magic was used to create that crown you wear. He stood tall and stepped forward, his voice echoing through Gringotts. Tom Riddle, self-styled Lord Voldemort and self-crowned king, you have broken international wizarding law, committed murder and usurped the rightful magical government of Britain, and have been named an enemy of magic by the world. Surrender your wand or suffer the consequences. Voldemort rolled his eyes as if being threatened by a kitten. You have no authority here, wizard. This is Goblin land, as I have been duly informed. You cannot raise a wand against me. Ragnarok nodded, and goblin warriors surrounded Voldemort and the few dark wizards and witches who chose to accompany him, spears pointed menacingly. We goblins do not need wands, wizard. Voldemort reached out and touched the tip of a spear lightly, as if testing to make sure it was sharp. Have they promised you equality, goblin? They lie. They will sing you pretty songs and then will turn on you as always. Have your rebellions taught you nothing? You are not equal, you are beasts, only tolerated because you hold their gold. Neekblunk was a nervous goblin when he first became a warrior, long ago, and hadn't experienced any issues in decades. To those young goblins under his charge, he was a paragon of a goblin warrior, fighting in the pits to prove his worth. Now, though, with the evil king, Voldemort there, in front of him, at the tip of his spear, a wholly surprising wave of uncertainty flooded through him, causing him to rock forward slightly. Just slightly enough, as it happened, to sink the tip of his spear in Voldemort's arse. It was the match that set the blaze. Reacting, Voldemort whirled, his wand flashing in his hand, and that's when the guards reacted. Each spear thrust forward, sinking in deeply. As if in shock, everyone held their breath until, after what seemed an eternity, Voldemort slowly sank to the floor, blood spilling out onto the stones. The dark wizards and witches who had accompanied Voldemort stood in shock for a brief moment, but then, they too, reacted and drew their wands. It was over very quickly. The goblins, along with aurors bearing swords that looked suspiciously goblin-made, dealt with them in very short order. Once again, blood ran onto the stones of Gringotts as silently as before. The guests, simply too stunned to react, did nothing until people began moving aside as someone was forcing their way through the crowd of people surrounding the scene. Gemma Granger moved out of the throng, stepped over a dead wizard and walked to Voldemort. She saw that his chest moved, however slowly and almost imperceptibly, and simply reacted. She spit on him, turned and walked away. Harry stood in the little room deep underground Gringotts and paced, ignoring Ron, who absent-mindedly ate a sandwich in the far corner. It felt like a tomb. The windowless stone walls were covered with some tapestries, but that didn't help matters as, once again, the goblins loved to depict their victories over wizards. This time, the tableau displayed a line of goblins marching away from battle, the heads of wizards impaled on the top of their pikes. Years later, Harry would purchase the tapestry from Gringotts and install it in the room where he would first meet his daughter's future husbands. But on this day, his wedding day, it didn't make him very comfortable at all. Then the door opened and his life changed. "Harry," Effie came hurtling through the doorway, her breath ragged as if she'd run the entire length of the tracks instead of taking one of the cars. "Harry, we got HIM." "What?" He ran forward, the livery collar bouncing about enough that it struck him on the chin, but he ignored it. "What happened?" As Ron and Harry stood there, Effie recounted the events that had unfolded. Voldemort's arrival, the ICWW, the goblins, and how Voldemort had drawn his wand. Mrs. Granger's act. As her words slowly rolled around his brain, trying to figure out all that would change, he couldn't move. Finally, though, he found rational thought coming once again as he had to laugh. Ron had gone over, picked up Effie, and planted a rather loud, wet kiss on her lips. The joy was short-lived, though, as Harry realized something. He didn't bring the snake, did he? Effie tried to straighten her clothing to a state before young Mr. Weasley's exuberance and gave him a stern face. No, he did not. The Supreme Mugwump and those with him removed his body to a location they have informed us is absolutely impenetrable. They will use their skills to obtain the location. Until then, Voldemort is alive, in a fashion. Ron still couldn't keep the happiness out of his voice. Yeah, but the dark wanker can't use a wand now, can he? Effie gave the briefest glimpse of a smile. No, the Supreme Mugwump snapped his wand before the transfer. Brilliant, Ron beamed and chucked Harry on the shoulder. Just think, now you won't have your wedding pictures with the dark wanker standing there. That would have been horrible. Nobody would want to look at those ever again. He turned to Effie. So everything still goes on, I mean. Yes, Mr. Weasley. Effie smiled and felt her soul lighten more than it had in ages. Yes, I believe we have a rather happy occasion to attend. Chapter 18. It's time as the sun streamed in through the window, casting everything in a semi-haze of light and the fog of almost infinitesimal dust particles floating through the air. Lucius Malfoy stood in the horribly common and graceless house out in the middle of nowhere and tried to simply look out the window and not react. He'd felt it, of course, through his dark mark. Something had happened. Something he hadn't felt since the first time the Dark Lord had disappeared. Back then, he had held out hope that it was truly over, that he would be able to live his life with his wife and son, that he would have the time to show his son what a true Malfoy was meant to be. A leader of the unwashed, ignorant masses. A true wizard's wizard. But it wasn't to be. The mark never truly faded, and in the small hours, when the fears he pushed down over and over simply to be able to stay sane returned in force, he knew that even though the Dark Lord was supposedly vanquished, by the Potter brat that the Dark Lord still survived. He could truly feel it. Now, as then, he ran 2 fingers over the mark, feeling the small amount of heat and almost imperceptible motion that existed underneath his skin. It was as it was back then, almost dormant, unlike the previous day when the mark felt like an insect that always crawled on his arm, a sensation that one learned to ignore. Now, though, it was dormant again, and all his plans, Everything he had worked for was going to end. He turned from the window, revulsion coming over him in waves as he sat in the chair. Years before, he would have never even considered sitting in such a thing, a threadbare piece of Muggle furniture. If he had, he would have forced that useless house elf of his to burn his robe for coming in contact with it even for an instant. But now, as he sat deeply, the revulsion came from another distinct source. Gone. Everything he worked for all those years was gone. All of the galleons placed for just the right effect, to move positions, to hold tongues, to give just the right motivation, wasted. His son was dead. Draco. He should have had years to train the boy, to mold him into a proper Malfoy, but that had been taken from him. His wife. He loved her once in a fashion, but that was also gone. She coddled and spoiled their son, and that just would not do for a future Malfoy head of house. She was gone as well, disappeared to Merlin knows where. His house, his possessions, all useless now. From outside the room he heard the noise and knew it wouldn't be long now. He took his walking stick and held it in his hand, sliding out the wand from the top, and took a look at it. So much promise, so many things he could do with that wand, now pointless. As the noise became closer, as it was not loud, he thought about doing something to spite him and hesitated. Then, in a fit of black humor, Lucius Malfoy leaned his head back and laughed. Not a pleasant laugh, but the laugh of a man who knows that life has played a rather large joke on someone of such ambition and class. He held up the wand in his hand. "If that is the way we are playing it, but all means, let us play." Grabbing the end of the wand with his other hand, he brought it down sharply across his knee, snapping it. He threw the pieces across the room, not caring where they landed as the sound was louder now. The snake came into view, its massive head weaving around the door frame, followed shortly thereafter by the body. It moved in the sinuous S-shape movements until it ended up encircling the chair. Lucius closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then, with a nasty smile upon his face, stepped forward and knelt down on the floor, ignoring the dirty, stained Muggle carpet. The snake's body continued to move around him, closer and closer, until he could feel the bulk of Nagini begin to touch him. With a sudden move, he straightened his shoulders, put his hands up to his hair, gathered it, and let it flow proudly over his shoulders. He knew his time was at an end, but he would not go out sobbing and pleading. There would be no answers from the snake. He was the last insurance policy, the last hope. The Dark Lord had told him it was a position of honor, but as Nagini came closer, he knew it was a lie. It had all been a lie. He laughed. Of course it was a lie. What should he have ever expected from a half-blood Dark Lord? The snake struck not at his neck, but at his dark mark, fangs sinking in and piercing so hard that they almost went through the arm. Lucius had known pain at the hands of the Dark Lord. He had endured the Cruciatas, but this was nothing like that. Every single cell seemed to cry out in absolute pain, stretching the limits of what biology thought possible. As the venom began to course through his body, he could feel it as if someone was dragging a dagger along his arm, and then he could no longer feel the arm. It was at that moment the true terror took hold and the screams came out. Slowly, even as he was screaming, a small part of his brain registered the fact that he could no longer feel parts of his body. His arms, his legs, that anatomical certainty of knowing parts of his body disappeared, creeping further up and up towards his brain. And then the presence entered his consciousness. Lucius. His last coherent thoughts as he slumped over were not of his wife and dead son, but of standing triumphant in the background of the Wizengamot, watching the fools approve one of his plans, remembering the galleons that would soon appear in his vault. The snake and the man toppled forward and were motionless for a long time. Finally, though, there was movement. The man lifted himself up with an arm and looked with sadness at the lifeless form of the snake through blood-red eyes. "Merlin's sake, Dora!" Andromeda Tonks stood by the doorway, rubbing the bridge of her nose with 2 fingers as Daphne and Jack fussed with the dress. "It is supposed to be black." Tonks rolled her eyes at her mum. "It is, mostly." She looked down at the bodice, which Daphne had transformed into something much more to her taste. "What? You didn't expect me to just put it on like it was when they pulled it out from under a rock in a vault and go out there and get married, did you?" Andromeda closed her eyes, took a steadying breath, and then looked at her daughter in a manner that her husband would have recognized immediately. It was the look that said, "The things I have to put up with." The dress was black, for the most part, but the bodice was a deep red color, and the top, showing entirely too much cleavage, was trimmed in what looked like a multitude of diamonds. No, doing what you are supposed to do has never been your strong suit, dear. Exactly. Tonks turned to Jack. You're sure you can't see my feet in this thing, right? Jack took a few steps back, peered at the bottom of the dress, and shook her head. Nope. Walk around a bit, though. As Daphne let go of the somewhat modest train at the back of the dress, Tonks began walking around the room. Andromeda stared at the hem of the dress and didn't see anything. What are you wearing? As her daughter lifted the dress, she sighed. Dora. What? Tonks looked down at her combat boots. They're the most comfortable shoes I own. I'm not going out there and standing for who knows how bloody long in some uncomfortable heels or shit like that. They're black, you can't see 'em, so what's the problem? With a resigned sigh, Andromeda sat down in the closest chair and crossed her legs, emphatically wiggling her elegantly clad foot. When you sit, sweetie, everyone will see you are a bride ready to go clomping around. We all know you're an Auror, dear, but now that. Shit. Tonks scrunched up her nose and looked over to Daphne, registering the triumphant, told you so look on the girl's face. Fine, but you, she pointed at Daphne. You gotta make them comfortable, okay? Daphne shrugged and batted her eyes. If you would have listened to me, you'd be ready by now. Fine. How about I have them match your bodice? Which part? Once again, Daphne looked as if she couldn't have this wedding happen fast enough. The shiny bit. Deal. With an exasperated sigh, Daphne nodded. Thank Merlin. She turned towards the door. Dobby. The pop, even though everyone knew it was coming, made everyone jump when the little house elf appeared. Miss Greenie called Dobby. Ignoring Tonks and Jack's chuckles about Dobby's name for her, Daphne nodded. Yes, please ask Effie for enough diamonds to cover those. She pointed to a pair of heels sitting in a box on a table. It doesn't matter which vault, just so we're straight. After the house elf popped away, Andromeda gave Daphne a wide-eyed stare. Those are real diamonds on the dress. Of course, Daphne nodded. But we had a bit of a problem at first when the black vaults didn't have enough loose diamonds to do. Had enough for one boob, Tonks smirked. Then we told him that it would be okay with Harry if we got the rest from the Potter vaults. After all, it's all gonna be the same vaults in a bit anyway. Salazar's snake, Andromeda fanned herself. Dora, do you know how much? Daphne shook her head and then plastered on her, please let this end soon, pleasant face. It is a marriage joining two ancient and noble houses. A display of wealth is not only proper but expected. Besides, with all the goblins and security around. Andromeda waved her off. Of course, dear, of course, it's just... She looked at her daughter, still somewhat defiant but looking like a proper bride. Even all the Auror training and tomboyishness couldn't hide the fact that her daughter was a beautiful young woman. Her hair, a subdued pink color, was elegantly done with a few small braids around her head, a small, thin band of goblin-wrought silver shining around her forehead. It's just you look so beautiful. Aw, Mum. Tonks' face melted. She held out her arms and Andromeda went to her, engulfing her in a hug. At that point, Dobby returned, a small bag in his hand. Daphne thanked him, took out her wand and went to work on the shoes. After completing the addition of the diamonds, which covered the shoes completely, she added as many comfort, cushioning, and other charms as possible. Finally, content in her effort, she knelt down and sat the shoes before Tonks. Thankfully, Jack stepped in to remove those awful boots, and after one freshening charm added to Tonks' feet as the boots made her feet a bit sweaty, Tonks stepped into the heels. It was at that moment that Ted Tonks came into the room. Bloody fucking hell. Ted, Andromeda gave him a stern look. He pointed to his daughter. She's got on 1,000,000 galleons. Daphne shook her head. No, 7. 7, Tonks turned to Daphne. Really? Really, Gringotts is thorough about these things. Fuck me. Dora. Andromeda's patience was almost at its end. Language, you are getting married before the entire wizarding world. Yep. Ted stepped forward, kissed his daughter on the cheek and extended an arm. That's what you're doing. It's time, love. Harry stood nervously in a little room that must have been a storage room or something, as boxes were piled over in the corner. Effie had told him that the room would lead to the center of everything by a little hallway, and that it would be the best place to be right before everything started, as nobody would see him. He'd sent Ron ahead to peek out to get an idea of what he was walking into, and it seemed as if Ron had been gone for hours. Ron came back through the door, dress robes swirling, and shut the door, his face pale. "How bad is it?" Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Bad." "Blimey." Ron wiped his face with a hand. I've never seen that many people in one place in my life." "Brilliant." Harry leaned against a wall and let his head thunk against the stone. "Just brilliant. I'm gonna mess it up somehow, just my luck." "Nah," Ron shook his head. "You'll be fine. Just pretend it's first year all over again, people staring at you when you just want to have a bit of breakfast. Ignore it all, and then when Tonks comes in, just look at her and do the stuff. You'll be fine, mate." After a sigh and a few moments of silence, Harry turned to Ron. "Wish you could be up there with me." "Yeah, I know, but you know how Greengrass is with that bloody book of hers. Worse than Hermione with that thing. I bet she burns it after this, though." He chuckled. "Never thought that happen, me feeling sorry for Greengrass." Harry nodded. "If we start on stuff that we'd never thought would happen. Like the dark wanker getting speared in the arse by a goblin." The two laughed. Harry took off his glasses and cleaned them on his formal Lord Potter robes. "That's the least of it, but yeah, wish I could have seen that." "Really?" Ron looked at him incredulously. "You don't think with all the press out there someone got a picture of that? Bet someone got a picture of that. Hell, I'll bet my Chudley Cannon's scarf on that." "Damn," Harry shook his head. "I'm not taking that bet. I've seen how you are with that manky old thing." "Hey," Ron began to protest, but his exclamation was interrupted by a small knock on the door. After glancing at Harry, he went over and opened the door to see Effie standing there, smiling from ear to ear. "So, it's time." Effie nodded. "It's time. Mr. Weasley, if you will follow me, we will take our places. Harry, your escorts will be along in a few moments. Follow them out and take your place, and it will begin." After Effie left, Ron hesitated for a moment and then put his hand on Harry's shoulder. "Remember, first-year breakfast. You'll be fine." And then he was alone. Alone in a room, dressed up in something that before he would have never even considered wearing, the livery collar heavy around his shoulders, and a feeling in his stomach that reminded him of his first Quidditch match. The feeling of excitement, anxiety, and an almost overwhelming urge to vomit. Pushing all that down, he somehow remembered Hermione's tips for taking exams, how before she would start to write she would close her eyes and just breathe for a few moments, concentrating on the feeling of air going in and out of her body. Then there was a knock on the door. He opened the door to see a goblin in full armor, spear at his side. "It's time," the goblin nodded. "Okay." As he made his way out into the hallway, it was somewhat cramped, as 10 goblin warriors armed like the one who had knocked on the door stood on either side of the hallway. One of them gently took Harry by the arm and led him to the middle of the hallway, positioning him so that he was in the middle of 2 lines of warriors. With the thump of a spear butt on the stone floor, the goblins began moving forward, Harry alongside them in the somewhat dimly lit hallway. As they moved forward, the light began to grow as well as the sound. Harry could hear the murmurs become louder and louder until a trumpet blast silenced everything. It was at that moment the doors opened, and Harry followed the goblins, light almost blinding him for a second. When he could focus again, he realized that he was walking down an aisle fashioned in the middle of Gringotts, but unlike any Gringotts he'd ever seen. The place was absolutely massive. Gold and silver decorations curled about the ceiling, flowers seemed to sprout from almost every conceivable location, but more than that, it was the people. People absolutely everywhere. Every now and then he'd see a face he recognized as he walked alongside the goblins, people like Ollivander, Tom from the Leaky Cauldron, and then he saw his destination. A large, raised platform with steps leading up to it, and a wizard he recognized from the ICW standing there with a big beard and smile upon his face. Coming closer to the platform, the faces began to become more familiar, people like Hagrid, McGonagall, and Flitwick. It made him feel better as they gave him massive smiles, and Hagrid's wink and thumbs-up gesture almost made him laugh. Right before the platform, though, he felt his heart beat a little faster, as there were the people he truly wanted at his wedding. Charlie Weasley, Hermione and Hermione's mum, Remus, Andromeda Tonks looking the happiest he'd ever seen her, her smile erasing any semblance to her horrible sister. The rest of the Weasleys, Merlin, the Weasleys. Molly was holding on to Bill's arm and dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, while Ron held Jack's hand and smiled. And then the steps leading to the platform were in front of him. He took them slowly, remembering Remus' advice on how to walk in the heavy dress robes and not trip. The wizard from the ICW stood there in a blindingly white robe, hands held clasped in front of him. As Harry reached him, the wizard motioned slightly for Harry to turn. When he did, the sight almost made Harry fall down in shock. The people, goblins and house elves in attendance seemed to stretch out forever. And then she walked in. Every single person turned towards the back, craning for a look. She held on tightly to her father's arm and slowly began walking towards him, light flashing over her tiara, chest, and the shoes. In some part of his brain, he noticed that the bottom of her dress was raised higher in front, possibly to show off the shiny shoes. But as she got closer, all he could do was look at her face. She was smiling so much, looked so happy he couldn't believe it. Harry thought back to those dark days when everything seemed to fall apart, when Voldemort had destroyed almost everything, and how she'd helped keep him from descending into depression made him see that things weren't his fault. He thought back about when they'd found out about the marriage contract, how they thought they could be engaged forever and outwit the contract. But now, looking at her, he couldn't help but feel happy they didn't have to worry about that. And then she was there, on her father's arm, standing next to him. The wizard in the white robe stepped forward. "We are assembled here today to witness the joining not only of two ancient and noble houses, but the lives of two people. Who gives this woman to be married this day?" Ted Tonks straightened his shoulders. "Her mother and I," after a nod from the white-robed wizard. Ted leaned over, whispered something in his daughter's ear, and then kissed her on the cheek, leaving thereafter to walk down the stairs and join Andromeda on the front row. The wizard conducting the ceremonies stepped forward. "I, Ediocles Adamanthos, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and Witches, call upon all present today to witness the joining of Lady Black, Nymphadora Euphemia Tonks, to Lord Potter, Harry James Potter. Two souls joined together, two houses joined together, magic joined together." He turned to Harry. "Lord Potter, by taking Lady Black as your wife, do you willingly give your life, love and magic to her until death parts you?" He waited for Harry to respond, but the boy was still looking at his bride. The assembled guest began to laugh quietly, and Adamanthos cleared his throat. Harry turned to him, wide-eyed. I do." After the politely laughter died away, Adamanthos turned to Tonks and asked her the same question. She looked over to Harry, gave him a sly smile, and then said, "I do." At that point, all the lessons from Daphne about the ceremonies simply disappeared from Harry's brain. After the "I do" part of weddings, there was a kiss, and that was it. That's what he was focusing on, kissing Tonks in front of all those people. But then Adamanthos started the other part of the ceremonies, and he felt like Hermione's worst nightmare. Taking an exam she hadn't studied for, something important like any WTS. He followed Adamanthos' lead, walked forward with Tonks and knelt down next to a large silver bowl. Adamanthos took a small, silver knife out and laid it on top of the bowl, and then took out his wand and began casting a spell of some sort. As a soft blue glow covered the bowl, Harry took a quick glance at Tonks and got the same look he knew he must be having: worry. The conversation from Daphne about this part played back quickly in his brain. "Really, it won't hurt. The knife will just make a small cut so some blood will come out. Nothing worse than mucking about with a knife in potions class and making a mistake. You've had much worse, Potter. And once the blood's in the bowl, whoever is conducting the ceremony will cast a joining spell. It's really interesting, and for Merlin's sake, don't tell Granger or I'll be here all night explaining things. What it does is truly join your magic. Don't go mental. It's not like you'll be able to read each other's thoughts or anything. Some stories about this ceremony in the book say that some people will pick up some of their partner's abilities, but only barely. I doubt you'll be a metamorphagus or anything. Nobody knows exactly what the spell does as it's different for each couple, but the short version, because I know you're dying to get out of here and go eat with bottomless Pit Weasley, is that you'll have a better understanding of each other. The small prick of the knife against his finger brought him back to reality, as he had no idea whatsoever that he'd followed directions and put his hand over the bowl. Tonks had done the same, obviously, as a small amount of blood pooled at the bottom of the silver bowl. He watched as the blood came to the surface of his finger, grew, and then dripped into the bowl. Almost as soon as his blood came in contact with Tonks' blood, everything around him disappeared, and he found himself floating in a bright blue sky, clouds floating by and passing through him. He felt Tonks' hand against his and held on to it, realizing that she was holding on rather tightly. For Harry, it felt wonderful, like flying without a broom. And then, just as he was becoming comfortable with this feeling, the images began coming. People who must have been ancestors, as they had the Potter hair and smiled at him, stepped forward and embraced him and Tonks. One by one, they put their foreheads against him, and it was almost overpowering. Memories of things wonderful, awful, and sometimes simply ordinary things like waking up together in bed or having breakfast. All those memories seeped into him. He looked over to Tonks and realized she was seeing exactly what he had, as when the people removed their foreheads from him, they smiled at Tonks. He watched as the Blacks came forward and repeated the process with Tonks, marveling at how he saw what they were showing her. Some of the memories, admittedly, weren't always the nicest when it came from the Blacks, but he knew that they weren't showing them memories that weren't valuable in some way, shape, or form. But more than that, he felt what they felt. When one of the Black ancestors, a woman from ages past, put her head next to Tonks, Harry knew what it was like down deep in his bones to love someone but never be with them, to know what it was like to truly, in every fiber of his being, love someone but never be able to have that love reciprocated due to loss. It was with a heavy heart that Harry saw 3 figures float forward through the air, figures that Harry had dreamed about seeing. His parents, followed by Sirius, floated towards him, smiles wide on their faces, his mother beaming. She came forward first, and after touching Tonks lovingly on the cheek, bent her head forward and touched her son's forehead. He saw it all, her life at Hogwarts, her refusal of James for years, but then he saw how they fell in love, how they loved each other. She showed him memories of fights about small, meaningless things and how they reconciled, because love does not hold grudges. She showed him sacrifice, devotion, and above all, to truly care for the other person in the marriage. He wanted to stay there for longer to see more, but then she was gone and it was his father, images similar to his mother's but from a different perspective. How to forgive, how to listen, how to love. A feeling of apology went through Harry as he saw the memory of the marriage contract, but even in this dream state spell, Harry forgave his father because it had led him to Tonks. When Sirius came forward, he reached forward, grabbed Harry and Tonks' heads, put them together and then touched his head to both of them. They saw his struggles with the dark side of the Black family, his unfailing desire to better the name of Black and his biggest regret, his pursuit of Wormtail. Then Sirius gave them images of a much younger, happy baby Harry, a much younger, baby Tonks, and then sent no image but a feeling of pure joy. Almost as soon as it had begun, it was over, and Sirius disappeared into a cloud, leaving 2 figures ahead. Harry and Tonks recognized one immediately. Herweald, the first Potter, but a woman appeared on his arm. It took no time at all for Tonks to recognize the hair, as it was the hair she had hated almost from the moment she could remember, the black hair. The woman smiled at them, a kind, thankful smile, and then Herweald tipped the woman's head towards him and kissed her full on the lips. The 2 couples then looked at each other, Harry and Tonks hand in hand, Herweald and the Black ancestor arm in arm. For a moment all 4 were suspended in time, simply staring at each other. With a laugh, Herweald took his free arm, pointed it at Harry and Tonks, and then turned and kissed the woman on his arm. At that point, both Harry and Tonks instinctively knew what to do. They turned to each other and kissed. The moment their lips touched in the dream spell state, they suddenly found themselves back at Gringotts, kneeling down in front of the bowl, the blue mist disappearing. After a few deep breaths and a quick shake of his head, Harry turned to Tonks. Her eyes told him everything he needed to know. It wasn't a dream or a vision, it had really happened. Adamanthos leaned forward and took one of their hands and helped lift them to their feet. When they were standing again, he joined their hands. By the will of the spirits of the House of Black and the House of Potter, magic has joined these two people. What fate has given must be protected. Will you name your protectors? Harry felt a small grin break out. He and Tonks had talked about this and had finally come up with a solution. Daphne had explained that the whole protectors bit was an old custom designed to help newly married couples retain their property and lands and such. In the old days, some couples were married and others, especially those heads of houses that were married, needed help protecting themselves from distant cousins, younger brothers, people like that who wanted to break up marriages to make things more advantageous for themselves. For Harry, it sounded like devious, Slytherin-type stuff, or something from history that Hermione loved, but apparently it was a very big deal to the wizarding world. It was obvious to everybody involved in the discussion regarding the ceremony that Harry would pick the Longbottoms, as Alice Longbottom, Neville's mum, was Harry's godmother, and tradition held that this was the normal course. The tradition of Potters and Longbottoms. Neville was a good friend to Harry, that was true, but Harry had enough of tradition in some aspects and didn't want to follow that blindly. That left Tonks in a bit of a pickle because, to be honest, the Black side of her family was not one she was very proud about. But one night they'd come up with a plan and hadn't told anybody. Tonks told him he would make most wizards and witches shit their robes when he did it, but he just didn't care. To Harry, it was simply the right thing to do. Adamanthos looked over to Tonks. "Your protectors, my lady." Tonks gave Harry a smirk and nodded. "I name the Arthur Weasley family as protectors." That led to a large gasp through the room. Bill Weasley wobbled a bit in his seat, held up only by Fred and George's quick arms upon his shoulder. Molly sat as if stunned, not able to form a coherent thought, let alone speak, while Jack elbowed Ron. His exclamation of "holy shit" was loud enough for at least 3 rows to hear. Adamanthos nodded and turned to Harry. "Your protectors, my lord." With a serious face, Harry took a deep breath. "I name Goblin Nation as protectors." The assembled guests simply did not know how to react. There were several shouts of anger, laughter, applause, and a thump as the head of Goblin Nation fainted, his armor causing a loud clang as he struck the floor. From the back, someone shouted, "Is that legal?" Adamanthos stepped forward. "As Supreme Mugwump of the ICWW, I assure you that Lord Potter is within his rights to name his protector as he sees fit." Harry took a quick glance off to the side to see Effie's reaction and winked at her. She was standing there, in her finest, as if she had been stunned and then hit with a petrificus. After the hubbub died down, Adamanthos continued with the ceremony. Unfortunately, for Harry, Tonks, and everybody else assembled, this was the long, boring part of the process. Language that must have been written down when Merlin was a baby was read from a thick parchment concerning duties to magic, country, retainers, servants, vassals, you name it. Harry thought it sounded like a solicitor's textbook or something, but Daphne, who had read the whole thing, said it was dead boring but perfectly harmless. Unless he was an idiot, it basically said that he had to promise to be a good Lord Potter and not be a wanker. While Adamanthos was reading that part, Harry took Tonks' hand as they stood there, facing the Supreme Mugwump, their backs to the crowd. He felt her take her finger and rub it against his hand. Somehow that made him calm down, and it was at that point he realized his heart had been beating like the wings of a professional grade snitch. Suddenly, the soothing, deep tones of Adamanthos' voice stopped. Harry looked up at the wizard with the bushy beard and saw the man's eyes. He wasn't smiling at them exactly, but Harry felt the man was sending them a small gesture that said, "It's almost over." Adamanthos turned Harry and Tonks around to face the crowd and held up his wand. "By the power vested in me by the International Confederation of Wizards and Witches, I now pronounce Lady Nymphadora Euphemia and Lord Harry James to be wedded in the sight of magic, and all assembled at this occasion." There was a long pause until Harry looked back at Adamanthos. "Now." After the quiet laughter died down, Adamanthos nodded. Now would be a good time. Harry turned to Tonks. Both of them knew what the other had gone through to get to this day, Both of them knew what life could offer them thanks to their ancestors. Both of them knew that this was the beginning of something better than either of them had imagined. Harry leaned forward and kissed her, and like before, back at Potter Manor that day in the window seat, the kiss was more than a kiss. While kissing her, Harry felt Tonks' hand come up to his face. The applause was deafening. Wedding receptions are, generally, a good excuse to have a party. In light of the events of the day, though, the wedding reception of Lady Black and Lord Potter was the galleon standard for all wedding receptions for decades after that. That was the considered and knowledgeable opinion of the assembled reporters and photographers gathered there from the wizarding press from around the world. At 4 a.m, several reporters and photographers had commandeered a table off to the side of the massive ballroom and compared notes. Gringotts as a choice of venue was a definite success. Several reporters posited that the goblins might have a future making even more galleons as a wedding location. The food, decorations, and drink were of the highest standard, and most importantly to members of the press, it was an open bar. The photographers had sent their photos off with express owls to make the next edition, amazed at what they'd captured. Wizards and witches dancing with goblins, some of the most famous people in the wizarding world all in one location, everyone celebrating not only the wedding but the capture of Voldemort. That would have been cause for a massive celebration in Britain as it was, but to have everyone, almost everyone in the country, and then some in one place, that was a photographer's dream. The Russian photographer kept muttering that it was better than if she drunk a galleon of Felix Felicis. The photographer from Malaysia sat next to the photographer from Bolivia, copies of their photographs on the table, comparing notes. Besides the vast quantities of photos of the exceedingly happy bride and groom, there were photos guaranteed to not only make the paper, but to hang in galleries or private homes. The head goblin dancing with the bride, the groom dancing with his goblin account manager. The youngest Weasley boy, friend of the groom, dancing with his Muggle girlfriend, and then several shots of them sitting at a table, holding hands, kissing. The dragon keeper Weasley with the Muggle-born best friend of the groom. The Malaysian photog pushed a photo across the table. Who's he dancing with? The Bolivian photographer slid the photo over. With the supreme mugwump. That's Hermione Granger's matter, a Muggle see. I believe you're right. He slid another photo over. All the adjustments needed for this. Again the Bolivian nodded. My first shots were horrible, nothing but glare from her chest and feet. He pushed the picture of Tonks talking to the Hogwarts headmistress aside. I had to use a filter charm. And this couple. He looked at the photo for a moment. She helped with the wedding, a lady-in-waiting, I believe. She's a lady now, though, Lady Greengrass, right? He turned and poked a woman who had her head on the table, snoring slightly. Yumi, wake up. With a groan, the Japanese reporter lifted her head. What time is it? This is still going on. He nodded. It is. It may go until daybreak. The Greengrass girl, she is Lady Greengrass now, correct? With a stretch and a yawn, Yumi nodded. The Creevy boy, he was named Lord Greengrass after. After that, he went to the Supreme Mugwump tonight or today or whatever it is now and asked if there was a way he could make. Daphne, that's her name. He asked if there was a way he could make her Lady Greengrass. One of the goblins came forward, they signed some things, and now she's Lady Greengrass, head of house. She paused for a moment. I think they gave the boy some concessions, not sure. It's all a blur. She pulled the photo over and studied it for a moment. I think she's dancing with the Longtop boy. Longbottom. His name's Longbottom. Yes, well, that's it then. She looks surprised. Yumi looked at her watch. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to bed. After she left, the Bolivian photographer sorted out another picture and smiled. A werewolf dancing with the American ICWW representative. My friend, we live in wonderful times. With photos like this, I will be rich. The Malaysian photographer laughed. If you were the only camera here, perhaps. Damn, another drink. Why not? In another bed, far across the world, Harry began to wake up. His first thought was that he needed to pee, but almost immediately after that he thought he never wanted to get out of bed. Next to him, wrapped somewhat in a sheet but not enough to cover some of the good bits, was his wife. His wife. He let that sink in for a bit, amazed. Back in those long, quiet hours in the cupboard underneath the stairs, he thought his life would never get any better, that there was no hope, that he would be stuck with the Dursleys forever. Now he was on an island not too far off from Greece, a magically hidden island courtesy of the supreme mugwump, married to an amazing woman who was completely Starkers under the sheets. More than that, Voldemort had been captured by the goblins. Even in his wildest imaginings, he would have never ventured to dream that big. Big, that described the previous day perfectly. If anything, it was an understatement. Huge, massive, humongous. Words couldn't fully comprehend exactly how big the previous day was. People from all over Britain, hell, from all over the world congratulated him and Tonks. It had been almost impossible to eventually leave the reception, but the combination of Ron, Effie, and Kipsy seemed to finally make that possible. He had been standing next to Hermione and Charlie when that happened, and both of them were gobsmacked. Charlie that his brother was showing such initiative, and Hermione was just so bloody happy that people were listening to a goblin and a house elf tell them what to do without raising a fuss. Tonks stretched her arms, giving Harry a good look in the daylight. Hey yourself, he turned over on his side. Morning. She turned over to face him, not bothering to cover anything. Noticing his attention on her body parts, she smiled. Work for you. Yeah, perfect. She leaned forward and kissed him quickly. Right answer. So what do you want to do today? Right now I need the loo, but after that, I dunno. He paused. Could you teach me how to swim? What? She leaned up on one elbow and looked at him oddly. You don't know how to swim. He looked down hurriedly. Never learned. They probably wanted me to drown. Hey, her voice was soft as she lifted his chin with a finger. None of that. Of course I'll teach you to swim. I'm a good teacher, remember. Harry blushed immediately. Oh yeah. That's just the first lesson, kiddo. We've got 2 weeks here. With a large grin, he looked over to her. Sounds good to me. Wish I would have done the aging thing, though. PFFFFT. Tonks blew out her lips. You did just fine, love. If anything, it just gives me something to look forward to. She squirmed a bit. Great, now I really need the loo. Ladies first. You just want to stare at my arse. Guilty. Suddenly Harry sat up, but not yet. She gave him an odd look. Why not? He reached over to the table beside the bed and put on his glasses. That's why. Cheeky. With that, she got up out of the bed, ignoring the sheet, and walked out of the room towards the loo. Harry sat there, knowing whatever happened afterwards, this would be one of the best 2 weeks of his life. Chapter 19. Welcome Home. 2 weeks after the wedding. Harry and Tonks Portkey deposited them in the London Portkey station, thankfully in a very secluded, private area. It looked like the waiting area of any office, as several well-thumbed and severely outdated magazines laid on tables next to chairs that looked like they would be uncomfortable after 10 minutes of use. Harry had worried that their arrival back in Britain would be a replay of their trying to leave the wedding reception, a throng of people wishing them well and making any attempt of moving towards their goal very difficult, but it was all for naught. Tonks turned to him and let out a snort. Well, I expected a bit more being Mrs. Boy Who Lived. Harry rolled his eyes at her, as she had been teasing him all week that she was going to introduce herself from now on as Mrs. Boy Who Lived. She'd even gone as far as sending a thank you card to Daphne Greengrass and signing it Dora Boy Who Lived. He'd always hated being called that, but Tonks had kept adding on to it, calling him the boy who lived through a rather good shagging, the boy who lived through my attempt at cooking lamb, and the boy who lived through a hilariously bad sunburn. He glanced over at her, incredibly tan, and wished yet again he could at least look like he'd spent 2 weeks in Greece out on the beach and playing tourist out in the sun. Obviously, with her ability, she could morph her skin into any color she wanted, but she said a true tan was easier since she didn't really need to concentrate. Instead, as she had oh so helpfully mentioned, he had sunburned himself rather badly one day. No tan for him, just burn, peel, and back to pasty white. At least he had mastered the sunblock spell. A door opened, and a young witch in a Portkey office robe hurried into the room. Ah, right on time. Congratulations on your marriage, it was quite the night. Welcome back. Now, if you'll follow me, there are a few forms, and then you can be on your way. Forms? Harry looked over to Tonks, who gave him a resigned shrug of the shoulders. There's forms. Government must be back up and running. Tonks nudged Harry. There's always forms. The Portkey Witch nodded. Thankfully, with the new temporary ministry up and running, now things are back to... Well, they're better than they were. These will be as easy as falling off a broom, just the standard. I didn't bring any illegal potion ingredients or dark magical items back from my international trip type things. Won't take but a mo. After following the witch down a hallway, they entered a small room where a little table sat, rows of shelves filled with parchment. The Portkey office witch waved her wand, and 3 forms zoomed out of the shelves and appeared at a table. Harry and Tonks sat down, picked up the quills from the table, and dipped them into the ink pots. As Harry moved the parchment with his left hand, he focused for a moment on his ring. That was something that he was surprised about, as the traditional wedding rings weren't a part of his wedding ceremony. Daphne had explained that the ceremonies were older than the tradition of exchanging wedding rings, so they weren't included. But Tonks had decided that if he was to be her husband, he was to have a ring. They had stopped at a little jewelry shop outside of one of the towns they had visited for supper one night and bought him a ring. It was perfect for Harry. Plain gold, no ornamentation, no inscriptions, just a plain, solid band of gold. It felt heavy and rather odd on his hand, even after 2 weeks. Once all the forms were done, and the witch approved everything, Tonks looked over to Harry. So, back to the lodge. Harry shrugged. I haven't really thought much about what we do now. Looks like the ministry's back up, so I dunno what we'll have to do. Hope to Merlin that means we're off of the High Council. Tonks took his hand in hers. Oh, Lord Potter, I'd bet my copy of Exile on Main Street you're not getting off that easy. Exile on what? She shuddered. You have so much to learn. Good, Harry smirked. I like your lessons. Chicky. The Portkey office witch, as much as she liked having the most famous couple in the wizarding world in her little domain, was a very efficient woman and needed the space as a Portkey was due from Singapore soon, and she would be quite busy. She shooed them out of the room and once again into the hallway. Harry looked over to Tonks. House elves. Works for me, Harry nodded. Kipsy, Dobby. With a pop, 2 house elves appeared in the hallway, both exceedingly happy. After greeting their masters and requesting the pleasure of unpacking their shrunken-down belongings currently residing in the little bag Tonks had slung over her shoulder, the 2 house elves took the hands of their masters and were gone. For the first time in ages, the lodge was quiet. There were no sounds of people anywhere to be heard, nobody planning anything, no goblins in loincloths peeing or anything else. There was a bright orange-colored envelope that zoomed through the lodge and ended up hovering in front of them, however. Orange isn't bad, is it? Harry took it out of the air. It's not a howler anyway. Tonks looked at him oddly. Never heard of orange. Maybe it's some new thing. One way to find out. Harry looked at the writing on the front. It's to both of us. He slid his finger under the flap, took out the parchment, also orange, and began to read. A wave of relief flooded over him. Thank Merlin, it's just from your mum. She's your mum too now, you know. Tonks smiled brightly. Finally, someone to take the heat off of me. Not always fun being an only child sometimes. What's dear old Dromda want? Harry turned back to the parchment. Well, let's see. She hopes we had a good time, and lots of stuff has happened while we were gone. We're supposed to flew her and she'll come over and fill us in. Wonderful. I'm married and not even home for an hour and Mum is coming over. At least she had the decency to send a note and not just pop over unannounced. She looked thoughtful for a moment. Can we set the wards to stop that? Bet we can ask the house elves. Bet Kipsy would know, or verbal, probably verbal. He looked over to his wife. So what now, flew her or? Best do it now so we don't get a howler. She'll know somehow that we're back. Don't ask me how she'll know, she just will. Trust me. No flew, let's just show up. I like surprising her. It seemed to Harry like only a second or so ago he was at the lodge, just back from Greece. But now he sat on the small sofa with Tonks at her parents' house. He'd hoped things wouldn't be so formal with his in-laws. As having in-laws was a concept he was still coming to grips with and had no idea whatsoever how to manage, but thankfully things were very homey. Ted sat in his recliner, shoes off and only wearing an old faded pair of khaki trousers and a somewhat tatty t-shirt, while Andromeda, currently in the kitchen, had greeted them wearing what seemed like one of Ted's old shirts and a faded pair of jeans. Seeing her like that was odd enough, but compound that with the fact that his mother-in-law, always so proper and put together, was barefoot and had her hair down loose. That was completely odd. "Don't tan, Harry?" Ted took a sip of water. "Rotten luck, I know the feeling. He motioned towards his daughter with the glass, "gets it from the black side. You should have seen Andy after we got married, spent a weekend in Majorca, and you would have thought I painted on the tan lines from her tiny swimming costume." Combined shouts of "Dad!" and Theodore came from the women in the house, Tonks from the sofa and Andromeda's from the doorway. She deposited the tray of nibbles on the coffee table and sat in her upright, faded stuffed chair next to her husband. Ted ignored them and winked at Harry. "So, how was Greece?" "Dad," Tonks edged forward slightly on the sofa and rolled her eyes. "We came back to the lodge, just gave our things to the house elves, and then get an orange envelope saying to flew. I'm sure the show and tell portion of the honeymoon can come later. What's so important? And what's with the orange envelopes anyway?" "Ah," Ted nodded. "Part of the things that happened while you were away. Orange envelopes are a new ministry thing, secure communication between people to know the magic of it, but if anybody else besides the people listed on the envelope tried to read the message, it would report it to the ministry. Security measures, you know." "Great, one more thing to remember." Tonks sat back against the sofa and pulled one of the throw pillows out from behind her back and sat it on the floor. "Nymphadora, those are on the sofa for a reason." Andromeda gave her daughter a pointed look. "Well, they're bloody uncomfortable." She turned to Harry. "Right." Harry felt like he'd walked into the middle of one of McGonagall's lectures late and unprepared. It's fine." Andromeda gave her daughter another look, and after a deep breath, launched into it. The ministry, after incarcerating Voldemort, had reformed a temporary government. Apparently, the attendance of the entire High Council was required to officially relinquish power to the new government. Currently, Amelia Bones was the acting minister for magic, but she was running everything through the High Council members. Ted fully extended the recliner and crossed his feet. "Since you two were off doing what I really don't want to know about, they've been briefing us, sort of, since we're your family." Family? Harry sat there for a moment, unsure of what he'd heard. He knew it to be true, since he and Tonks were actually married, and in some part of his brain he knew that meant he was now part of the Tonks family, but the simple fact that Ted had included him in that statement made his chest begin to warm. Family. What he'd always wanted. Looking at Andromeda and Ted, in what he assumed was their normal, family-only appearances, made him realize that he would never truly be alone again. "Hey," Tonks' voice was soft as she rubbed his arm. "You okay? You went a bit quiet." He looked over to her, then to Andromeda and Ted. Everyone seemed to wait for an answer, but somehow when he connected with Andromeda, he knew that she understood immediately. "It's just..." He ran a hand through his hair. "It means you're stuck with us." Ted raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then his tone changed to a rather fake stern demeanor, and he waggled his finger at Harry. "So no going up there to the lodge and changing the wards and hiding away forever, got that? Sunday dinners are mandatory, first Sunday of the month, and I expect the first boy's middle name to be Theodore." "Merlin's balls, Dad." Tonks nudged Harry with her shoulder. "Give him a minute, will ya?" Responding before thinking it just came out of Harry's mouth. "We just need girl names." Tonks threw up her hands, waving them wildly. No, not yet, Mum. Honest, it was one of Harry's dreams." Andromeda sat back in her chair. "Thanks, Salazar, for small favors, then. I've resigned myself to being a grandmother, but hopefully not yet. There's still too much." Her face fell. "There's still too much danger." Danger. Ted continued the update to the newlyweds from there. Death Eaters in the kingdom had abandoned their posts. Although the Aurors and others were worried, because when some of the Death Eaters were caught, the dark marks on their arms hadn't faded, as anticipated. Instead, the marks were as vibrant as before. The long and short of it, though, was that magical Britain was currently on its way back to power, although it was apparent to everyone that it would take weeks, months, and perhaps years to rectify all the wrongs the Kingdom of Voldemort had inflicted upon the country. The long and short of it, though, was that even though Voldemort had died in Ministry custody, the war was still on. Fucking hell! Tonks looked over to her mum, expecting to be chastised for her language. Her father motioned with his thumb towards her mum. Don't feel too bad, that's what she said when she heard. So it's not over. Every eye turned to Harry. The words started coming out, even though he was looking up at a painting of a lake scene hanging on the wall behind Andromeda and Ted. I thought after they got him before we were married that it was over. I thought I'd finally get some peace. Guess I'm not that lucky. Ted put down the footrest of his recliner and leaned forward. There's a lot of people who were very unlucky, Harry. We are the lucky ones, we're still alive. Harry's thoughts immediately went to the Weasleys and felt ashamed and guilty. Bloody hell. Sorry, I'm sorry, I don't blame you, not one bit. Andromeda clasped her hands together. Harry, you've had to endure much more than anyone should have to endure. I don't blame you for thinking that. But now, with the ICWW, the goblins and the Ministry working together, you won't have to do it alone. I should hope you two should stay at the lodge until it's all over, either that or Hogwarts. You will continue your education, won't you, Harry? Hogwarts. Harry looked over to her and then to his wife. I have to go back to school. When it fully reopens, I would expect, but not until then. Andromeda fixed him with a look. I should expect the future father of my grandchildren would want to set an example. How will you reinforce education to your children if you... Give it a rest, Mum. Tonks leaned her head against Harry's and whispered softly. If you go, I go. That perked up Harry's mood considerably. After all, he did have his own room. He quickly banished those thoughts from his head, because it didn't matter if he and Tonks were married or not. Thinking about that while talking to her parents was uncomfortable as hell. Ted's obviously fake cough brought everyone to attention. We'll sort that part later, I believe. He paused, glanced over to Andromeda, and once he received her encouraging nod, he took a deep breath. Unfortunately, all the news isn't good, I'm afraid. The crown that the Dark Wanker wore has been examined and identified. The crown was made from... Well, there's no good way to say this. The crown was made from Percy Weasley's bones. Of all the things Ted could have said, Harry felt that was the last possible thing he could have imagined. Immediately, his heart went out to Molly Weasley. She'd lost her husband, now her child. He wanted to say something but couldn't. The giant ball inside his chest seemed to rise up into his throat, almost choking him. My God, Tonks put her hand to her mouth. Oh my God. Ted nodded solemnly. I'm afraid so. The goblins and someone from the Department of Mysteries located the rest of his remains. They buried him next to Arthur last week. Tonks looked up, somehow numb to her mum. Molly. Andromeda rubbed the bridge of her nose with her fingers. Not well at all, she. It was worse than Arthur. Amelia and Kingsley broke the news to her and she... Well, the poor woman simply fell to pieces. I don't know how anybody could stand such news. She hasn't spoken more than a few words to anyone. Right now she's at what they're calling the New Burrow. She just sits in her chair and stares out the window. Hardly eats, keeps looking for that clock she used to have, hoping that it will appear and show Percy on it. Before, when hearing about the escaped Death Eaters, Harry was of a mind to simply let the Ministry, the Aurors, goblins and ICWW take care of things. But the fact that the dark mark was still vivid, combined with the fact that the utter bastard had hurt the only woman who had treated him with motherly affection, had hurt his family. And that's when Harry realized that even though he had married Tonks, and that Ted and Andromeda were his family now, he realized that no matter what happened, no matter that they weren't related by blood or marriage or law, he considered the Weasleys his family. Arthur's funeral had led him down that path, but now Percy's horrible death and Molly's condition made him certain beyond the shadow of a doubt. Harry stood up suddenly. I'm sorry, I need to go. Andromeda looked over to Ted, but he simply shook his head slowly. Tonks stood up and took Harry's hand. I need to go. Later, after they'd left, Andromeda cleaned away the nibbles and stood at the kitchen sink, staring out the window for a very long time. Ted came up to her, sliding his hands around her waist, and pulled her close to him. "He's not going to quit until they're all gone, is he?" Her voice was soft, measured, and tinged with a resigned worry. "No, he isn't, love." Ted kissed the back of her head. "He isn't. Merlin, protect him." There was no trace of the old burrow at Ottery St. Catchpole. The wizards and witches who had helped to build the new burrow had to erase any trace of the old building. Not that it was that difficult, as there was hardly anything left of the old structure. It rose, oddly straight to Harry's eyes, and it just felt wrong. It was new, very new, clean white paint covering its exterior. One of the trees was gone, a new sapling in its place, but there was some continuity. The chicken coop still stood, dilapidated and weather-beaten. It still smelled like the burrow, with one glaring exception. Even as far away as they were from the house, there was no smell of food. Ever since Harry had first arrived at the burrow, something was always cooking. Now he just smelled new paint. And it was quiet, entirely too quiet, so quiet he could not only hear his breathing but Tonks' breathing as well. He stood there for what seemed like an eternity before turning to Tonks. "Let's go." She took his hand and nodded. He knocked softly, afraid to knock very loudly, and was relieved when Bill answered the door. "Bill, I'm so sorry. We're so sorry." With a quiet nod, Bill acknowledged him. "Thank you." Without another word, he fully opened the door and let them in. It was something that Harry would never forget for the rest of his life. In a house that he knew, in a different time, in a different circumstance Molly would have loved, her family sat in new furniture in rooms that were sized correctly for a family with 7 children. And then he mentally corrected himself. 6 children without their father. It seemed as if the burrow had improved itself, as the layout was similar, but larger and brighter and newer, which made everything even worse. On a sofa by the window, Hermione sat with Charlie, both of them looking at a book that Harry knew neither of them were actually reading, just reading it to have something to do. Luna Lovegood sat behind Ginny, braiding her hair into a style that Harry knew that Ginny would usually hate. But as Ginny's eyes stared forward, unfocused, he knew it wouldn't matter what Luna did to her hair. The twins sat with Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell, apparently listening to the wireless playing at a low volume. And then he saw Ron. Ron sat in a chair, Jack in front of him, her arms over his knees, neither of them saying a word. It was obvious to Harry, as he'd seen it often enough, that Ron was barely containing his fury. Every now and then he'd see the muscles on Ron's jaw tighten, his hand on Jack's arm, and like almost every other member of his family, Ron was staring off into the distance, not seeing anything. "They've been like this pretty much since the funeral." Bill's low voice made Harry jump. He turned back and saw Bill nod towards the kitchen, so they followed him in there. To Harry it was yet another affront, the huge, gleaming kitchen, motionless. Containers with protective coverings sat piled all over the kitchen, obviously set with Statty's spells to keep them fresh. So many it looked as if the Hogwarts house elves had decided to cook for them for the rest of the year. "Bill, how's she doing?" Tonks' voice made Harry turn his attention from all of the dishes. "Honestly," Bill ran his hands through his long, unkempt hair, causing the dragon fang earring to wobble slightly. "She's really not doing. She's not doing anything. We can't get through to her. It's like she's shut us all out." "Shock," Tonks nodded. "She's in shock and I can't blame her. I'm so sorry, Bill." "Thanks," he replied quickly and without emotion, then caught himself. Looking over at Harry, then back to Tonks, he was tight-lipped for a moment. "Sorry, thank you, really. It's just I've been saying that for so long it's just habit at this time. We've had people send all of this." He motioned towards all the food. "And letters, lots of letters. Had to set a ward to stop the owls, believe it or not. We'd start being sort of okay, and then we'd get another owl end. I think it's been hardest on the twins after Mum, believe it or not. Percy always was a bit of a git, but like the twins said, he's our git after Dad." Tonks put her hand on Bill. "I know it goes without saying, but if there's anything you can do, please let us know." "Us?" Bill paused for a moment, and then hit himself softly on the forehead with his palm. "Godric, that's right, how can I forget? You two are married." "Can I see her?" Harry's voice made Tonks and Bill look at him. After what seemed like a long deliberation, Bill eventually nodded and pointed down the hallway. He'd been in Molly and Arthur's bedroom once before, with Fred and George, as they said it was the best place to eavesdrop on the entire house, but now it felt just wrong. Not only should he not be going into Molly's bedroom, but it was just her bedroom, not Molly and Arthur's bedroom. He hesitated with his hand on the door for what seemed like a long time, but eventually turned the knob and slowly opened the door. She sat in a chair by the window, hands together on her lap, and the first thing he noticed was her hair. Molly's hair was always a very vibrant shade of red, even though it was going a bit gray, but now it was pure, snowy white. That was just wrong. Molly Weasley had red hair just like all of her children. It took him a second to collect himself, but then he walked forward and knelt down in front of her. "Mrs. Weasley." She looked at him for a moment, uncertainty filling her eyes, but then she put a hand forward and touched his hair. "Just like your father." He put his hand up and took her hand in his. He wanted to tell her so much but simply couldn't find the words. Instead, he focused on how her hands felt, still warm, somewhat thin, and his wedding ring clicked slightly on hers. That was what brought her out of it somewhat. "They would be proud of you, Harry." There was none of the energy or life or determination that he was used to hearing in her words. It was so shocking that he couldn't respond. Instead, he simply nodded. When he heard the door open, he couldn't look back to see who it was. He figured it was Tonks, but he was wrong. "Molly, you need to eat something. I brought you some soup." Jack stood in the doorway, a bowl of soup and a spoon in her hand, a napkin draped over her arm. Without hearing confirmation from Molly, she went over, put the bowl on the table, and then took her hands from Harry's, put the spoon in one hand, and sat the napkin on Molly's lap. Like a sleepwalker, Molly acquiesced, spooning small amounts of soup in her mouth. After 2 spoonfuls, she glanced up to Jack. "Needs salt." "Okay, be right back." Jack gave Harry a raised eyebrow and then left the room. No taste. She sat there for a long time, unmoving, simply breathing. After what seemed an eternity, Molly put the spoon down and looked over to Harry, her eyes suddenly lucid and clear, as if the curtain had been pulled away and she was Molly Weasley yet again. "She tries, but she isn't much of a cook." As Harry didn't respond, she fixed him with a glare. "I won't lose you too, Harry. Promise me I won't lose you and you'll protect them. You're Lord Potter. We are an aligned house, Harry." "That means you'll protect them." Harry nodded, determination filling him. I promise, I'll protect them." "Good, thank you." She turned again to the soup. After Jack brought in the salt, she returned to her former state, refusing to respond to even the most mundane questions. Giving up, Harry and Jack left the room. As soon as the door closed behind them, she turned to him. "You need to talk to Ron. I'm afraid he's going to do something stupid." Unfortunately for Harry, he simply responded and laughed slightly. "Of course he will, he's Ron." Realizing what he'd said, he apologized quickly. "Sorry, I saw him, I know what he's like. Everyone else just seems, I dunno, numb, but he's angry, really angry, right?" Jack leaned against the wall of the hallway and crossed her arms over her chest. "You have no idea. Well, you probably do. I've never seen him like this, but if he goes off and something happens, it'll break her for good. Help me, please." "I'll try." As soon as the two of them walked back into the living room, Ron took one look at them, stood up and walked forcefully out of the house, banging the door on the way. The twins and their girlfriends looked up but just shook their heads. Tonks, sitting with Hermione and Charlie, stood up and followed Harry's lead, as he was already out the door walking towards Ron. Jack followed quickly, and soon it was Ron, in the lead, Harry trailing and the rest hurriedly trying to make up ground. When he got to the site of the Weasley pickup Quidditch matches, Ron spun and pointed a finger at Harry. "She told you to tell me to stay here and do nothing, didn't she? She's my girlfriend, but..." Harry held up his hands. "She just asked me to not let you do anything stupid." "Bollocks," Ron shook his head forcefully. "And then you saw Mum. What'd she do, tell you to be all Lord Potter and shite and command me to stay here? Huh, tell the truth." By this time, everyone else had caught up to Harry, but he ignored them. "What? Are you bloody nuts?" Harry was angry now. Heat rose in his chest, and he almost spat out his words. "Yeah, she said stuff about being Lord Potter, but she said to help protect the family and for me to not snuff it. She didn't say a bloody word about making you stay here. Charlie stepped forward. Ron. Ron screwed up his face in disgust. Oh, shut it, Charlie. You and Hermione are gonna be off in America soon anyway. Just run off, that's what you do best. As Hermione held on to Charlie to keep him from pounding his little brother, Jack walked forward and put her hands on Ron's shoulders. He pushed her off, but she put her hands back to their previous position. Ron, I was there, waiting to bring your mum some salt, and I heard everything. He's right, she didn't say you had to stay here. She's just worried you could. You could. Damn it, Ron. His body seemed to lose its tension, and she pulled him close, putting her head against his chest. She doesn't want to lose anyone else, do you blame her? As Ron's head fell down and rested on the top of Jack's head, she continued. Come on, Cannon, you know it's true. She doesn't want to lose you. I don't want to lose you. Ron seemed to slump, falling to his knees. Jack knelt down and put her arms around him as his head rested on her shoulder, dampening her shirt with tears. Harry felt Tonks' hand in his, and when he turned to her, he could see her face tight with emotion. Glancing over, he saw Hermione against Charlie, his arms holding her tightly. As Tonks gently pulled him away, back towards the house, they fell in step with Charlie and Hermione. It was Hermione that broke the silence. He didn't cry at the funeral, hardly said a word. I think he'll be all right. Charlie put his arm around Hermione. Always takes him a while to deal with shit. They walked for a bit more, their steps slow as nobody really wanted to go back into the house. Finally, though, Tonks broke the silence. So are you going to America, Chuck? He shrugged. Dunno, maybe. Hermione looked up sharply at him. I have a job now, you know. Charlie nodded at Hermione and then looked over again to Tonks. Like I said, maybe. After a few more steps, Tonks couldn't contain herself. I can't believe she calls him Cannon. I didn't need to know that. The first official appearance of Tonks and Harry as a married couple was, appropriately enough, a visit to Gringotts. After a rather subdued first night in their shared bed at the lodge, they awoke to both Dobby and Kipsy, urging them to eat, shower, and dress, as they had an appointment with Effie. Neither Harry or Tonks showed much interest in the reactivated Daily Prophet, as the events of the previous day weighed heavily on both of them. Also not high on their list was the official Lord Potter and Lady Black robes laid out by the house elves, which they respectfully declined for more subdued Muggle clothing, Tonks even going as far as to wear a rather sedate jumper. Verbal, as head house elf, insisted that due to recent events, the reinstitution of the temporary government notwithstanding, that he pop them over to the front door of Gringotts. Not wanting to argue over something so trivial, they acquiesced quickly. The goblins let them in immediately, and almost as soon as they stepped foot in Gringotts, a goblin ran off, apparently to notify Effie that they had arrived. One of the guards personally escorted them to Effie's office, and thankfully, she seemed in rather good spirits. After the previous day, they could use something positive. There you are. Effie hopped down from her chair and went over to them, beaming. Congratulations, and Lady Black, that color suits you very well. This, Tonks pulled at the rust-colored jumper, really. What? Oh no, Effie shook her head. I'm speaking about your skin, a very lovely shade. Ah, right, thanks. Tonks nodded, then she and Harry took the seats in front of her desk that Effie gestured towards. After a moment, Effie studied them. Are you too? We went to the burrow, Harry corrected himself. The new burrow. Oh, Effie clasped her hands together. I'm sorry. Harry looked up to her, a determined look upon his face. I spoke to Mrs. Weasley. She asked me, as Lord Potter, to protect her family. I don't care if I have to drain almost every galleon out of my vaults. He turned to Tonks. Sorry, our vaults, and I didn't ask you. It's okay, I agree. Tonks turned to Effie. So what now? Effie glanced down and shuffled parchment around her desk for a moment. Well, that's not the topic I asked to see you concerning, but rest assured the entire weight of Goblin Nation is working with the Ministry and the ICW. The director has called back his best warding team and is personally handling the installation of new wards at the new borough. Good start, Harry nodded, but... Harry, please. Effie held up her hand. One thing at a time. I have several things to go over today, and the quicker we can get through that, we can return to our efforts in removing that scum from our society." "Fine," Harry slouched a bit in his chair. "Bring it on." "Harry," Effie gave him a glance that reminded him of McGonagall. "Lord Potter." "Sorry," he sat up straighter and sighed. "What's the first thing?" Effie reached forward and brought out a piece of parchment. "This is a formal document that will relinquish your current obligations on the High Council. All the other members have signed. We were simply waiting on your return. After you sign, in 1 week, there will be a formal ceremony handing over the government to the ministry." "Merlin, where's a quill?" Tonks sat forward in her seat. "I can't wait." Once quills were produced and signatures were obtained, Effie smiled. "And now we come to one of the better parts of the job. As your representative at Gringotts, may I present your book of holdings? Inside you will find the current balance of your vaults, an inventory of items, your investments and properties. This is the combined estate of both the Black and Potter families. Since this is a joining of families, it is traditional for rename the estate. Historically, the name chosen is that of the male, but—" "Potter Black," Harry answered immediately as he took the large book from Effie. "I won't let the Black name die out. Wouldn't be fair to Sirius." Tonks turned to him. "So you'd be Harry Potter Black. That's a mouthful." "A suggestion." Effie tapped a long finger on the desk. "For legal documents, you would sign as Potter Black, but for everyday usage, may I suggest Lady Black and Lord Potter? Lady Black." "Tonks, please." She looked over to Harry. "No bloody way am I using my first name except when I absolutely have to." "Understood," Effie smiled. "Tonks, you signed the marriage documentation as Potter, did you not?" Harry turned to her. "So you really are Mrs. Potter now, huh?" "Tonks Potter." Tonks wrinkled her nose. "Doesn't really roll of the tongue, does it?" she sighed. "I guess I'll make Mum happy at least a little bit. Dora Potter it is, then." "I'm still calling you Tonks," Harry smirked. "Pratt." Effie cleared her throat. "Now that we've established that portion of our tasks, we can move on. There has been a rather substantial amount of correspondence for you too whilst you were away. Everything from offers regarding business ventures, investments, endorsements, all sorts of things." "Not interested," Harry shook his head. "Not until it's finished." "My thoughts exactly." Effie pushed a piece of parchment towards Harry. "Though I suggest you may want to look at this." He took the parchment from her and began to read, Dora reading over his shoulder. After both of them digested what was on the parchment, they looked to Effie. "Yes, that's correct. Gringotts would like your assistance in funding a special task force made up of all magical beings to finish it, as you said, Harry." "Done," Harry nodded quickly. "Do it." "Very well." Effie then pulled an envelope out her desk drawer. "And now to something a bit more mundane. Headmistress McGonagall has inquired whether you plan on attending Hogwarts when it reopens soon. I understand you wish to pursue the Death Eaters, Harry, but listen to me for a moment." She waited until he seemed ready to listen. "You are the most prominent citizen of magical Britain, whether you wish it or not. People will look to you for a sign that things are returning to normal. If you go to Hogwarts, people will feel that it's safe enough for their children to return. As it currently stands, Headmistress McGonagall is unsure if they would have enough students attending to effectively have a school. This does not mean you will not be involved in the effort to." "He's still alive." Harry's voice was flat and cold. "The dark mark's still active. I don't know how the bloody hell he did it. It must be the snake, but he's still out there in some way. You didn't get the snake, did you?" Effie's crestfallen face told them everything they feared, only reaffirmed by her words. "No, we did not. That is why we, along with the Ministry and the ICWW, are not giving up. But in just 2 weeks, things have drastically improved. Shops are reopening in Diagon Alley, imported goods have started moving again, although slowly. The Daily Prophet is publishing again. Life is moving on, even though we have lost so much. The Weasleys suffered a terrible loss, but some lost even more." "More?" Dora looked at her oddly. "What do you mean?" After closing her eyes for a moment, Effie realized she had to tell him what she had hoped she could put off until their next meeting, after he'd had a chance to absorb everything else. "Harry, as Lord Potter, you own quite a bit of land. Even though the rents go directly to your vault here at the bank, and there hasn't been a true Lord Potter for several years, As lord of the land, you have responsibilities. A small village, almost entirely magical except for a few families, lived on your land. It was a very old village, possibly established before the time of Merlin. Harry looked at her oddly. What do you mean, lived? Effie pursed her lips. They were all killed. Every last man, woman, child, and beast, all of them. Good God, Dora shook her head. How many? Approximately 300 souls. Harry sat there, stunned. What can I do? Well, Effie looked at her desk for another piece of parchment. The temporary ministry sent over some statistics. There are many witches and wizards, like the Weasleys, whose homes were destroyed. Currently, the houses at the village on your land are in severe need of repair. There is a housing shortage for magical people in Britain, Harry. They do not know how to function in Muggle cities. Currently, they're all housed on the grounds at Hogwarts in temporary shelters. That's partly why Hogwarts is still closed. If you would consent to rebuilding. Do it, Harry nodded. And while they're at it, have them build a house for us. He turned to Dora. Someplace smaller just for us, someplace. Not filled with antlers, Dora nodded. Yeah, sounds good. Do it, and spare no expense. Harry told Effie and saw her nod, but then things changed. The walls of Effie's office seemed to dissolve, leaving him standing on the top of a gentle rising hill, the sun shining brightly overhead. Trees dotted the land except for a small series of stone houses, very small houses, and outside of those houses stood a man he would recognize anywhere, especially since he had seen him in his dreams and in the vision at his wedding. Herewield. Herewield stood there, his arm around a woman as it seemed a celebration of sorts was going on. Then, once again, the vision shifted. The trees were fewer, more larger houses appeared, but what made Harry shiver was the sight of a large bonfire in the middle of a clearing, heaps of what seemed to be bodies dotting the grass, and as the rain began to fall, a single horse came into view. A horse bearing a rider he also recognized, as it was Magdalene Potter, her armor splattered with blood, her spear raised high. A spear that was topped with a severed head. She raised the spear again as a cheer went through the people gathering around, and then Magdalene turned her gaze from the bonfire and looked straight at Harry. It was at that moment that Harry snapped back to reality. He saw Effie give him a slightly odd glance. Sorry, thinking about things. Dora leaned over and put her head close to his. I saw it too. Turning back to Effie, they both nodded. Dora spoke for the both of them. We'd like a house there as well. What's the name of the village? Madra Dub or Black Dog is the old name, the first name we see in the records, but it has been known for some time as Blackholme Village. Effie saw them exchange a glance. Is something wrong? No, Harry smiled. I think it's perfect. Very well. Effie put the parchment on her desk into a pile and sat it to the side of her desk. I think that's enough for today. If there's anything else, I'll send you an owl. More than that, though, welcome home. Chapter 20. My spidey senses are tingling. A cool wind blew over the hill, enough to make a person raise their collar or pull their robe closer to their body, but the chill was lessened by the bright sunlight. The sun, however, did not seem to raise any spirits amongst those toiling down in the little valley. Harry stood up on the hillside, next to Effie, wearing those ancient Lord Potter mucking about outside, clothes that were still in his wardrobe. Verbal was still rather insistent that even if he was just going to visit Blackholme Village, or what was left of the village, that he look the part of the lord of the land. Sometimes the house elf could be a bit much, but since he still didn't have a lot of Muggle clothing, he agreed with Verbal, mostly to avoid an argument. Not that Verbal argued, actually. More often than not, the old elf just suggested things in a tone that made it known that it really wasn't a suggestion. Regardless, as the wind whipped up again, Harry was glad he had on thick trousers, a heavy cabled wool jumper, and boots appropriate for hunting something with antlers under the thick black cloak. Tonks stood a ways off, speaking to an Auror she'd known when she served in that capacity, the two of them looking out over the activity. Harry watched as she put her hand on the man's shoulder. Being at Blackholme was affecting the Auror, and Harry's thoughts went to the reason. Did he grow up in the village? Did his parents or grandparents or other family live there? Sickle for your thoughts, Harry. He turned and saw Effie standing there, giving him an odd look. Just wondering why it's affecting that Auror. The village, I mean. hard not to be affected. Understandable, Effie nodded. It reminds me of pictures of certain parts of Britain after the last Muggle War. The Muggles weren't the only ones to suffer in that war, you understand. Harry's thoughts went back to when he was in Muggle school, how one of his instructors had done several lessons on World War II. As he looked out over the village, he could see the similarities. Houses were only partially standing. Sometimes there wasn't much left except a wall with a chimney or a part of a roof. Even now, with the passage of time and the wind and everything, a vague smoke smell seemed to permeate everything. But there was movement. A group of wizards and witches were waving their wands, vanishing ruined walls and clearing rubble. A group of goblins stood with several odd-looking tools in their hands, working hard on a large stone house that seemed as if it would tumble down if a single brick was removed. Tonks turned back to Harry, pointed down towards the village, and walked off with the Auror. As she made her way through the rocks and long grass, he turned to Effie. "Where will our house be?" "Ah," Effie smiled and then reached into the canvas coat and pulled out a piece of parchment. The wind began to play with the parchment, trying to get it out of her fingers, so she scowled and looked around for some place out of the wind. It made Harry smile, watching her. Before Sirius, Will Reading, if you would have told him that he had a Gringotts account manager. That would have been enough to make him nervous. Goblins didn't have the best reputations amongst the wizarding populace. Rebellions tend to do that. But now, watching Effie, with her somewhat overly large coat and the floral print kerchief around her head, he had a sudden thought that she reminded him of pictures of Queen Elizabeth that he'd seen when she was out in the countryside. It made him smile, thinking that not only was Effie his account manager, but that he considered her a friend. A good friend, whose advice he counted upon. Finally, though, Effie found a little spot a bit further down the hill, a slow dip that was blocked from the wind by the combination of a rather large rock and a tree that had been severed, its top torn off, leaving only a broad trunk and scorched, splintered shards of wood exposed. He followed her over, and once they'd maneuvered behind the rock, the wind seemed to drop away. Great Gorsnock, that wind. Effie shook her head, once again reached into her coat for the parchment, and this time successfully flattened out the roll on the back of the rock. This is the current state of the village. As you can see, the houses were not situated in any particular design. The streets were somewhat meandering and crooked. We could change that, but I feel it would remove part of the charm of the village. Too much change might. It's fine with me, the streets, Harry nodded. I've lived where everything is orderly and boring. True. Effie nodded and began speaking again rather quickly, hopping to keep those memories from surfacing for Harry. There is a spot here that is the former location of one of the larger houses. Tradition says that it is the spot where one of your ancestors lived, but no verification of that legend has ever been verified. It is a rather nice spot for a house. The stream runs at the back of the property. You could have a nice garden, and it is in the middle of the village. She paused and turned to him. Unless you'd like to build here, up on the hill. And look down at everybody. Harry shook his head. Nah, doesn't feel right. I don't want anybody to think Lord Potter is looking down on them in any way. He paused. I like it, but I think I should talk to Tonks before making any decisions. Effie chuckled as she rolled up the parchment. You may only have been married a short time, Harry, but you're smarter than many new husbands. Thanks, Harry shrugged. Just seems the right thing to do. Remember that feeling. It will serve you well not only in your marriage but also in the future. Speaking of the future. Harry groaned. Is this about Hogwarts again? I told you I'd go. No, it's not about Hogwarts. It's concerning the meeting with the Ministry tomorrow. I've sent the information to the lodge and the owl came back. Have you read? She looked up and saw his expression. Harry, Lord Potter, you need to read your parchment. It explains what will happen. Why haven't you read it yet? Harry blushed. Kinda forgot about it, Dora, Effie bit her lip to keep from laughing. It was quite obvious to her why a newly married Lord Potter hadn't read the information. Yes, well, I'll speak to Lady Black about it. After stuffing the parchment back in her coat, she adjusted her kerchief and motioned down towards the village. Perhaps you'd like to go down and see how things are progressing. It was quite the sight for the workers below, walking down the hill in close conversation, was a teenage boy and what looked like the world's shortest grandmother. Looks could be deceiving, though, as they all knew that Lord Potter was heading towards them with one of the most influential goblins in the wizarding world. Once again, Harry wished that the official Lord Potter robes were more comfortable. With all the magic in the world, why couldn't they not itch? It had to be the collar, which was, for some reason, very high and fastened with a gold insignia of his house, the griffin bearing a sword. Plus, the bloody stuff was hot. He pulled at his collar again before Tonks elbowed him. Leave it alone. But the damn thing. Behind them, in their seats along the side of the large room at the ministry, Harry heard a very familiar sigh. He glanced back and was right. In her new official robes, Daphne Greengrass stood behind their chairs. "Hey, Daphne." Complaining again, she looked over and saw Tonks nod. "Let me guess, Itchy." Yeah," Harry nodded. With a roll of the eyes, Daphne took out her wand. "Sit still." One wand wave later, she saw Harry relax. Turning to Tonks, she shook her head. "Still crap at the fashion spells, nymph." Dora nodded. "You know it, Lady Daff." She patted the seat next to her. "Here all by your lonesome, or?" "Yes." Daphne sat down quickly, adjusting her formal robe effortlessly. "Thank Merlin. Mum's been on me all day about looking like a proper lady, as if I didn't know. Who did she think helped Daddy all those years?" She held up a hand to stop the comments she knew would come. "It is quite all right. He would be happy to know that someone finally changed things, even if it was Creevy, of all people." "Hey," Harry leaned across Dora slightly. "Colin's not a bad guy, he's just a bit excitable." "Oh, I'm quite aware," Daphne nodded. "But he is. He is such a Gryffindor. Nobody else I could think of would willingly give away the title except you." She saw Harry's expression and hurried ahead. "But we didn't just leave him with nothing. The Supreme Mugwump said there would be something for him, not that I know exactly what he meant by that, but apparently Mr. Creevy is happy with the result. I'll find out later today, as Mum invited him and his family over for supper. I can't wait." Dora nudged her. "You'll live. What's the worst that could happen? Hey, maybe there's a marriage contract in it for you, just think." Daphne held up her hand. "It was bad enough being your lady-in-waiting. Don't even tease me about that." "Worked out fine for us, though." Dora elbowed Harry. "Right. I thought it would be mental, but it's really good, actually." Harry smiled. "Really brilliant." Before Daphne could respond, more people began filing into the room. Older witches and wizards that wore official ministry robes. Then the Supreme Mugwump of the ICWW entered along with Amelia Bones, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and others. Towards the back of the crowd entering the room, Harry noticed two familiar faces, Remus Lupin and Ted Tonks. Neither of them saw him, unfortunately, as he was curious why they were in attendance. He glanced over to Tonks, but she shook her head and gave him a no-clue expression. He turned back to the door just in time to see a delegation of goblins enter, Effie in her best next to the director of Gringotts. It made him happy to see her there, knowing the problems she had with some of the other goblins that thought she shouldn't be there simply because she was female. Standing next to the goblin of Goblin Nation would hopefully squash that shite. Eventually, after everyone was seated at a large, round table, the Supreme Mugwump stood up. "I would like to thank each of you for your attendance today. The International Confederation of Wizards and Witches is here today to simply bear witness that the ceremony regarding the transition of power is completed within international guidelines. At this time, would the High Council please come forward?" The table seemed to split apart, leaving a rather wide opening at the far end. Harry knew from the parchment that he and Dora had finally read it had ended up under the bed with a pair of Dora's knickers, that this was the moment that required their participation. As they assembled, the unspeakable Saul Croaker came forward, levitating the Magia Magnum concordant in front of them. He stood there, next to Tonks and Daphne, with Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, and Bill Weasley off to the side, separated from them by a couple of older wizards that he'd only met a few times before. Lords Maltensia and Orchata were silent, somewhat puffed up and looked as if they'd rather be anywhere else. The Supreme Mugwump nodded at Croaker, so he stepped forward. "Lords and ladies of the realm, we have received your parchment. At this time, the High Council will be dissolved until the magic of the Magia Magnum concordant requires your participation. All governance of the magical state of Britain will now pass to the Ministry of Magic, the Wizengamot, and all other offices thereof. Please affirm your statements by saying, "I," and raising your wand. Harry followed the directions, as did all of the other High Council. As soon as the words left their lips, a pale white light glowed from the tips of their wands. Croaker nodded. "It is affirmed by writing, word, and deed, so mote it be." Harry quickly stifled a laugh as he heard Dora mutter, "I hate that phrase," under her breath. The Supreme Mugwump then stood up. "Lords and ladies of Britain, the International Confederation of Wizards and Witches thanks you for your service. You may now be seated." Thankful that it was finally over, Harry quickly took his seat next to Dora, noticing that she'd quickly unfastened the clasp at the top of her robe. He also noticed that she'd undone another button, giving him a small glimpse of cleavage. It was while wondering exactly what she had on under her robe, as she dressed in the loo after he'd thrown on his things, that he realized that he'd missed something. Standing up there with the Supreme Mugwump, making an oath, was Neville's Gran. He nudged Dora and leaned over so as not to have to speak very loudly. "What's going on?" What's happening?" She gave him an odd look. "Stop messing about." "I'm not." He heard someone shush him from behind, so he leaned in closer. "I was distracted. You know why." "Oh," Dora smiled, and then, with an arch of her eyebrow, she looked down. "These old things." "Damn it, Dora." "Fine. Neville's Gran is the new Minister for Magic." "Whoa." Harry sat back and then looked over to Neville, who seemed to be display a surprising combination of feelings, proud yet somewhat nervous at the same time. Poor Neville. "Poor Neville, my arse. She's a tough old bird. Good choice." As Augusta Longbottom took the oath of office, Harry thought about the new ministry's choice of leaders, finally coming to the conclusion that they'd made a good decision. Mrs. Longbottom was well versed in politics, even if she didn't exert that influence directly. She'd almost been killed at the Wizengamot, so it was clear that she'd never side with Voldemort. More than that, though, was that she didn't seem the type to put up with petty politics shite. Still, though, it was somewhat of a surprise, as he had thought that Amelia Bones was the most likely candidate. Surprises seemed to be the order of the day, though. The Wizengamot was completely restructured, with nary a dissenting voice. 2 new houses of the Wizengamot were formed, the House of Wands, which were elected seats for witches and wizards not traditionally considered for the Wizengamot. In other words, Muggleborns. The other new house was the most surprising, the House of Magic. After all this time, after all the rebellions, goblins and other sentient magical beings were a part of the government. He sat there, somewhat shocked, trying to imagine a centaur in a government debate about cauldron bottoms, and had to stifle a laugh. If his interactions with centaurs were any indication, their comments would be obscure and never really address the topic. The 3rd house of the Wizengamot, which he knew he would be a part of along with his wife, Neville, Daphne, and Bill Weasley, was the House of Nobles. To pass any legislation, all 3 houses would have to agree. But in the case of disagreements, there were provisions put into place to ensure that every side would be heard and their votes counted. From there, it was a blur for Harry as people came forward when called, took their oath, and signed some parchment. For the most part, it was the boring stuff, like being in charge of magical transportation, and Amelia Bones was in charge of the DMLE as expected. But there were a few surprises. Dora let out a rather loud, "Bloody hell," to a few laughs as her father came forward and assumed the mantle of office for the new Department of Muggle Relations and Cooperation. Harry chuckled along with the rest of the assembled crowd as Ted blatantly winked at Dora on the way back to his seat next to a beaming Andromeda. Then, in the best clothing and robes Harry had ever seen, Remus Lupin went forward and was sworn in as the Ministry's ambassador to the United Magical States. Dora leaned over. "My spidey senses are tingling. Bet there's a witch on the ICWW who will be pleased." "Spidey sense," Harry looked at her oddly. "What's that?" With a heavy, resigned sigh, Dora shook her head. "You have so much to learn, Padawan." "You're not making any sense." Later, when the last major appointment was completed, some wizard who looked to be 100 years old if he was a day, but still had the build of someone who could still play beater, when he was installed as the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sport. Everything was finally finished. Augusta stood up in front of everyone, promised that everything would be published in the new, reformed Daily Prophet, and that the date of elections would be posted shortly. That seemed to be the end of the ceremony, as the photographers came forward, and there were a lot of pictures. Harry and Dora, unfortunately, were required to be in several of them. The only thing making it bearable was that Dora teased Neville about dancing with Daphne at the wedding. He blushed horribly. As everyone seemed to mill around, not knowing exactly what to do next, Dora wanted to speak to her parents. She took Harry's hand and was working her way through the crowd when they got separated. Harry watched as she finally made her way to her parents, and as she hugged both of them, he felt a tug on his sleeve. "Hi, Harry." Colin Creevey stood next to Harry, ecstatic as usual, and wearing a dark burgundy-colored robe. "Guess what? Since I gave up being Lord Greengrass and they are several noble houses without heads now because of you-know-who, the unspeakables did work on my heritage. I'm the new Lord Macbeth." "Really? That's great, Colin." Harry glanced over at Dora, who saw who he was speaking with, and nodded. At least she understood. "Oh yeah, it's really great." Colin almost bounced on his feet. "I've got land in Scotland too. I hoped we'd be neighbors, but it's way up north, almost in Scandinavia. It's not big, tiny really, but I'm still in the House of Nobles. Just think, we'll get to hang out all the time now. Can I get a picture?" Harry blinked as Colin handed a camera to what could only be his mum, as the woman had the same hair and excitable personality. She beamed as Colin stood next to Harry, and the flash went off almost immediately. "Thanks, Mum. Harry, this is my mum." As Harry shook hands with Anna Creevey, he was thankfully saved by his wife. After goodbyes were said and hands were shook, he followed Dora out of the room. "Thank Merlin you showed up. Couldn't leave you with Creevey too long. He'd have a million pictures and introduce you to his fourth cousin twice removed, and you'd be attending Sunday dinner for a month. Come on, we're going over to Mum and Dad's." For the next month things progressed almost normally, but Harry never did feel truly at ease. In the back of his mind he knew that if the goblins didn't get the snake it wasn't finished. He had plenty to keep him occupied, though. The village was coming along. The combined efforts of the witches, wizards, and goblins helped move that project along quickly. That was the easy part, watching the houses take shape. His house, though, was quite the different matter. Dora had asked him so many questions on what he wanted, and was rather irritated that Harry really didn't have an opinion. He knew what he didn't want, a replica of Privet Drive, but beyond that he really didn't have much experience in putting together a house. Eventually, Dora called him a useless pillock, and with her mother and laid out the house. 5 bedrooms, multiple wash closets, a library, and other rooms were added up, laid out and sent off with their goblin builder, a rather young goblin Effie recommended named Bluntedge. Once that was sorted, it was on to his next task, one that was much more unpleasant after so long away from Hogwarts, preparation for returning to school. Hermione, unsurprisingly, had owled McGonagall regarding lessons and what should be done to prepare them for re-entry into class, so every day she arrived with a rucksack full of books. Thankfully for Harry, Misery had company, as Ginny, Ron, Neville, and Daphne also attended the informal preparation classes. He wasn't sure who disliked it more, Ron or Hermione. Ron disliked it because, well, he was Ron, but Hermione disliked it because Ron was even worse about his studies than he was when was actually at Hogwarts. It didn't make things easier for Ron that, when he was at the lodge in class, that Jack was back home with her parents. That was a temporary solution, as Jack would soon be heading back to live with her parents full-time, making Ron sullen and irritated on the best of days. Harry understood Ron's irritation, though, as he wasn't getting any information about the effort to get Voldemort from anybody. His own wife, part of the task force put together by the Aurors and Goblins, was unable to tell him a single scrap due to her confidentiality oath. She'd disappear all day, sometimes for a couple of days, and when she'd return she'd try to make him feel better about her absence, but she knew that the lack of information was making him stroppy. It was at the end of the month, waiting for Hermione and everyone to arrive for yet another lesson, that Harry finally had enough. He sat at his small table in his bedroom, looked over at Dora's side of the bed, still mussed from when she got up and left before he woke up, and made a decision. Casting off his pajamas, he went over to the wardrobe, pulled on some khaki trousers, and threw on a jumper. Even the gaudily colored argyle socks that Dobby always provided didn't lift his mood. Jamming his feet into a pair of wellies, he grabbed a coat that seemed to be made of dragon hide and had almost made it out of the room when Kipsy stood in front of him, blocking the door. It is almost being time for Master Harry's lessons. He shook his head. Not today. I'm going down to the village. Tell them I'll be back later. Kipsy shook a finger at him. Miss Hermione. We'll live. He stood closer to the door. Kipsy, I need to get out of here, just for today, okay? I promise I'll make it up. Have Hermione leave the books or whatever. The little house elf studied her master and then moved aside. Very well. The broom ride down to the village was glorious. With the wind whipping through his hair, Harry felt everything seemed to fall away. His shoulders easing as tension he didn't know was there disappeared. With the sky as clear as a ringing bell, he swooped up and down, reveling in the freedom of flight. In the air there were no lessons, no house plans, no Voldemort, nothing but the sheer exhilaration of speed. Eventually, though, he reached his destination. The village came into view quite clearly, and even from his height up almost in the clouds, he could see workers busy on houses, streets being reformed, people everywhere. He circled once or twice, taking it all in before landing near where his new house was beginning to take shape. Lord Potter, a goblin with a pencil stuck behind his ear, looked up from blueprints magicked to a wooden table. Hi, Bluntedge. We're making good progress, Lord. Harry waved him off. I know, I'm not worried about that, just needed to get away for a bit. Bluntedge's nerves abated, and he smiled a rather toothy grin. Would you like a tour? No, that's okay. I think I'll just wander around a bit. I promise I won't get in the way. Suit yourself. As Harry wandered through the house, trying to imagine which room was which, he found himself feeling suffocated. It was still too much. The house made him think of Dora, which made him think of Voldemort, and that just made things worse. He walked though what would probably be a wall, its framing up, and went out to an old tree stump that sat not too far away from the house. It was quite peaceful there, even with the sounds of hammers and other construction sounds, and as he watched a garden gnome pull itself out of the ground, things shifted. All of the sounds fell away until he couldn't hear them anymore. The light changed due to an overcast sky, and a chill descended. As he looked back towards the house, it wasn't there any longer. The village didn't appear. Instead, it was an expanse of green stretching out as far as the eye could see. And then he saw them, two figures walking towards him, a man and a woman. The woman he recognized immediately as it was Magdalene Potter, his ancestor, but he didn't know the man. As they came closer, the man looked familiar, but he couldn't put his finger on exactly why. Harry, Magdalene stopped a few meters away from him, her face showing her obvious joy in seeing him. It is good to see you. You too, I guess, Harry nodded. What happened? We are in the place in between. That is why we can speak to you. She motioned towards the man. Harry, may I introduce you to your great-grandfather Constantine? Harry took him in, and it was then that he realized why the man looked familiar. Constantine had the same hair and build that he did, down to the skinny frame that Dora had constantly told him that he would grow out of. Now, seeing Constantine, he hoped that the aging thing he'd had happen what seemed ages ago would actually come to pass, and he wouldn't be that thin. It is very good to meet you, young Harry. Constantine beamed at him. You've made us all very proud. Thanks, Harry nodded. About the house we're building. They think it might be where. Magdalene laughed. That's where the barn for the Ethonian horses was located. The house was rather small. I believe it was located where the street now is placed. Oh, okay. Harry once again nodded, not knowing what to say. He sat there for a long time until he couldn't stand it. So what's the reason for your visit? Harry, Constantine's face was drawn. You have far to go before it is over. I dare say things will be worse before they get better. Bloody hell, Harry sighed. Figures just my luck. But you are lucky, lad. Constantine arched an eyebrow. You have a rather fetching wife, if I may say. Quite the witch. We've seen your future and you've had glimpses. Daughters, yeah, I know. Harry adjusted his glasses. 3. Constantine smirked. If you say so, but our time here is short. I've come to give you advice. Trust your instincts. Trust your friends. You will know when to act and when to stay your hand. The future is written, but it is not written in stone. Harry cocked his head to the side. Are you sure you aren't a centaur? Constantine threw back his head and laughed. Herewield was right about you. Keep that sense of humor. It will serve you well and save you from the darkest of days. Do not discount humor. It kept me sane at Hogwarts and will do the same for you. Hogwarts, Harry rolled his eyes. Don't remind me. Constantine stepped forward and knelt on one knee, eye level with the still-seated Harry. Do not discount an education. You are Lord Potter, but you will need help. Education and friends will help you. He turned and looked at Magdalene. I'm giving him a gift, and if you don't like it. Magdalene waved her hand in agreement. By all means. Beaming, Constantine waved his hand at Harry. As he did so, a pale blue light emerged from his hand and covered Harry, dissipating almost immediately. What was that? Harry looked down at his arms and then up to Constantine. I don't feel any different. With a smirk, his great-grandfather waggled an eyebrow. Oh, you'll know when the time comes, trust me. Constantine stood up. Now I'm afraid my time is at an end. Before I go, let me tell you that we're all very, very proud of you. All of us, especially your parents. Sirius as well. Sirius, Mum and Dad. Harry stood up. What have they said? Constantine sadly shook his head. I'm afraid that's beyond what I can say, my boy, but know that they are proud and that we're watching. Seeing Harry's look of embarrassment, he laughed. Don't worry, not everything. He glanced over Harry's shoulder to where the house would eventually stand. 5 bedrooms, eh? Harry nodded. Yeah, our bedroom, 3 for the girls and a guest room. Andromeda insisted. Smart woman. Constantine began to fade, his appearance becoming more transparent. And our time is at an end. Magdalene. She took Constantine's arm, and the two of them waved at Harry. And then he was back sitting on the stump, the sounds of construction all around him. Harry sat there for a while, contemplating things, and then took a look at his watch. He'd been gone 2 hours. If he pushed it on the broom, maybe Hermione wouldn't be that put out. When he got back to his broom, he laughed softly. Hermione would definitely be put out, but after he told her what happened, she probably wouldn't be that irritated. Dora sat at her desk at Gringotts and looked around the room. The maps on the wall had black pins in the spots where they'd captured Death Eaters. Unfortunately, there weren't that many pins. The goblin next to her, a crusty old warrior missing half an ear and with scars that would make Moody look like a fresh-faced firstie, was scribbling on parchment, oblivious to everything. She liked Elmer, even though that wasn't his real name. He'd said his real name was too hard to pronounce except in gobbledygook, so they stuck with Elmer. It was funny to her at first, but after that first Death Eater encounter, when she saw him with that poleaxe, she changed her tune. There was no way in bloody hell she was going to tease him, not after what was left of that Death Eater who tried to curse him. They had some success, that was true, but they never seemed to get any closer to their real goal, that damned snake. For the others on the team it was personal, as they had all lost people to the Death Eaters and Voldemort, but for her it was quite different. If she was to have any hope of having a real life with her husband, it was abso-fucking-lutely imperative that they get that goddamned snake. To make things even worse, they'd found what looked like a snake carcass in an abandoned house way off in the arse end of nowhere. And initially they'd hoped that it was the snake, but nobody could say for sure, so nothing changed. She put her hands behind her head and leaned back in her chair. Unfortunately for her, this was the exact moment that Kingsley Shacklebolt came in. Working hard, I see. She took her feet off of the desk and sat up straight. Sorry, boss. Thankfully, Kingsley didn't say anything, as he knew what she was like as an Auror. It was odd, Kingsley chairing the task force along with a goblin, but it made sense that he couldn't take up his old position as Auror since it had been outed that he was sleeping with the director of the DMLE. It did make it easier for her, though, as she knew and trusted him. Kingsley pulled a chair from an empty desk and sat down next to her. Tonks, I've got a job for you and your specific skills. She rolled her eyes. Just say you need a metamorphagus. Okay, I need a metamorphagus. Fine, fine, she edged forward. I need a picture at least, preferably a full-body shot. He nodded. I do, but I think in this case it might not be necessary. Kingsley took out a photo and slid it across her desk. She recognized the woman before she picked up the photo. Standing next to her husband was Narcissa Malfoy. Bloody fucking hell. Precisely. We've tracked her to a small villa in France. France? Kingsley nodded. We have the full cooperation of the French government for this mission. Your contact will be Émile de Lacre. He saw her eyes widen. Yes, he is the father of. Fleur's father, damn. Dora sat the photo down. When does this start? Immediately, I'm afraid. Time is of the essence here. He pulled out a folder fastened at the top with a seal. This is your briefing. You can read it when you reach your first destination, the de Lacre's house. The portkey leaves in 1 hour. Unfortunately, that means that you don't have time to say goodbye to Harry. Bloody hell. Dora sat back and wrapped her arms around her sides. He won't like that. Can't be helped. We'll send him word. He sat there for a moment and then glanced down at the photo. So can you. With a deep breath, Dora concentrated, feeling her body change. Eventually, she looked up at Kingsley, this time a bit more eye to eye as she was taller. How's that? Perfect, Kingsley nodded. Now please change back, that's rather unnerving. Relaxing her body, Dora felt herself shrink slightly. She took the folder from Kingsley, but saw him look at her oddly. What? He reached up, miming touching his hair. It's... She lifted up her hand and pulled down her hair. It was thick, dark hair, black hair. Damn it. Chapter 21. A team, a task force, and allies. As the day began to make its presence known through the heavy drapes, Harry once again woke to find himself alone. For the last 2 weeks, he'd woken up every morning, hopping to find her as he usually did, sprawled out and taking up 3/4 of the bed, snoring slightly, but it wasn't to be. Resigning himself to yet another day of faffing about in the mornings, and possibly taking yet another broom ride down to the village, Harry slid a leg out of bed, flipped the covers back, and sat up. After stretching a bit, he reached over, put on his glasses, and padded ungracefully towards the loo. Once the morning duties were fulfilled, he went to the wardrobe and stood there for a moment. Thankfully, all the old clothes were moved to a different wardrobe, as he couldn't imagine what Kipsy's reaction would have been if he'd asked her to get rid of the old clothing. Instead, there was a selection of normal, Muggle clothing in there. He'd offhandedly mentioned to Hermione, during one of their study sessions, that he was tired of wearing the old things that were in the wardrobe, and the next day she'd arrived not only with the customary books, but also a selection of Muggle clothing catalogs. From there, it was easy enough. He just marked the things he thought weren't that bad and then called Kipsy. She took care of the rest, not bothering with sizes, saying that she would coordinate everything with Effie. When Hermione gave him an odd look and mentioned that usually people needed to try clothing on at the shops, he offhandedly remarked that what didn't fit Kipsy could fix. Hermione was rather irritated with him the rest of the day. He knew she was really trying to understand house elves, but she didn't understand that having Kipsy make the clothing fit him perfectly would make the little elf happy. So after pulling on a pair of jeans, a plain blue t-shirt, and a pair of trainers, he headed down to breakfast. As always, Kipsy had everything laid out for him. A full breakfast, tea, the daily profit, and a list of things that needed done. Usually it wasn't much, just a few things he needed to sign for Effie. Things like authorizing her to get rid of some of the nastier investments from the Black family, or giving him a briefing on other opportunities. But for some reason, he just didn't feel like doing any of it. Dora had been gone too long, and he hadn't heard a bloody fucking thing. To make matters worse, it was Monday the 28th, and his 17th birthday was in 3 days. He knew it really didn't matter, turning 17, when he was already an adult in the eyes of the wizarding world, thanks to Sirius Emancipation edict in the will, not to mention the whole Lord Potter bit, but for some reason it was bothering him. His mind went back to his 11th birthday, out on that horrible island with the Dursleys, and even though he knew that Hagrid had found him, had told him he was a wizard, that even though his life had changed drastically since then, a part of him still heard Vernon's voice in his head, telling him he was nothing. A freak. Even though he knew he wasn't a freak, that he was a wizard, sometimes he still felt that way, in the small part of his mind that knew that it was so far from the truth it was laughable. But in his dark moments he still felt that way. Even amongst the witches and wizards, the way that they looked at him, he still felt like a freak. A freak who was turning 17, whilst his wife was Merlin knows where doing Merlin knows what. Thankfully, Kipsy came in to break his foul mood. "Master Harry, is breakfast not being tasty?" He looked down to his plate and noticed he hadn't touched a thing. "Oh no, sorry Kipsy. Sorry, I'm sure it's fine. Just not very hungry this morning." Kipsy gave him a pointed look. Master Harry must keep up his strength. Eyes come to tell you that the Earl of Weasley is being in the flu. It took a second for Harry to register exactly who she meant. "Oh, Ron, tell him to come on through." Kipsy nodded and headed out of the room, muttering under her breath that she'd need to cook more to feed Ron. After a few moments, Ron headed into the room, looking about as happy with life as his friend. He nodded to Harry, sat down at the table, and shook his head. "You too, huh?" "What?" "Tonks is out, huh? I know how you feel. I haven't seen Jack in ages." He paused. "You gonna eat that sausage?" "Help yourself. I'm sure Kipsy's bringing more." "Thanks." Ron reached over and plucked the sausage off the plate. After a rather large bite and a quick chew, he looked over to Harry. "Food's rotten at home these days. Mum's still not cooking, so it's just us. Ginny's trying, and she's not half bad, but it's not the same. If I have to eat one more thing that's been under stasis for... Sorry, it's horrible at home these days." "How's your mum?" Ron had just about taken another bite of sausage but lowered it and shook his head. "The same. Just sits in there, says a word every now and then. Fred and George are at their shop most of the time. They're living in the flat over the shop. Wish they'd take me with them, but..." Kipsy entered, levitating another plate in front of her laden with food. She saw the sausage in Ron's hand, placed the plate down in front of him, but transferred the sausage on his plate over to Harry's and then left without a word. "Don't think she's happy with me popping over for breakfast." Harry shrugged. "She's been on me to eat more. Kinda reminds me of your mum." "You mean how Mum used to be before everything?" Ron sat back in his chair. "I thought when the dark wanker snuffed at things would be better, and after Dad things were bad, but if anything they're even worse now. I think the only one who's even close to being happy these days is Charlie, and that's because Hermione's over all the time. Her mum doesn't come over anymore. Her and Bill are done and he's not taking it too well. Tries to hide it, and he's better at it than most of us, but I know the signs. Just hope Jack doesn't get tired of writing letters all the time and chucks me." Harry gave Ron a "you're being thick" mate look. "I wouldn't worry about that too much, Canon." "Shit," Ron slumped. "Wish you'd never heard that." Seeing Harry shrug, he went on. "And sorry about what happened out there, yelling at everyone. Sorry." "It's all right, mate." Harry took up his tea. "I understand. If it makes you feel any better, I'm useless these days. All I do is read this crap." He picked up the folder of things from Gringotts and let it fall to the table. "Wander around the village and go to Hermione's study sessions. I have no idea what's going on." Ron laughed mirthlessly. "And we're just supposed to go back in September, get on the express and go to class like nothing's happened. We've fought Death Eaters. Like I give a shit if I get a detention or don't put enough detail on a parchment." Harry saw Kipsy peek around the corner. We better eat or someone will not be happy." Ron scratched his head and then picked up his fork. "You know, before I would have done about anything to have a house elf. Now I'm not so sure." After a rather large mouthful of beans, he looked across the table. "Hey, you know the cannons are starting back up. Want to go watch practice? It's open to the public. Come on, it'd be good for both of us. Quidditch, none of..." He paused. "Nothing else, just Quidditch. Don't make me go by myself." After everything that had gone on for the last few weeks, Harry latched on to the idea, which he would have dismissed before without a second thought, as a cannon's practice would not be as exciting for him than it would be for Ron. But at the moment, he latched on to the idea like a life raft. Why not? After all, I want to see my future investment. Ron shook his fork at Harry, bits of egg falling off. "Don't even joke about that." He paused and stared at Harry intensely. "Unless you're serious." Ron's visit to Harry that morning was not just a random event. In fact, it was a shrewdly calculated maneuver to make sure that Harry was out and about and not at the lodge. During one of their late-night wedding planning sessions, Dora had offhandedly mentioned that Harry had never truly had a good birthday party. Daphne couldn't quite believe that. After all, he was Harry Potter. But it was true. Dora knew that his 17th birthday was coming up, one of the very big ones for the wizarding world, and was determined to give Harry a good birthday. She also quite enjoyed using her clout as Lady Black to delegate the task of planning everything to Daphne, using the reasoning that her lady-in-waiting was doing such a good job with the wedding that something like a boring old normal birthday party would be a piece of cake. Daphne, realizing what had just happened, responded in a manner and with language that let her true feelings be known, but agreed nonetheless. With her usual foresight into such matters, Daphne had called in the house elves, who were more than happy to assist. Once the house elves had agreed, Daphne had turned to Dora with a self-satisfied smirk. It was appropriate that the party was to be held in Scotland because, as the poet Robbie Burns wrote, the best laid schemes o' mice and men / gang afterglay. In this case, it was obvious that Burns was a muggle as he forgot house elves. The party was to begin at 5. Ron's part of the plan was to take Harry to the open practice, which began at 2, and have him back at the lodge right at 5. As Daphne stood near the table with food and drink, helping herself to the umpteenth cup of punch, she couldn't help but notice that the large clock over the mantel of the fireplace read 7:30. For the first hour, everyone seemed quite all right to have Harry run late, but when it began to stretch into the second hour, the assembled crowd began to get a little restless. Heard anything? Ginny Weasley stood there, Luna Lovegood next to her, both of them in normal muggle clothing. Daphne looked at the two of them and corrected herself. Weasley looked normal, but Lovegood was. Well, she was normal for Lovegood. She had no idea whatsoever where the girl had procured pink and purple leopard print tights, and pairing those with a green and yellow plaid shirt was eye-watering in its own right. Topping it off was the fact that Lovegood wore one blue welly and one green welly. After collecting herself, Daphne shook her head. I'm afraid not. I'm about ready to send one of the house elves out to collect them. What could be taking them so long? Really? Ginny shook her head. You sent Harry off with my brother to the Chudley Cannons practice and you're surprised they're late. What were you thinking? Of course they're going to notice Harry's there, and that'll mean the team staff will talk to him, and then Ron's there, in the place he's always wanted to be, and if anything I bet Harry can't drag him out of there. You might want to send all the house elves. I thought Slytherins were smarter than that. Daphne rolled her eyes. Well, we can't all be Granger. Luna nodded her head, causing her butterbeer cork earrings to wobble back and forth. I'm glad we're not all Hermione. It must be rather hard. I tried one day and it didn't work. My hair looked all wrong. A small snort escaped from Daphne. Trust me, if I wanted to emulate Granger, the very last thing I would contemplate would be her hair. Luna nodded. It was quite difficult. After a pause, she looked around the room and then turned back to Daphne. Is Lady Tonks Spotterblack here? I had better luck with her hair, but Daddy said that pink is not my color. After shaking her head to rid herself of the mental image of Luna wearing that outfit whilst sporting pink hair, Daphne sighed. Unfortunately, no, she is not here. She hoped to be here, but... Ginny decided to change topics to one that had been discussed with Hermione when they were at the new burrow. Sue, Greengrass, that was quite the lovely picture of you dancing at the wedding with Neville. Daphne sighed. I was speaking to my mum when he came over with his gran. Lady Longbottom suggested we dance. What was I to do? Tell her no? I think he was as mortified as I was. She paused. Though he is a surprisingly good dancer. Who knew? Me. Ginny arched an eyebrow at Daphne's look of surprise. What? He was my date to the Yule Ball. Not knowing how to respond, Daphne glanced around the room. It was a good turnout, not that she had any doubts. The Hogwarts instructors and some of the other adults were sitting and chatting. The Hogwarts students were off in groups, somehow not confined by house. Unsurprisingly, there was a crowd around Fred and George Weasley as they showed off some of their new products. Granger and her Weasley were at a small seating area speaking to Professor Lupin and the first American ICWW representative. A smattering of goblins were spread throughout the throng, giving her pause. Her grandmother, never one to mince words, would have thought the fact that goblins attended an event such as this would have been far too scandalous to even contemplate. Music played in the background, and then finally, Kipsy came in and said that Harry and Ron had just arrived via the flu. Harry walked around the corner and stopped dead. What the? As everybody yelled surprise, Ron looked over at him with a shit-eating grin. Never had a clue, did ya? At that point, Harry walked in and accepted congratulations from everyone, as gracefully as possible, but his eyes kept scanning the crowd looking for one person in particular. When he met eyes with Daphne, he took one look at her, and she knew immediately what he was thinking, so she slowly shook her head. There he is. Fred slung an arm around his shoulder. Man of the hour, George mirrored his twin. So, my dear Lord Potter. Boy who lived. Tonks tamer. Where the bloody hell have you been? At this point, the crowd seemed to part slightly, and Jack stood there, in a summery dress, and looked at Ron. Ron smiled widely, and for a moment neither of them did anything. Finally, though unable to stand it, Jack half ran forward and literally jumped into Ron's arms. Bloody hell! Fred slid his arm off of Harry's shoulder and stared at his brother. George mimed, wiping away tears. Our little Ronikins is all grown up, dear brother. Fred nodded, and found the only girl in Britain who thinks he isn't a git. Astounding luck, right, Harry? Before Harry could respond, he was engulfed by arms and a mass of curly brown hair. Oh, Harry, happy birthday. Once he could breathe again, Harry laughed and patted Hermione on the back. Thanks. She held him at arm's length. Where have you been? You can't have been at the Chudley practice for that long. Well, Harry shrugged. It was pretty normal at first. We just sat in the stands with everyone, but then someone noticed us and we were surrounded with people. Security had to come and rescue us, and by that time the owner came down and we ended up watching from the owner's box. I didn't think Ron said a word to anyone for an hour. He just kept mumbling, can't believe it, over and over with his face pressed up against the glass. Happy birthday, Harry. Ginny leaned up and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Please tell me Ron didn't talk you into buying the cannons. Harry rubbed a hand through his hair. Not exactly. Merlin's balls, Ginny sighed. What happened? With a small crowd gathered and hanging on his words, Harry recounted how Frederico Dwyer, the owner, spoke to him of the difficulty in fielding a competitive side due to finances. At first, Harry thought the wizard wanted him to buy the team, but eventually, after much beating around the bush, it came out. Dwyer wanted to form a supporters trust, a way for fans to buy into the team to supplement funds. Apparently, Dwyer ran a rather lucrative potions supply business based in Brazil and somewhere called New Jersey that took up most of his funds, leaving him little to spend on the cannons. He couldn't spend as much on the Quidditch side as he wanted for fear of harming his main business, so it was imperative for him to gather as many galleons as possible in new ways. It was at that time that Ron seemed to regain consciousness and joined the conversation. Harry had tried to delay any decision by stating that he'd need to speak to Effie, his Gringotts account manager, but at that point, Ron had latched on to the idea. After shaking hands with Dwyer, they'd gone to Gringotts, where Ron decided that the money Sirius had given him in the will couldn't be spent in a better fashion than investing in the cannons. Since Effie wasn't available, Ragnarok himself dealt with Harry, the end result being that both Harry and Ron now were full-fledged, fully paid members of the Chudley Cannons Supporters Trust. Ronald Weasley. Hermione turned to give him a piece of her mind, but stopped. Ron was on a sofa, Jack half in his lap, their heads closed together. She felt a hand on her shoulder and looked up to see Charlie. It's okay, let him be for a bit. I'm sure Bill will give him an earful later. He bent down so only she could hear. It's the happiest I've seen him in ages. All he does is write letters these days. Good thing we've got a new owl. With all the letters he writes her, I think Errol would have had a heart attack. As the party wore on, and after Harry had spoken to what seemed like everyone he knew, the flu came into life and someone stepped out, but it wasn't the person he was hopping to see. Instead of Dora, it was Bill Weasley, his hair down long and not in the customary ponytail, who shook his hand. Happy birthday, Harry. Thanks, Bill. Bill reached into his pocket and brought out a small, somewhat battered along the edges box. I'm sure you've got a lot of presents, but this is from Mum. Really? Harry took the box gingerly. How is she? Bill's shoulders slumped. She has good days and bad days. I wasn't planning on coming tonight. Figured I'd stay with her while everyone else came, but I was just sitting there listening to the wireless and reading when she walked in. Hasn't been out of her room in ages, so it surprised me. And for a moment, it was like she was Mum again. Handed me the box and said that traditions should be followed. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Harry slowly opened the box and saw the watch. It was a gold watch, with a small dent on one side. I was right. It was Uncle Fabian's. Bill took a heavy breath. A watch is the traditional gift for a wizard's 17th birthday. Harry, if you've ever wondered what you mean to Mum, there you go. Harry slowly took the watch out of the box. He put it around his wrist and fastened it, the leather of the band somewhat stiff. A lump started forming in his throat, but he swallowed quickly. Bill, he stopped. It's the best birthday present I've ever had. Bill put his hand on Harry's shoulder. I'm glad it has a good home now. Dora stepped out of the flue. I'm here. After a step, she stopped and looked around the empty lodge. Oh, for fuck's sake, the time difference. Fucking hell. All the lights in the lodge were dimmed. The furniture looked as it had the last time she left, not moved about in preparation for a birthday party. After letting her rucksack fall to the floor, she turned as a noise caught her ear. Mistress Tonksy is being back. Dobby hurried over to her and picked up the rucksack. Is Mistress Tonksy needing food? Nah, ate before I took the portkey. She looked down hopelessly at Dobby. Was it a good party? He nodded his head rapidly, ears wobbling back and forth. Oh, it was being a very good party. What time is it here? She rolled her eyes. I'm an idiot. With a flourish of her wand, she cast a quick tempest spell. The glowing numbers in front of her read 1:45. Damn it, bloody 9-hour difference. She noticed Dobby looking at her oddly. Don't say anything about that even to Harry, got it? They'd have my arse. After Dobby vehemently indicated that he would keep his mistress's secrets, he wished her good night and padded off, leaving her alone, in the semi-dark, cursing her own negligence for forgetting about the time zone differences. She'd made sure to leave as soon as she could, the goblins on her team assuring her that they would keep Narcissa safe and secure, and then she'd left as fast as possible. It was somewhat surreal, being home and in her own skin. The subterfuge of being Narcissa had been exhausting on a number of levels. They'd tracked her to France, and after an initial meeting with Émile de Lacre, she'd started her mission. It was horrible at first, being cooped up with Narcissa in that rundown little house out in the countryside, members of the task force along with their French counterparts keeping Narcissa a prisoner of sorts. That first meeting with Narcissa, when she'd walked in, was nasty at best. There was more than once she was glad there were others in the room, because she wanted nothing more than to take out her wand and curse her aunt. Eventually, though, they figured out exactly what Narcissa was doing. The blood of the Blacks still ran thick through her veins, obvious from the plan. As Draco was dead, and Merlin knows where Lucius was, Narcissa had fled England, hopping to make contact with some of the more unsavory characters her husband had dealt with over the years. Specifically members of what turned out to be a shadowy group of magical assassins. As all of the galleons were in Lucius' name, and he was still alive, Narcissa had little to no access to funds. As a confirmed Death Eater, there was no way that Gringotts was a possibility for her to gather gold, leaving only some small, non-goblin-run institutions that Lucius had squirreled away small amounts for emergencies. After retrieving all the gold, Narcissa wanted to hire the assassins, have Lucius killed in a very public forum, leaving her to inherit everything. Dora shook her head, trying to get everything out of her mind. She couldn't come back to her husband with her head still filled with work. It irritated her that whilst acting as Narcissa, she'd made a little progress but nothing to write home about. The assassins were fairly easy to contact, but gaining their trust, let alone getting them to agree to the contract on Lucius, was tedious and nerve-wracking at best. And it had all ended in failure. Nobody knew where Lucius fucking Malfoy was. It was like he dropped off the face of the earth. She quietly made her way down the hallway, opened the door as quietly as possible, and glanced over to the bed. Harry was sleeping as he always did, somewhat curled up on his side, facing the window with one foot sticking out of the covers. She sat down on one of the chairs and took off her boots, sitting them down on the carpet as softly as possible. With a sigh, she went to the loo, letting her clothes fall onto the floor carelessly, and started the shower. After finishing up and drying her hair with her wand, she thought about putting on a t-shirt and calling it a night, hoping she could make it up to Harry for missing his birthday, but then a smirk spread across her face. She waved her hand to turn off the light in the loo, and as starkers as the day she was born went over to bed and slid in under the covers, trying to figure out how to wake him. It was an unnecessary thought, as she had just pulled the sheet over herself when Harry turned over. "You're home." "I am." She leaned over and kissed him softly. "Sorry I missed everything." He put his hand up to her and ran his fingers through her hair. "It's okay, I'm just glad you're here." He locked eyes with her. "How long?" "Dunno." She scooted over towards him. "Hopefully a really long time." Harry moved his hand down from her hair, tracing her shoulder, and then when he realized that it was only skin, nothing else under his hand, he looked at her in a bit of shock. Even in the very faint light of the room, he could see her smile. "Starkers." She slid close to him, wrapping her arm around his waist, and then put her hand up his shirt on his back. "Well, you are legal now." He laughed. "I've been legal for a while." "I know, but now it doesn't feel like I've been doing something illegal. Would you like your birthday present?" "You didn't have to get me anything." She raised up on her elbow, giving him a good view. "Who said I did?" Later on, when both of them were too occupied in each other to notice, a pale blue light enveloped both of them. Just for a moment, so quick that it would have been hard to detect even if one was waiting for it. Neither of them noticed, and even if they had, it is doubtful they would have cared. Antonin Dolohov stood next to his master in the stone cave, a smile almost upon his lips as the moronic Australian wizard writhed under his master's Cruciatus curse. Then the hint of the smile disappeared as he remembered exactly why his master was angry. Australia had been a complete waste of time. The so-called wizards sympathetic to the cause were cowardly and weak. They had talked a good game, of ridding the world of muggles and muggle-loving wizards and witches, of setting up Britain as the only true country for right-thinking people. But when push came to shove, the only thing they wanted was to save their own skin. Finally satisfied that the Australian wizard had understood that failure was not an option, the Dark Lord slid his wand back into his sleeve. The wand worked well enough, that was true, but it did not feel exactly right. The witch from France who had tried to defend her muggle husband was weak, so weak that one of the new recruits had easily killed her. Part of the Dark Lord wished for his old wand, the one that easily slid from the walking stick. Then, almost as soon as that thought surfaced, he pushed it down. It was bad enough having to possess Lucius' body, but to endure such echoes of Malfoy's former life was almost unbearable. In an irritated frame of mind, he waved away the Australian wizard, and 2 Death Eaters came forward and dragged the man away. He sat upon his throne and was silent for a moment, gathering his hands so the tips of his fingers touched, index fingers resting upon his lips. After coming to a decision, he turned to Dolohov. "It is time to move. Send word to our allies that we shall begin to gather in preparation. I want to move within the month." Dolohov cursed inwardly, as he knew he would be the bearer of bad news. "My lord, with how spread out our allies are, it will take longer than a month to gather. Perhaps September would be best." The Dark Lord whirled his head around, patchy white hair swirling around his face for a moment before settling. "No, the seer in Belgium prophesied that September is an ill month for our endeavors. If August is not possible, and I will confirm that you are not lying to me, Dolohov, if August is not possible, then perhaps one of the high holidays is best." He glared at Dolohov, reaching out to him with a somewhat faint legilimens to confirm that his lieutenant was not lying. "Samhain. We will move on Samhain. Go." As Dolohov left, the Dark Lord fell into contemplation. Lucius' body was too weak, his connection too feeble to survive the creation of another Horcrux. The allies he had gathered, those who were loyal, were still not numerous enough for his need. But with the plan now set to begin on Samhain, there was enough time, Time to go to Asia, time to call in his markers. They would stage their attack from France once those feeble excuses for French horrors were dealt with. And then, unbidden and unwelcome, a flash drifted through the Dark Lord's mind. An image of his wife, young, before his son was born, standing out in the bright French sunshine, wind whipping through her hair. Slamming his hand down on the arm of the throne, the Dark Lord pushed that though away from his consciousness, stood and stalked out of the large chamber of the cave. As he walked, he reached up and began pulling hair out of his head, letting it fall in bloody clumps on the stone floor. Chapter 22. Late for Hogwarts. September 1, 1997. As she sat down to breakfast for the first time in her life, Hermione Granger was not bursting at the seams to get on with school. It had been so hard to return to something approaching normalcy this time, she thought, as she watched her mum sit down with a cup of tea. True, she would soon make the trip to platform 9¾ but this year would be different. Very different. This time it would only be her mum that would ask if she had all of her things packed in her trunk, knowing full well that she'd done that ages ago. It was her father who always teased her just enough to let her know that he was taking the mickey, but not so much as to make her feel that he was being hard on her. Now there wasn't much teasing in the little house in Hampstead. Instead, it was quiet, very, very quiet. Only the small sounds of breakfast, the knife and fork on the plate, tea cups settling on the table, the rustle of the newspaper. She stared down at her plate. For some reason, it seemed as if the most odd things in the world had ended up there, as she just couldn't touch anything. Eventually, noticing the silence, Gemma angled the paper down and looked across the table at her daughter. "You need to eat something, Hermione." "I know, Mum, but..." "But what? Have to set a good example, you know. You are head girl." Hermione sighed. Daddy would have been so happy. "I'm sure he is, darling, I'm sure he is." She folded the newspaper and sat it to the side. "Nini, I miss him too." That made Hermione's chest tighten. Nini was her father's nickname for her. It's what he called her when they had the talks when she came home from school and told him how the other girls treated her horribly because of her hair, because of her teeth, because she actually applied herself at lessons. And now he was gone. Some days are better than others. Hermione's head shot up to look at her mum. "What?" With a sigh, Gemma reached across the table and took her daughter's hand. "Some days are better than others. Some days are harder, especially important days. You know how I was on our anniversary. Today's going to be a hard day because of the routine. He's not here to take you to the station. It gets easier, but it never really goes away. Eventually, it just hurts a bit less." She let go of her daughter's hand and took up her cup of tea. After a sip, and after ensuring that Hermione finally had a mouthful of eggs, she sat back and decided that her daughter needed to keep things in perspective. "Sweetie, who is the one who Head Mistress McGonagall contacted about changing the school? You. Who's the one who has spent hours telling me how the magical world needs to change? You. You're going to be 18 in 18 days, sweetie. You're an adult in the magical world and will be one soon in the other. Don't let grief take over everything you've wanted to accomplish. For God's sake, you work for Harry's goblin. Who would have thought that possible? What did your father always say about possibilities?" A sad smile crept across Hermione's face. "Possibilities are what happens when you prepare and work for it." "Precisely." Gemma looked up at the clock. "Is Charlie coming over before you leave?" "No." She looked down at her plate quickly. "We said our goodbyes at the lodge." "You don't have to tell me. I understand. He should know that your schooling comes first." "No, Mum." Hermione looked up and ran a hand through her messy hair, pulling it together and over her shoulders. "If anything, I was the one who... He told me that I had to come back and set an example, that it wouldn't be that long and that we would write." She slumped in her chair. "I'm just afraid that even with the letters it won't be the same." "It won't be the same." Gemma leaned forward. "But just because something is different doesn't mean it won't be as good or even better." Even though the world had changed, in some ways drastically, some events went on as always. This was evident at the new burrow, as even though only 2 Weasleys were returning to Hogwarts, everything seemed in an uproar. Ron had overslept and was now frantically packing everything, whilst Ginny was certain that she had misplaced things she absolutely needed. and was wandering all about the place in her vest and knickers. Bill, usually one to keep above the fray, as the de facto parent at the house, was not dealing well with things. He sat at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of tea that was rapidly growing colder, wondering how his parents had ever managed. It was at that precise moment when the flue roared to life. "Hello, anybody there?" Bill looked over to see Harry Potter's head in the fireplace. "Harry, what are you doing in my flue?" "Thought I'd go with you lot since she's. Can I come through?" "Of course, hold on a mo." A few moments later, Bill had opened the flue, and Harry Potter sat on the floor in front of him, covered in flue powder. "Here." He helped Harry up and brushed the flue powder off of him somewhat. "You really need to practice at that. Try a slight hop in the air when you throw down the powder." Harry nodded, embarrassed. "I'll try to remember." As the sounds of things slamming shut came from upstairs, he looked over to Bill. "So it's the usual, eh?" "Mental." Bill ran a hand through his hair and then pulled it into a tight ponytail. "I don't know how they did it, and it's just Ron and Ginny." "The twins were worse, not two." Harry stopped. It was on the tip of his tongue, Percy's name, but he hoped Bill hadn't noticed. "It's all right, Harry. Even though he was a pain in the arse, he was our brother." After an awkward pause, Bill gave him an odd look. "You sure you want to join in this madness?" "I'll go find Ron." As Bill nodded upstairs, Harry left, taking the stairs slowly. It was so odd to not have the stairs squeak. Halfway up to Ron's room, he met Ginny on the landing. Seeing Harry whilst dressed, or mostly undressed, Ginny let out a shriek and ran for her room, slamming the door tightly behind her. Continuing on, he made it up to Ron's room and found the door open, things strewn about everywhere as if someone had turned the room upside down and then back right side up. Ron stood in the middle of the room, his trunk open on the bed, a brand new Chudley jersey in his hand. "Harry, what the hell are you doing here?" "Thought you might need a hand." Harry glanced down at the mess. "But I don't think I know enough magic to fix this." "Fuck." Ron sat down on the end of the bed. "It wasn't that bad until this morning. I hid Jack's letters because, well, they're personal, and I was pretty happy with the magic, too. Let me tell you, being 17 and not having the damn trace anymore is great, but if you muck up your own spell, it's pretty rotten. Akio doesn't work for shit." He gave Harry a hopeful look. "Could one of your elves help?" "Doubt it." Harry moved a pile of clothing off of a chair and sat down. "Maybe if it was your elf." He stopped for a moment. Kipsy had told him that there were Potter elves who were old enough to be out on their own serving a family, from the looks of things downstairs, not to mention Ron's comments about the cooking, and with Molly in her current state. "Hello, Earth to Harry." Ron waved a hand in front of his friend's face. "What happened, mate? Remembering your honeymoon?" "Bugger off." Harry gave Ron a two-fingered salute. "No, I was thinking about house elves. Think having one would help out around here." "Are you barking? Of course it would help." Ron smacked himself in the forehead. "Why the bloody hell didn't any of us think of that?" "Because..." Harry paused for a moment, but then realized he had to finish his thought. "Because if you did have a house elf, that would mean that you've given up on your mum going back to the way she used to be." "Fuck me." Ron sat down on the end of the bed, not noticing that he'd squashed 3 packages of chocolate frogs. "Fuck." After a few deep breaths, he looked up at Harry. "I think it might be time, though. Wouldn't be fair to keep Bill here. Gringotts told him to take as much time as he needed, but..." He stood up. "Come on. Let's go see what he thinks." As they made their way downstairs, they'd almost reached the ground floor when Ron threw his arm across Harry's chest to stop him, forgetting that he was taller than Harry still, and managed to smack him somewhat in the throat. As Harry coughed and started to yell, Ron put his finger up to his lips. "Mum's talking to someone." As they quieted down and listened, they could hear Molly's voice was somewhat muffled, but one thing was for sure. Instead of the lethargic, distant quality of the recent past, Molly's voice sounded bright and crisp, as it had before. Harry stood there as Ron almost barreled down the steps, leaving him alone. After a moment's deliberation, he went down the steps, turned the corner, and had a shock as there, sitting with Molly, was his wife. "Dora!" She heard his voice and looked up sharply. He couldn't read her expression, as it looked as if she was excited and scared and happy all rolled into one. "Dora, when'd you get back?" Molly turned to Harry after patting Ron on the hand. "Sit, Ron. Oh, Harry." She held out her hands, and when Harry was there, she gave him a somewhat odd, crushing hug. Odd in that she was still seated, and he was standing, so it ended up that she hugged him mostly around the waist. "I'm so happy." Okay." Harry sat down next to his wife and turned to her, still in a bit of shock. "When'd you get in?" Dora pushed back her pale blue hair and looked at her husband. "Harry, I'm late." Ron shook his head. "No, you're not. Train doesn't leave for hours." "Ronald, SHHH." Molly gave her son a pointed look that said, "Keep your trap shut," and turned back to Dora. "Go ahead." Harry gave her an odd look. "Ron's right, though. You're not late." Dora went wide-eyed. "Oh no, mister, I'm definitely late. St. Mungo's confirmed it." She saw that her husband still didn't understand. "I'm pregnant, you moron." Harry sat there somewhat in shock as Molly congratulated them, and her voice kept ringing in Harry's ear as he heard the words but didn't really comprehend them. Molly's recounting of her pregnancies, how each one was different, how there were still foods she couldn't even bear to smell, let alone eat, especially after the twins. All that and more was simply background noise interspersed with a heavy whump at regular intervals. Eventually, Harry realized that the noise was his heartbeat, and after blinking several times, he looked up to Dora. "Are you sure?" "Made them take the bloody test 5 times. Dora looked up to see that the combination of new voices in the house and Molly's return to normal had brought the rest of the Weasleys down to the kitchen. Ginny stood in the background with Bill as Charlie ambled downstairs in a t-shirt and those bloody awful Y-fronts he always wore. The fact that she sat in the house of her ex-boyfriend while telling her husband that she was pregnant was just icing on the cake. Well, so many things to do. Molly stood up from the chair and went into the kitchen. "Ginevra, how many times have I told you the pans must be dried by hand, letting them air dry? Merlin, come here." Ginny, usually irritated at her mum's household tips, this time gladly went into the kitchen. Charlie was nowhere to be seen, as he'd obviously woken up enough to determine that it was probably not the best to be seen in his pants with guests, and Bill had a relieved look upon his face. Ron, though. Ron sat back in his chair with the biggest shit-eating grin on his face. "What?" Dora looked over to Ron. "Spit it out, I can see you want to say something stupid." Ron stroked his chin and looked up at the ceiling as if he was contemplating a deep thought. "So when was it that it happened? Harry's birthday?" "Day after." Tonks' face looked like she just smelled expired potions ingredients. "I'm not telling you that." Harry looked to her. "Dora." "Fine," she glared at Ron. "Yeah, it was then. Why?" Ron rubbed his hands together. "I won." "What?" Dora pointed a finger at him. "Ron." After sitting back in the chair and crossing his arms, Ron smiled broadly. "I won the pool. Fred and George got one going at your wedding reception. That was brilliant. Everybody was at your wedding. After a few drinks and all, specially cause the dark wanker got goblin-arsed, everybody threw in a few galleons on when you'd get preggers. I picked Harry's birthday and the days before and after that. I think I'll buy a car. Jack can teach me how to drive like a muggle. The twins are gonna lose their shit. Fucking hell, I won." Dora ignored Ron and turned to her husband. "Harry, what are you thinking?" He took off his glasses. "I dunno, really. Kinda in shock. How about you?" "Oh, I'm bloody marvelous. Out there in. Can't say where, but I was out there, and some of the goblins made up one of their stews, and usually it's pretty tasty, but this time it was awful. Should have given me a clue, but we were busy. Harry, I cast one hell of a contraception charm. There shouldn't be any way in hell it would have failed." She poked him in the shoulder with an index finger. "I'm blaming those damned Potters for this. Fucking Herewield." Harry was silent for a moment, but then began to chuckle. "It fits the contract. What was it, 5 years or something?" "Great," Dora rolled her eyes. "Now it's the damn contract." She looked over at Harry and realized that her mock complaining wasn't having any effect on him. He was still smiling from ear to ear. "What is it now?" "Family." Harry couldn't contain the feeling of pure joy flooding through him. "We're gonna have a family." "You have always had family, dear." Molly stood behind him with a hand on his shoulder. "You've always had family whether you knew it or not." Harry put his hand on Molly's. "I've always known, ever since the first Christmas jumper." Molly beamed down at him, her eyes bright against the white hair. And you're wearing the watch. I hope you don't mind. Wouldn't trade it for the world. After Molly left him to talk with Dora, he sat back, memorizing everything, making sure that he would remember this moment for the rest of his life. Ron nearby explaining to Bill and Charlie why they needed a house elf, Ginny and Molly sitting with Dora. Dora with that shocked and startled look in her eyes. Ginny's Hogwarts trunk leaning up against a wall, sunlight coming in through the windows, as the sounds of the pots and pans were magically rewashing themselves in the kitchen. More than anything, it was the sound of the burrow, not the new burrow, but the burrow. He sat and drank it all in like a cool glass of water on a hot day, savoring it. After all of the horrible things that had happened, it finally felt like things were changing for the better, that there was a real future ahead for them, especially for his wife and future child. He never planned on being a father at 17, but then again he'd never planned on so many things that it would be ludicrous to try and make sense of it all. Instead, as Dora gave him a pleading look, he took her hand, not believing his luck as she put their joined hands over her stomach. Ted Tonks stood at platform 9 3/4, amazed that the chaos in front of him would find some way to sort itself out and end up with students on the train. He'd been asked by Augusta to go and help with the Muggle-born students, to help ensure they made it through without any difficulties, and to be on hand to address any last-minute questions from parents. So far it had been uneventful, if a bit nerve-wracking. There were no signs of Death Eaters or anything else, but that didn't mean it wasn't possible. The Ministry and the ICWW task force had been over the preparations with McGonagall, and she had briefed her staff. As head of the Department of Muggle Relations and Cooperation, he decided that for this trip to Hogwarts, specifically this trip, he would attend and help out. Perhaps down the road, once things had settled down, he would send one of his junior staff, but at least for this year it was important that he show his face and ensure that things went smoothly. As smoothly as things could go when a new first-year's cat had got out of the carrier, climbed up on something and tried to eat Minister for Magic Augusta Longbottom's vulture hat. After returning the cat to the girl, and the mortified parents, things had gone pretty well, resuming to a nice level of the usual almost frenzied hubbub. As for his son-in-law, Ted had been over the plans with the Aurors, and it seemed fairly cut and dried. The Aurors on the assignment would pop over and wait for Harry at the edge of the ward line at the lodge. They'd bring him here and then he'd slip onto the train, and that would be that. Instead, he'd been informed, the plans had been changed, and Harry was not at the lodge. One quick flu call over to the lodge had helped ease fears, as Kipsy had informed everyone that he'd gone over to the Weasleys. The Aurors weren't pleased, to say the least, but they'd come to Ted for ideas on how to handle the situation, and he'd told them to just let the boy be and let him try to have a normal day. It was while fears of Harry not having a normal day flitted through his head that Ted saw Ron Weasley in the crowd. That made him let out a heavy sigh, because if Ron was there, it meant Harry was as well. What he was not ready for, though, was the sight of his daughter walking alongside Harry. He was happy to see her, obviously, but she had an odd look on her face, not to mention the pale blue hair. He wasn't as good as Andy for knowing how her hair matched her moods, but he knew pale blue meant something. He was contemplating whether that was a good thing or a bad thing when they made their way over to him. "Hello," Harry reached out and shook Ted's hand. "I'm glad to see you. Is Andromeda here?" "Andy," Ted shook his head. "Nah, you'll see her soon enough." He laid a finger alongside his nose. "Bit of a surprise coming for you." "Surprise?" Dora looked at him. "A surprise? Oh yeah, surprises." "Well, hello to you too, Dory." Ted gave his daughter a quick peck on the cheek. "Home for ages, I assume, and you don't say a word to your dear old dad." He saw her face and knew that something was up, because it was exactly the look she used when there was something she needed to tell them but wasn't sure about, the face she'd used when she told them she was going to be an Auror. Something wrong. Dora looked over to Harry, who nodded softly. "Dad, this isn't how I'd planned it, but, how we planned it, not that there was any actual planning, but, She closed her eyes tightly. "Dad, I'm pregnant." Daphne Greengrass sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, hoping that the next person to visit her compartment would be more suitable than the ones that had just left. She knew that the ride would be fraught with Slytherin drama. After all, she'd been a lady-in-waiting to Potter's wife, after all. Couldn't get more Gryffindor than that. Then there was the fact, trumpeted in the paper, how Colin Bleeding Creevy had been so utterly noble and had restored her as the head of House Greengrass. For a split second when Crabbe and Goyle appeared at her compartment, she expected Malfoy to step in and begin his normal annoying repartee. But then she remembered that the little twerp was dead. Seeing Parkinson enter, flanked by the trolls, was quite the shock. Once the usual polite insults had been uttered, and Parkinson realized that she was utterly outmatched in a bout of verbal jousting, she was once again alone. Her sister hadn't been much help, flouncing off with her friends the moment they arrived at the platform. When the door opened, Daphne was somewhat surprised to see her new compartment mates, Ginny Weasley, Luna Lovegood, and there in the back Susan Bones alongside Hannah Abbott. The girls entered, said hello, and then put their things away without so much as a "do you mind if we join you?" from any of them. "So," Susan leaned forward, "what's it like being Lady Greengrass?" Daphne gave her an odd look and felt Weasley, who had sat beside her, elbow her softly. "I tried to tell her." "It's all right." Daphne turned to Susan. "To be honest, it's not very much fun. I'd rather it." Hannah rolled her eyes. "Merlin, Sue, you know why she's Lady Greengrass." "Oh," Susan put a hand to her mouth. "Sorry." Luna, wearing what Daphne thought was a ridiculously normal outfit for her, leaned forward. "It isn't easy, but it does get better. Once the Fuzznuts leave, it's easier." She saw the puzzled looks. "Fuzznuts prey on depressing thoughts. When my mum died, Daddy said I was practically infested." After peering at Daphne for a bit, Luna brightened. "I think they're almost gone." "Good to know." Daphne pretended to smooth out a wrinkle in her skirt. "I would hate to begin the year with an infestation." Susan clapped her hands. "Good. Now that that's out of the way, what's the latest? I've been with Auntie for the last month and I don't know anything. Who's got some good stuff to share?" Hannah snorted. "You should have just said your aunt is with Kingsley Shacklebolt, Sue." She paused for a moment. "Okay, Greengrass, we saw the picture with you and Neville." "It was just one bloody dance." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Honestly, if you people believe everything in the papers. Now I know how Granger felt after that picture of her and Potter made the paper during the tournament." Hannah eyed Daphne suspiciously. "So you aren't interested in Neville?" Daphne raised an eyebrow. "No, but you are, I take it." Hannah blushed slightly. "Maybe." Susan laughed. "Maybe my arse." She turned to the other girls. "She is." After covering her face with her arms to defend herself from Hannah's protests, and once the laughter subsided, Susan looked over to Ginny. "About Harry, he came to the platform with your family, didn't he? What's going on with him?" Ginny sat there, contemplating her news. Usually she wasn't one to gossip, but she did like having something juicy to share every now and then. She wasn't as bad as Lavender Brown, nobody was, but she wondered if she should share the news she'd learned at the new borough. Nobody had told her to keep it quiet, but then again nobody said it was public knowledge. She'd told Luna, of course, because during the previous, horrible year she and Luna had grown close. Luna knew most of Ginny's secrets, and kept them well, but she wasn't sure. "Oh, Harry's going to be a father." Luna turned the pages of the latest copy of the Quibbler and didn't look at her compartment mates. "I think it's brilliant. I don't know if Tonks will be too happy since she can't take down Death Eaters if she has an upset tummy. Erumpets carry their bobbies for over a year. I bet she's just happy she's not an erumpet." Daphne turned her head to Ginny. "Is that true?" Ginny bit her lips slightly. "About the erumpets, no clue." After getting hit in the head by Hannah with a Bertie Bott's bean, Ginny rubbed her temple. "That hurt, damn it. And yes, it's true, but I have no idea if we're supposed to tell people." "Oh," Luna folded up the Quibbler. "Sorry." From there on out, it was a full-on gossip fest, led by Susan and Hannah. Daphne related that Parkinson seemed to be taking up for Malfoy in being the most annoying Slytherin at school. Ginny confirmed that Granger was still dating her brother Charlie, and admitted that it still felt odd, especially when they were all lovey-dovey, as was a side of Hermione that none of them had ever seen. Then they began talking about the boys in their year, specifically who they fancied. For Hannah, it was somewhat embarrassing, as she'd already played her cards, and once she found out that Ginny, who was his date to the Yule Ball, didn't think of him as anything but a friend, the Hufflepuff relaxed. When Susan admitted that she danced at Harry's wedding with Lee Jordan for 4 dances, the others teased her about having a thing for an older man. Ginny once again felt odd as Lee had spent enough time with her brothers that she couldn't conceive of him being an object of romantic desire. Especially as he loved nothing more than to use some of the more nasty and gross products her brothers created. Luna, in her usual airy manner, said that she wasn't sure, but she thought that Terry Boot might be a good boyfriend, but she wasn't sure if she wanted to show him her knickers, even if he was head boy. That led to a somewhat frank, and to be honest, salacious turn in the conversation that ended up in laughter. "What about you, Greengrass?" Ginny looked over at the Slytherin girl. "Anyone caught your eye?" "Daphne. My friends call me Daphne." She looked at the assembled girls and realized that all 4 houses were represented, all 4 houses, and 4 girls that wouldn't have even spoken to her in the hallway or in class before everything had happened. "And to answer your question, Ginny, no boy caught my eye." "Oh, I like that," Luna smiled. "We shouldn't just limit ourselves to the boys at Hogwarts." As Daphne seemed to relax a bit, Luna plunged ahead. "I'm sure there are some rather pretty girls who would be happy to date you, Daphne." "What? Oh, for fuck's sake." Daphne clapped a hand to her mouth as the others giggled. She knew being around Nymph for so long was bound to rub off on her, but did it have to come out so vulgarly? "No, Luna, I'm not interested in girls that way." Luna shrugged and smiled. "I'm sure Lisa Turpin will be disappointed." At that statement, the butterbeer in Hannah's mouth spewed all over Susan, leading to a hasty cleanup. Once Hannah had recovered, she faced Ginny. "Okay, Miss Ginny, who's got your snitch fluttering these days?" "Nasty," Ginny scrunched up her nose. "That's nasty, and nobody really." "Right," Daphne gave her a look. "I don't believe a word of it." She kept her attention on Ginny for a bit and then feigned surprise. "Oh, sorry, had it wrong. There was someone who kept watching you at the wedding, not the other way around. Silly me." After quieting the others, Daphne gave Ginny a knowing smile. "I guess you'll just have to guess. I'll give you a hint, though. He plays Quidditch." "Oh, well, that narrows it down." Susan looked over to Hannah. "Who's Quidditch captain for our house?" "Dunno." Hannah looked over to Ginny. "Are you captain?" "No." Ginny's crossed her arms and sat back against the compartment wall. "I should be, though. All he does is write bloody letters to Jack and goes on and on and on about the cannons." She saw their faces. "Yes, it's Ron. What a pillock." "I'm sure it'll be you next year, Ginny." Luna gave her a wistful smile and then turned. "Oh, look, Neville just walked by. I'll go invite him in and then you can tell him you fancy him, Hannah." As the other girls pulled Luna back into her seat, Daphne sat back and thought about how different this ride to Hogwarts was than her previous ones. Hopefully the year would be different, too. Different could be good. She sat back and watched the countryside speed by, noticing that Luna had put on those horrible spectacles and was currently reading the Quibbler upside down in the reflection of the window pane, and hoped that not every change would be quite so different. Headmistress McGonagall stood in her office, parchment in hand, ticking off all the things that had to be complete before the students arrived. It had been somewhat of a monumental task, preparing everything for another year, but with everyone pitching in, not to mention the assistance of the newly formed ministry and the Board of Governors, everything was ready. She sat the parchment down on her desk along with the quill and removed her spectacles. In less than an hour she would be out there, watching as new students were sorted, and then she would have to give her first address to the students as their permanent headmistress. Before, she had always wondered why Alba's speeches were so short and odd, but now she realized why they were that way. With everything to prepare, there simply wasn't enough time to really think of something appropriate for the situation. But a nagging thought crept around her brain, a thought that would not go away. This year was different from when Albus would come up with things like nitwit, oddment, blubber, and tweak, and simply tuck into his plate. This year was a very important year, not only because it would set the tone for her tenure as headmistress, but it was important because it would let the students know that, after a horrible previous year, that the current year would be much different. She paced a bit, wondering exactly how to start her little speech, a problem she worked on for quite a while before her initial draft was interrupted by Phileas Flitwick. The deputy head looked somewhat excited, but that was probably to be expected, as it was a very important year. I take it they're here then. Yes, Phileas nodded rapidly. But it's more than that. Where's Andromeda? I would assume she was in her office. Why? Because her husband is here as well as Harry and Miss Tonks. Lady Black Potter. Oh, blast it. Nymphadora's here as well. Oh, Minerva arched an eyebrow. While it was not surprising that Tonks had accompanied Harry, the fact that Ted was here was somewhat of an oddity. He turned down the offer to teach history of magic again, saying that his position with the ministry took precedence. He had informed her that he might stop in occasionally, that night when she'd stopped by their house to offer Andromeda the job, and when they'd renamed Muggle Studies, but she didn't expect him on the very first day. Well, send a house elf to fetch her then. Why is it so important? Well, Phileas looked somewhat ashamed of himself. I spoke to one of my Ravenclaw students, and apparently it's the news of the train. She's expecting. Andromeda. No, Minerva, not her daughter. Phileas watched as Minerva's eyes widened in understanding. Yes, so I would bet that they'd want to have a little talk with Andromeda. I think I'll go see to her. See to the students, please. As Flitwick hurried off, she shook her head, a large smile upon her face. If only Lily could see him now. With the added pressures of impending fatherhood, she was glad she didn't make him head boy, as some suggested. He always had enough on his plate in the past, and if anything, he deserved some time to be a normal student. Then, after making her way down the hallway towards Andromeda's office, she realized that Harry never would know what it would be like to be a regular, normal Hogwarts student. She stopped in front of the office door and knocked. It's Minerva. As the door opened, she walked in. Seeing Andromeda having a cup of tea and reading a book made her feel better. Preparing at this late hour. Not really. Andromeda put a bookmark in between the pages and closed the book, setting it on the corner of her desk. Just something to pass the time. I thought I was nervous for the beginning feast when I was a student, but that's nothing like now. Are you still sure about this? I'm very sure. Minerva sat down across the desk in a chair she conjured. The soft, cushy chair felt wonderful, even if would only be needed for a few moments. Culture studies is a new topic that I believe all our students will benefit from attending, with the new emphasis on understanding Muggle culture and wizarding culture. She stopped. Oh, enough of this. Andromeda, Nymphadora is here with Harry, and Ted, I believe they're coming to see you. I just wanted to make sure you were here, and to tell you if it runs long, don't worry about anyone making it to the feast. Why is Ted here? Knowing him, it's for the food. She looked at Minerva, who seemed to be holding something back. You know something. I have been told something, but I do not have confirmation. Is it bad? Oh, Merlin. Andromeda leaned forward. Tell me. Oh no, it's not bad, not at all. A knock on the door made Minerva smile. She stood up, vanished the chair, and went over to the door to admit Harry, Nymphadora, and Ted. As they entered, she gave them all a smile, winked at Ted, and after exiting the room, closed the door and made her way down the hallway. Mum, Dora went forward, a confused look upon her face. What are you doing? It was supposed to be a surprise, dear. Andromeda came around the corner of the desk and sat on the end of it, carefully noting the expressions of her family. Her daughter looked unsure of what to do. Poor Harry looked as if he'd been caught doing something rather naughty, and her husband looked like the Kneazle that ate the canary. Very suspicious. So if you don't want me to take away points, I suggest you. I'm pregnant. For a moment, time seemed to stop for Andromeda. Her daughter, the child who told her that she was never going to get married and never have a baby, her daughter was pregnant. By her husband. After all those nights when she and Ted would talk into the early hours about their fears of their daughter's job, of her wild ways, things had changed. She had changed. When time snapped back into place, Andromeda went over and threw her arms around her daughter. Oh, Dory. She hugged and kissed her daughter on the cheek and then turned to Harry, who stood stock still. Harry, I'm so happy for you too. When she hugged Harry, he finally seemed to relax, his breaths deep in relief. Letting go of them, she turned to her husband, who seemed as pleased as Punch. Ted, we're going to be grandparents. Can you believe that? I can. Bit of a shock when I found out. For the next few moments, the story of how it all came out was told to Andromeda. Along with everyone else, she agreed that it was a very good thing that Molly Weasley seemed to be returning to her old self. and with the exception of her daughter, everyone thought it was a good idea that she was no longer working for the task force. Then a large chime sounded in her office, the notice that the feast would begin soon. Ted said his goodbyes and made his way out of the castle, making sure to slip away unnoticed. Andromeda left Dory and Harry to go to the hallway that led to the top table, so that left Harry and his wife standing in a small hallway. "So you're staying," Harry looked at her hopefully. "I told you, you go to Hogwarts, I go to Hogwarts. They can't kick me out of your room." She paused. "They can't kick me out of your room, can they?" "I dunno, doubt it. So are you sitting with me at Gryffindor or?" "Nah," she shook her head. "You go on, I'll head up to the room and have one of the house elves bring me something to eat. I'll call Dobby from the lodge. I can get in there, can't I?" No clue." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "It's a portrait of Magdalene. I just showed her my ring and she opened the door. Bet it'll be the same for you." "But I don't have your ring." "But you've got magic." Harry saw her giving him a "you're being thick" look. "Our magic joined magic, right?" "Oh, right." She leaned forward and kissed him quickly. "Go on, go see your friends. Trust me, we'll have plenty of time to talk tonight." "Okay." He started to walk away, paused, and then looked back. "Are we telling people?" Dora laughed. "You think everybody doesn't know. You know how things are at Hogwarts." He nodded. "Right, everybody knows now. I'll make sure to tell Ron thanks from you." She shook her head. "Right family, wrong kid. Doesn't matter. I'll see you after." As soon as Harry left, Tonks took a breath, shook her head, and then headed up towards the Gryffindor Tower. She knew where it was, of course, but this time it was very different. Thinking upon all those differences, she found herself staring at the fat lady. After a moment, the fat lady pointed over Dora's shoulder. "It's across the hall, dearie." Then she looked over Dora's head. "She's here, Maggie." Dora recognized her immediately as she made her way across the hallway. Just as Harry had described from before, radiant and smiling something fierce. "Magdalene, I don't have the Potter ring," but Harry said. There was no reply, but the door swung open. As Dora made her way inside, Magdalene laughed. "You do not need a ring when you bear that tattoo, let alone the future of our family in your womb. Welcome to your new home." Chapter 23, Early October Interlude. Friday, 3 October 1997. Jack put on the indicator to turn into home, wishing above all that she could just put the last few hours out of her mind. It had been a madhouse at work. Not that being a helper in the bakery at Morrison's wasn't always a bit mental, but lately it had been worse. Since coming back to work after her extended absence, she'd had to grovel a bit and accept whatever they offered, not that it was much, but her boss Lottie was a piece of work. Finally, as traffic eased, she left Hallgate Road and turned into home, turning off the lights and killing the engine. The car wasn't a bad one, not in the least, but with all the cars her father worked on at his garage, you would have thought that he could have found her something a bit better than the old 80s Peugeot 205 that he said was perfectly good enough for her. She was the one who had the job, but Crystal, since she had Emily, got the newer Golf to replace the crappy Micra she dumped in the bad part of town with Ron. It was while she was thinking of Ron, wondering if he'd sent another letter, that she entered the house to find her father cooking as usual, Crystal off watching telly with Emily and her mum nowhere to be seen. She dropped her keys in the tray on the stand by the door and walked in. "What's on tonight?" Crystal's answer of Corey came out at the same time as her father's answer of fettuccine. Ignoring her sister, she made her way into the kitchen and stood next to her father, looking over shoulder. "Smells great, I'm starving." "Few more minutes. It'll keep, your mum's working late." He looked down at her. "Got a letter today." "I did. Where?" Jack looked around the kitchen, but turned back when she didn't see an envelope in the usual place. Her father held up 2 envelopes. "I thought you said I got a letter, not 2, Dad." Reg smirked at his daughter. "I got one as well. Here, you can read. Yours is the unopened one." Jack had a confused look on her face as she took the envelopes from her father, ignored Crystal's teasing, and went to her room, making sure the door was shut tightly. She'd caught Crystal coming into her room to ask about something and just leaning over her shoulder to read one of Ron's letters. She sat her letter aside, as her curiosity made her pull out the letter to her father first. Mr. Wilson, I hope you don't mind me writing you to ask for advice, but I think you're the best person to ask. Nobody I know has any experience in this except for my dad, and he doesn't really know too much. I want a good bit of galleons in a pool, enough to buy a car. Since I don't know a thing about cars, real Muggle cars, and you work with them professionally, I thought you would be the best person to ask what kind of car would be best for me to learn how to properly drive. I asked Harry's account manager at Gringotts what the exchange rate would be, and I have a budget of a little over £30,000 of money. Is that enough to buy something decent? My dad has an old Ford Anglia, but he's made it a magical car that flies and stuff, but I don't know if it would pass for a real Muggle car. It doesn't drink petrol or anything. I know this is asking quite a bit, but if you could send me suggestions, I would really appreciate it. I thought that when I find a car that maybe you and Jack could teach me how to drive. I know there's a lot to it, moving things about and using your feet, but it shouldn't take too long, I hope. Maybe a day or two. The first time I could get away from Hogwarts will be over Christmas break. Mums agreed that I could see Jack then, so does that give you enough time to find something? If not, there's the Easter halls. You can send your reply back with Jack's letter. I wrote her as well, and if her letter isn't there, you can blame Errol. He's an old owl who isn't the best at these things anymore, and I wasn't sure how the Hogwarts owls would manage sending you a letter. Not sure if they know how to deliver to a Muggle neighborhood. Thank you. Ron Weasley. P.S. If it isn't too much trouble, could you send the recipe for manicotti? I asked for that at the sorting feast, and the house elves tried, but it didn't taste like yours. Oh my God. Jack laughed to herself as she sat down the letter. If she thought Ron had tried, she didn't think he could have written a letter to her father that would have sucked up more, as it hit all her dad's sweet spots, cars and cooking. She sat the letter off to the side and then curled up on her bed and opened her letter. It was as she hoped. School was okay. He mentioned a few things, but mostly he wrote about how he missed her, that he'd been given a bit of stick for putting up her picture in his room on his bedside table, and had fielded tons of questions about what it was like dating a Muggle girl. Surprisingly, Daphne Greengrass had asked about her, and then Ron told her exactly how he'd won the galleons. She laughed when she found out that Tonks was expecting, as she'd been a part of several late-night wedding planning sessions when Tonks said she was going to wait a long time before becoming a mum. A knock on the door made Jack hurriedly put away her letter. Jackie, her mum peeked her head around the door, looking bewildered. Your dad's acting like Christmas came early and said to ask you, what on earth is going on? She laughed, and as her mum sat on the edge of the bed, she brought out Ron's letter to her father. He asked Dad's advice on buying a car and asked for his manicotti recipe because the house elves don't do it properly. Oh, hell. Gemma rolled her eyes and unbuttoned the top of her shirt. I should have known it had to do with Ron. She eyed her daughter thoughtfully. This isn't like it was with Drunken, is it? Jack shuddered as she thought about her ex-boyfriend. He'd been a bit of a twat, but that was being charitable. Of course she'd been besotted and didn't listen to her mum, and there'd been a row where she'd said that it was her life, and had gone on seeing him even though, deep down, she knew it wouldn't last. No, it isn't. It's hard, though, with him at school in Scotland while I'm at Bleeding Morrison's. She sat there for a moment. I'm just worried that while he's up there, he'll forget about me. For a moment, Gemma almost hoped that it would happen, that the odd ginger boy would break it off with Jack, and then there would be no more odd things like owls delivering the post and those goblin creatures waving their arms around their house. But then she thought of her daughter. If her daughter was happy, she could put up with those things, especially if the magic lot kept the terrorists away. I don't think so, dear. He writes you quite a bit, doesn't he? Jack smiled. All the time, he's getting quite good at it. I still can't believe he has to use a quill. Gemma raised an eyebrow. Perhaps you can send him a few biros with your next letter. Now come on, supper's just about ready. After the week I've had at the office, I could use a glass or 6 of wine. I'm sure I'll need it to survive all the talk about cars your father is considering for Ron. Daphne Greengrass sat in the library, irritated that she had to write 2 feet for culture studies. If that utter pillock Finnegan had just kept his mouth shut, it would have been 1 foot, but he kept arguing with Parkinson. If either of them had a brain, they would have realized that Professor Tonks had reached her limit of stupidity ages ago. She had just taken out her parchment when a book bag was dropped across the table, making her look up to see Ginny, along with Hermione and Hannah Abbott, take seats at her table. "Hello, Daphne." Ginny sat down and looked across the table. "Culture studies." "Yes," she nodded hello to the other girls. "My classmates are." "Idiots," Hermione helpfully finished the sentence. "Utter idiots." "Precisely," Daphne agreed. At first, she and Granger had a somewhat stiff and formal friendship, as she didn't know her as well as some of the others, but she'd come to appreciate the girl's quick mind, not to mention her rather snarky wit. They were somewhat alike, both studious and irritated with some of the childishness of school, and had over the first month developed a relationship based on school and other things. In the years past, she would have never deigned to speak to Granger. After all, the Gryffindor was a Muggle-born, while she was a Slytherin from the House of Greengrass. After everything that had gone on the previous year, though, that didn't seem to matter as much anymore. Ginny leaned across the table. "Okay, I'm over this. Who the bloody hell were you talking about at the wedding? He plays Quidditch. I've been through everyone I can think of." Hannah leaned over from her chair next to Daphne and whispered, "For the love of Helga, just tell her. She's been driving us mental." Daphne surveyed the faces at the table. Hermione and Hannah were looking at her with something approaching enjoyment, whilst Ginny looked rather put out. "Oh, maybe another clue." "Just fucking tell me." Ginny drew up short, popped her head up and hoped not to see Madame Pince come by and admonish her for her outburst. When it became apparent that Pince was nowhere close, and more importantly hadn't heard anything, Ginny continued. "If you don't tell me, I'll tell everybody I saw you come out of a broom closet with Goyle." "Nice try, but nobody would believe that. You're so not a Slytherin." Daphne pretended to think for a moment and then relented. "Okay, fine, have it your way. Fat lot of good it will do you now. He plays Quidditch. Professionally." "Ooh," Hannah half squealed. "An older man." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Of course he's older if he plays professionally. That rules out any Hogwarts students then. Professional Quidditch players at the wedding. Well, every witch and wizard from Britain was invited to the wedding, so that doesn't really narrow things down." "Sometimes you're too smart for your own good, Hermione." Daphne rolled her eyes. "I was going to be able to drag this out for a lot longer, but not anymore." She saw Granger stick out her tongue. "Very mature. Fine, have it your way. It's a Quidditch player who knows Harry that isn't British." As always, Granger's powers of deduction went into overdrive, and she got it almost immediately. After clapping a hand over her mouth, she caught Daphne's eye. A quick nod of Daphne's head told Hermione everything she needed to know. "Come on," Ginny smacked Hermione on the arm. "We aren't all as brilliant as you two." "Victor Crumb," Daphne watched as Ginny's eyes went a bit wide. "He was watching you all through the reception. I don't know very many Quidditch players, not any really, but I do know who Crumb is. I believe he went to ask you to dance once but was surrounded by people asking for an autograph. You didn't see how he kept looking your way? Honestly, Weasley, it was obvious." She saw the perplexed looks of her friends. "Well, it was obvious if you knew what to look for." "What the bloody hell do I do now?" Ginny sat back in her chair. "Victor Crumb, really." At that point, Madame Pince was close enough and decided to restore proper order to her library, ceasing the conversation. The four girls returned to their homework, and for the next few minutes only the sound of quills on parchment could be heard. After a bit, though, Hannah couldn't contain herself. "Just think, Ginny, Victor Crumb. How's that?" Harry put another pillow behind Dora's back as she leaned up against the headboard of the bed. "Better." "You're a lousy house elf." She moved the pillow, repositioning it to better ease the pain in her back. "After the day I've had, I hope to have better service. I'm speaking to your supervisor." "It wasn't that bad, was it?" Harry slid off his shoes and climbed into bed with her, propping his Transfiguration textbook on his legs. "I mean, your office is nice." "Office?" Dora rolled her eyes. "It's a bloody classroom they've turned into an office. I joined the Aurors and then the task force so I wouldn't have to do paperwork, and now that's all they have me doing, paperwork." She squirmed a bit, adjusting herself and forcing the pillows into something more comfortable. It had been decided by the powers that be on the task force that, since she was pregnant, she would no longer be on field duty. The conversation with the HGIC had been brief. No field duty. She was still a part of task force, but her assignment would now be going through all the documents to try and find any Death Eater involvement to help them trace what was happening with that lot. Instead of assuming the appearance of someone and infiltrating Death Eater groups or going on stakeouts of suspected Death Eater hideouts, she was given umpteen boxes of parchment copied over from Gringotts and other places to sift through and make reports. The day had been full of Muggle documents from someplace near Slough. Utterly boring, utterly normal, and utterly futile. Harry shrugged. If it makes you feel better, your mum gave us 2 feet in culture studies. Seamus and Pansy went after each other again, and she lost her temper. Dora snorted. Mental midgets. I've had Mum mad at me for a ton of things, and it never ends well. She glanced over at him. What's the topic? Transportation, comparing how people get about. The odd thing is that Ron looked like Christmas came early when he heard. It's so weird, it's like Ron's turning into Hermione. He started writing almost immediately. Had to practically pick him up out of his seat to get to Transfiguration. He paused. So, anything you can tell me? We've been through this, love. I can't tell you anything. You should be able to tell me, though. I'm Lord Potter. Dora rolled her eyes. Yes, and you're the boy who lived and all that, right? But to the task force, it doesn't matter. Right now, you're just a 7th-year student who has to write a paper for my mum. I'm sure Transfiguration is important and all, but if you want to stay in Mum's good graces, you'll finish that first. Your mum loves me. I'm the father of her first grandchild. Cheeky, she saw him thinking. What? When I went to Sirius Vault with Bill Weasley, my dad's motorcycle was in there. It was in pieces, and Bill said the goblins could probably help put it together again. I forgot about that. Just think, we could go for a ride. Dora burst out laughing. Oh, that's definitely not a way to stay on Mum's good side. I can hear her now. Nymphadora, I insist you stay off that dangerous thing while pregnant. You're going to be a mother. Yeah, not a good idea. Maybe after you have the baby then. After, very much after. Don't they have those things you can put on the side? We could put the baby in that. Bet there's a bunch of charms you could put on it. Harry, Dora shook her head. Give it a rest. Write Effie about it, and then it's best if you forget about it. She paused for a moment. But I would look smashing in all that leather. No, dragon hide. The lights were off in the front of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes in Diagon Alley. The smiling face of the Weasley brothers on the top of the building, that would smile and lift a hat on and off of its head, sat still and silent. Nothing whirled around the top of the building. No fireworks went off, which the small amount of permanent residents of the alley were quite grateful for, especially as it was almost midnight. If one could peek through the building with something like Moody's magical eye, they would have spotted a light on in the far back of the building, illuminating a workshop where 3 men were busy. 2 men busier than the third, who seemed as if he was only there to make tea. The 2 red-haired men were bent low over their tables, wands waving intermittently, as the third man came forward levitating the tea service. Thanks, Ollie. Fred lifted his head and took the cup of tea out of the air. You don't have to do that, you know. Oliver Wood shrugged. Not much else for me to do, you know. League isn't starting matches for a couple of weeks. I'm bloody bored of just practicing. George took his attention away from his table and leaned back, lifting a hand into the air as a teacup floated next to him. So what's the first fixture? Who's Puddlemere's first victim? Oliver laughed. Chudley. Fred grinned at his brother. Ronnikins and Harry won't be pleased. Oliver sat down on a small stool. Don't write it down as a win right away. Since your brother and Harry got involved, players are actually thinking of signing on there. You know Dickie Burton, yeah? Chaser for Wigtown. His contract was up, and after everything went to hell, he hadn't signed on anywhere. I know my gaffer tried to get him on our side, but once he found out Harry and Ron are involved, he signed up with Chudley. Oliver crossed his legs. It gets worse, though. Since we skipped a season last year, really, the league wants to throw a big kickoff event. Think the Yule Ball, but worse. I think they want to have Harry and Ron show up to help promote the league, let everybody know we're back in business. Didn't know who I'm going to ask to this thing, have to have a date. Fred, who was closest to the door, sat up straight. You lot hear that? What? George picked up his wand from the table. What was it? Shops locked tight. The three men gripped their wands and slid off their seats, each of them immediately assuming a defensive position. Their days of being guerrilla fighters during the Dark Wanker's rule fell over them quickly, thoughts of tea and Quidditch and new products for the shop gone in an instant. Oliver slid a hand into his pocket and brought out a pair of overly large, purple-framed glasses. Slipping them onto his head, he tapped a temple piece with his wand. The light-revering spectacles the twins had created were dead useful, making the dark of the shop seem as bright as day. As Fred and George cursed internally for not having theirs available, they fell back and let Oliver take the lead. The shop was still, nothing moved that Oliver could see, but he still heard something scratching, as if it was a bird or a pixie that had got trapped in the shop. He hoped that was what it was, not something worse. He rounded the corner and stopped, putting an arm out to keep the twins from advancing. He turned back to them, somewhat more relaxed, and whispered, "Self-writing quill is going like mad." "Oh, bloody hell." Fred flicked his wand and the lights came on at about quarter power. He stepped around Oliver, busy putting his spectacles away, and walked forward to where, floating in midair, the self-writing quill was scratching away on a piece of parchment. "Hang on a mo, brother." George came forward, his wand still out. "They don't start themselves, and where'd that parchment come from?" That brought the three men up short. They glanced at each other, once again brought their wands to the ready and walked closer to the parchment, quills still writing. After a look and a nod, the twins moved closer to the parchment. Fred leaned over, read the words on the parchment, and let out a yell of bloody fucking hell. "What is it?" Oliver stepped up and looked over Fred's shoulder. "That can't be." "George," Fred looked at his brother. "That's what I think it is, that's Percy's handwriting." "Which means?" "He's a ghost." George focused his attention to where the author of the words should be standing. "Perfect Percy, are you a ghost?" Behind the parchment, the air began to swirl, and then coalesce into an almost transparent form that was the unmistakable figure of Percy Weasley. "Hello, you two." "Oliver." "Merlin's balls." Oliver stood in shock. "You're a ghost. I thought ghosts were bound to one place like the castle. How'd you do this?" Percy shrugged. "I wasn't informed of the proper procedure. I simply wanted to speak to you. And before you ask, I don't know who did it to me or how it happened. I don't remember that." "Bloody hell, Fred. Our brother's a ghost." "Think of the possibilities, George." Percy scowled at them. "I did not come here to help you make more frivolous products." "Hey," Fred looked offended. "I'll have you know we're working on some rather important things these days. It's not just skiving snack boxes, we're supplying the task force with some toys." After a disdainful look, Percy adjusted his ghostly glasses. "And I suppose you can't tell anyone about that, can you? Maybe someday you can tell Mum so she can be proud of you too. Merlin knows she could use some good news these days. It's so sad, rather heartbreaking actually. I'm just glad she's getting back to normal." "Wait a tick, you've seen Mum?" George tilted his head. "Perce, ghosts are supposed to be tied to a place, like Ollie said. How are you doing this? And for Godric's sake, please tell us." "You didn't show yourself to Mum. She couldn't take it." Fred looked pleadingly at his ghostly older brother. "Please." "No." Percy shook his head, which made his form, floating in the shop, seem to wobble slightly. "I couldn't do that to Mum." He looked at his watch and then turned back to the others. "I don't have much time. I need you to send word to Harry and the others. Lucius Malfoy is the key. Find him and you'll solve everything." "Malfoy," George pulled a face. "Should have known such slimy Slytherin shite," Fred finished. "I thought ghosts couldn't do stuff like that, give clues." Percy shrugged. "As I said, if there are rules, they have not been communicated to me." Fred mimed wiping a tear from his face. "Georgie, our dear brother Percy, finally breaking the rules." George slung an arm around his twin's shoulder. "It only took him being a ghost to do it. Wish you would have learned that before, Perce." Percy sniffed. "Someone had to set an example for Ron and Ginny. Merlin knows you two weren't going to do it." He turned serious for a moment. "Pass it on to Harry, please. As soon as you can. I have to go now, but I'll stop in when I can." "Good to see you, Percy." George gave him a sad smile. Just don't pop in next Saturday night. The girls are coming over. Before Fred could say anything, Percy's form became more transparent and then disappeared without a sound, the parchment and self-writing quill falling to the floor. Oliver bent over and picked up the parchment, glanced at it and handed it to Fred. So, who's writing, Harry? Writing, George shook his head. I know we did the orange envelopes and they're secure as secure can be. But we can't just say hello, Harry. Percy's ghost showed up and said Lucius Malfoy's the key to everything. How's Hogwarts? Need to do this in person. So Ollie, George looked over to him. Fancy a trip up to Hogwarts. Saturday, 4 October, Hogwarts. It was a normal October day at Hogwarts. Overcast and threatening rain. Somewhat cold and very blustery. Harry and Ron headed towards the pitch, both of them thinking about something other than Quidditch. Harry was thinking about Tonks, how she was acting moody and everything he said to her seemed to be the wrong thing, while Ron was wondering when he would hear from Jack. As they joined the crowd entering the stadium, neither of them noticed that they'd been joined by a few more of their friends. Eventually, Neville had to tap Harry on the shoulder to get his attention. As it was the Hufflepuff/Ravenclaw match, the Gryffindor side was somewhat sparsely filled. The House of the Lions didn't show up as early for matches their house wasn't playing. As Harry made his way up in the stands, he looked back and saw that some of the younger years were still looking at him oddly, as if he was a celebrity, but he ignored that and was happy that those around him were his friends. Neville sat next to Hannah, blushing as the Hufflepuff girls scooted closer to him, while Ginny, Hermione, and Daphne Greengrass sat behind him and Ron. It seemed just like any other match, as Ron had a small, spiral-bound Muggle notebook and uncapped a blue biro. Where'd you get that? Ginny leaned over Ron's shoulder. Jack, he answered without looking back. Can't take scouting notes with a quill, much easier. As Ron ignored everyone and started making notes, Neville turned to Ginny. He gets a letter like every day. Got that at breakfast this morning. Hey, isn't that the twins? Ginny looked to where Neville was pointing, and he was right. The twins, along with Oliver Wood, were making their way through the stands towards them. It took them a bit of time, as people wanted to speak to them, and Oliver had to sign a couple of autographs, but eventually they ended up near everyone. George and Fred sat down next to Harry, making a concentrating Ron grumble and budge over. Oliver, unsure of where to actually sit, ended up next to a Slytherin girl he didn't know. Daphne glanced at her new Quidditch companion. I take it you're a great fan of Hogwarts Quidditch. Aye, same as you. Must be, a Slytherin sitting with Gryffindors. Daphne rolled her eyes. Please, it's just something to do. Ah, so you don't follow Quidditch then? Not even the professional league? Hardly. She looked down at the twins on either side of Harry, both of them whispering in his ears. I take it you know those too. Oh, aye. Good beaters, those two. Oh, you played Quidditch at Hogwarts. Gryffindor, I should have known. Must be difficult to give it up after school. Oliver rubbed his chin. He didn't know if she knew he was a professional keeper for Puddlemere and was just taking the mickey, or if she was truly clueless. I play a bit. Keeper. Good to keep in shape and all. I'm sure your pub team is very appreciative. He had to stifle a laugh as it was obvious the girl had no idea who he was. A rather pretty lass at that. A pretty lass who wasn't going to be impressed that he played Quidditch. So what year? 7th, thank Merlin. Daphne let out a sigh. After everything that happened last year, the professors seemed determined to make up for lost time. I really should be in the library revising, but I just couldn't take it anymore. She looked at him, somewhat intrigued. He knew that she was a Slytherin and he had been in Gryffindor, but he didn't push the topic. And if she was being honest with herself, he wasn't bad on the eyes. That pub team Quidditch obviously was working out well for him, because even in that thick woolen jumper, she could see that he was rather fit. Her reverie was broken as he spoke to her, but she wasn't sure what he said. Sorry, what was that? I think I remember seeing you at Harry's wedding. You helped out, right? Yes. I did help. I don't recall seeing you, though. Oh, well, ended up having a few too many with some of my teammates, and then I ran into Lee Jordan and the twins. He'd started to continue, but the announcer's voice echoed through the stadium, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff teams streaming out and into the sky. At that moment, Oliver made a decision. It wasn't one that was well thought out, obviously, but it was a fortuitous one in the long run. Years later, they would both laugh about it. Say, you still have that dress from the wedding, right? My work's throwing a thing, dress robes and all that, and I've got to go to it. Fancy joining me? It might be kind of stuffy, but I think Ron and Harry'll get roped into it. So if you find me as boring as all the others I've dated, at least you'll be able to talk to Tonks and Ron's girlfriend. She's a muggle. Hope that's all right. Daphne laughed almost silently. The man was clueless. Still, an evening away from Hogwarts didn't sound too bad. Perhaps. I'll tell you after the game. Maybe by then you'll actually introduce yourself. I don't want to spend an evening saying, hey you, or calling you mate or something. Oh, bloody L. Oliver smacked himself in the forehead. Oliver Wood. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wood. I'm Daphne. She glanced at him, and then once again down to the twins. This time Hermione had joined them, and they all spoke together rapidly. Please tell me you aren't like the Weasley twins. She paused. You do look familiar, Mr. Wood, perhaps from Quidditch. You said you were a keeper, correct? What do you mean? Ron Weasley was up there, some little odd-looking notebook in his hand, and stared at her as if she was mental. Wood's a brilliant. Oliver waved him off. Hello there, Ron. What can I do for you? Need some help. Ron stepped across Oliver and plopped himself down between Wood and Greengrass. I've got some ideas on some drills, but if there's anything you've learned after leaving Hogwarts, I'd love to hear it. Daphne shook her head. I'm sure Mr. Wood's little team would be a big help to you, Ron. Ron goggled at her. Little, what the fuck? Oliver tapped him on the arm. Listen, Ron, I'll tell you what I did here at Hogwarts, but I can't tell you anything after that. Can't have Chudley finding out all our secrets. Oh, Ron nodded. Right, sorry, forgot about that. Ron, Daphne was growing irritated at Weasley. Have you informed Jack about this? What did you call it, Mr. Wood? A thing. Are you attending? What? Ron looked to Oliver. What's she on about? Oliver waved him off. You'll probably get an owl about it soon, don't worry. Now don't you have some scouting to do? They're almost ready to start, mate. Ron looked out to the pitch and hurried down to his former seat without saying a word to Daphne or Oliver. As Oliver's eyes followed Ron, he was surprised to see that Harry, the twins, and Hermione had all left the stands. Where'd they go? Daphne wrapped her robe around her a bit tighter, as the rain was just beginning to fall. I've given up trying to keep track of Harry and that lot. So, Mr. Wood, do you work with the Weasley twins at their shop? As a shadow fell over them, she looked up to see 3 first years, all Gryffindor, standing in front of her. Yes. One boy was prodded by the others and moved forward slightly. Mr. Wood, could we get a picture? Oliver glanced at Daphne out of the side of his eyes. Sure, not a problem. He looked over to Daphne. Mind taking the picture? As Daphne took the camera from the excited first-year boy, Oliver stood up, the 3 Gryffindors in front of him, and smiled for the camera. They shook his hand and thanked him effusively for the picture before disappearing back into the stands. Once they'd resumed their seats, and the match started, Daphne couldn't stand it any longer. What? Oliver also couldn't take it any longer. With a laugh, he brushed the rain out of his eyes. I play keeper, but it's no for a pub team. It's Puddlemere United, Daphne. He ended it questioningly, as she hadn't told him her surname. Greengrass, Daphne Greengrass. She looked at him oddly. So you are a professional Quidditch player, then? I'm afraid the only one I know of is Victor Crumb. Are you as? Nah, I'm not in Crumb's league. Well, really, I'm not. He doesn't play in the British and Irish league, but my agent says there's a rumor that he wants a transfer. Holy hippogriffs. Your Lady Greengrass, I read about that. Right. Correct, Daphne eyed him with a smirk. Perhaps I might have to start following Quidditch. Just not Chudley. I don't think Weasley's ego would survive. Chapter 24. The Thin Line of Samhain Friday, 31 October. Hogwarts Castle was alive with the expectation of the usual Halloween party. The decorations were charmed into place, and the ghosts were thoroughly enjoying themselves, startling unobservant first- and second-year students. Luna Lovegood had helped, in her usual fashion, by transfiguring small clay models of nargles into a herd of flying figures, somewhat in the manner of bats, that swarmed and darted about the heads of everyone in the great hall. Seamus Finnegan had been pecked in the head after class by one, its single horn embedded in his ear for a few moments, which precipitated a visit to Madame Pomfrey. Headmistress McGonagall tried to have Luna cease the charm, but since the Ravenclaw girl had given each of the nargles their own personality, they tended to make themselves scarce whenever anyone tried to cast a finite in their direction. Almost all of the students were in their dorms, getting dressed in their finest for the Halloween feast and party. Almost, as in Harry's private room, several notable students were donning more posh attire in preparation for the British and Irish Quidditch League event. To be more precise, several students and a former student, specifically the females. The male students were currently in their formal robes, or robes of their houses, sitting near the fireplace drinking butter beer and wondering exactly how long it would take their dates for the evening to be ready to depart. How long does it take to put on a dress and charm some makeup? Ron looked over at Harry, and then over to the clock on the fireplace mantel for what seemed like the 1,000th time in the last 20 minutes. I still have to go pick up Jack. I'm sure they'll be ready soon. I can't wait. Colin's leg bounced up and down as he fidgeted. Harry glanced over at the two Gryffindors and sighed. Ron was chomping at the bit to go see Jack, and Colin was bursting with excitement, as usual. At least he'd convinced Colin to leave his camera behind for the evening. Unsurprisingly, as Tonks liked to tease him, Colin followed Harry's lead and had invested some of his galleons in the Chudley Supporters Trust, garnering him an invitation as Lord Macbeth to the event. He'd asked Ginny Weasley to be his date, just as a friend, as he knew she'd want to go but wouldn't have a way otherwise. Glancing at the door to his bedroom, Harry knew that the problem wasn't the fact that Ginny and Daphne Greengrass were getting ready. It was his wife. He'd had to hear about how she didn't want to wear the normal lady black robes, and Daphne had been unsuccessful in suggesting other things to wear. Mostly Dora had been complaining about getting fat, but, luckily for him, he couldn't see it and had said so, earning him a very nice evening the night before. Ron couldn't take it and went over to the door, banging on it. "Come on, you lot, we'll be late." Ginny's voice came through the door, muffled only slightly. "Keep your hair on, we're almost done." As Ron muttered and started packing, Harry couldn't take it any longer. "Ron, it starts at 8. It's 5:30. We'll have plenty of time to go pick up Jack." Ron never had a chance to respond as the door opened, Ginny in the lead, her look of irritation somewhat spoiling a very nice makeup job. Daphne was next and then Dora, trailing behind, fastening an earring. The ladies all looked wonderful, their hair in different styles that made them look quite elegant, not to mention the dresses. Harry was happy that his wife must have listened to Daphne, as she had on the pale green dress that she'd said was bloody uncomfortable and dowdy 2 days ago. Finally, Ron clapped his hands. "Okay, who has the portkey?" He looked at everyone. "Where's the bloody portkey? It's timed if we miss it." "Settle down, Cannon." Dora reached into her small clutch and pulled out a plaid scarf. "We've still got to get outside the ward line. We've got plenty of time." Eventually, everyone made it out of the castle, stopping only to speak to McGonagall as she reminded them, excepting Dora, that they were all students, and it was a privilege of their stations which allowed them to be out of the castle that evening. She further reinforced her condition that they comport themselves accordingly and return to the castle no later than 1 a.m., as the wards would be firmly back in place at that time. Any stragglers would not like the consequences. With McGonagall's words in their ears, they stood next to a tree outside the ward line, the castle above them festively lit for the evening's festivities. As the time grew near, Dora took the scarf out of her clutch. Everyone took a hold of the fabric, and then the scarf turned blue, whisking them away from the Scottish countryside. Further south in England, Jack stood in the kitchen along with her mum, looking out the window to their back garden. She knew that Ron had written her that the wards and other things the goblins had done would make their arrival invisible to their neighbors, but her mum wasn't as confident. "Think of it like the TARDIS, Mum. They'll just show up." "It won't make that noise, will it?" Dina stood worriedly next to the sink and peered out the window. "No, that's just on the telly." She paused. It might make a popping sound. That's what happens when the house elves apparate. Dina rolled her eyes. And Ermintrude next door will be ringing me right after. I can just hear her. Oh, Dinny, heard something out in your garden. Shall I ring 999? Old Bat should keep to herself. You would have to date a wizard when the biggest busybody in 40 kilometers lives next door. Then, before Jack could respond, Ron and everybody else were there in her garden without so much as a peep. They're here. Reg, Dina yelled towards the living room. Get the camera. Jack hurriedly smoothed some invisible wrinkles from her dress. Do I look okay? Reg entered the kitchen, camera in hand, still dressed in his work clothes. You look fine, Jackie, but I hope you know what you're doing with that dress. Orange, really. After giving her father an irritated look, Jack hurried out the back door to the garden, leaving her parents standing there. Dina shook her head. It's not bright orange. Give me some credit for that. It's for Ron's team, if you were going to a football party. I'd want you be in Tottenham colors, right? I know. Still. He watched out the window as his daughter embraced her boyfriend, only giving him a little kiss. Right, they're heading in. He glanced at the clock. Have just enough time to show him what I got. You are not going to take him out to look at cars. Remember, we have a guest coming over for dinner tonight. Reg shook his head. Won't take but a moment. Men. Dina ignored him and turned her attention to the door as Jack led everyone in. Ron introduced Colin to Dina and Reg, and it was obvious the boy was a wee bit excitable as he nattered on about everything and nothing for a bit until Ron's sister made him stop. Dina remembered Daphne and Ginny, so while they made small talk, Crystal came in with Emmy on her hip. As the women talked about dresses and things, and Dina inquired how Dora was doing with her pregnancy, Reg decided to take advantage of the situation. Ron got something to show you. He jerked his head towards the door. Come on, boys, they'll be at it for a bit. Ron took the lead, close behind Reg, but after walking out the front door, he stopped dead in his tracks, causing Colin to run into him and knock him forward a step. Is that mine? Eventually, Reg smiled. This was the part he loved. Picked it up at an auction, needs a fair bit of work before it'll be drivable. Took me ages to figure out what to get you, since you're an earl and all, but when this turned up, I had to do it. Ooh, Colin came forward and peered in the window. A Mark II Jaguar saloon. My dad's boss had one of these before he got a BMW. Reg nodded. Well spotted, lad. Yep, good all British motor for a British earl. Like I said, won't be running for a while, too much to do. Figured you could come over in the summer and we could work on it. He left unsaid the fact that it would also give him plenty of time to get to know his daughter's boyfriend. But you're wanting to learn to drive before that, so that's where this comes in. He walked over to a small, car-shaped thing under a blue tarp. With a pull, the tarp came off, revealing a small, faded blue little hatchback. Ford Fiesta, standard transmission. Best to learn on one of those even if the Jag's an automatic. He turned and saw Ron's look of slight bewilderment. Now don't feel too bad. This one runs, MOT is up to date, and if you run into a tree or something, it won't be too bad. Think what would happen if you did that in the Jag. Plus, there's parts everywhere, dead easy to repair. It'll give you something to drive while we fix the Jag. Ron finally found his voice. There, brilliant. Daddy, Jack stood in the doorway. Mum said. Right, Reg nodded abashedly. Right, pictures and then you lot need to be off. He started walking towards the door but stopped at Ron, giving him a stare. No funny business with Jack. She'll be home at a decent hour, and if you smell like alcohol, you can forget about the cars. Absolutely. Ron nodded nervously, ignoring the chuckles of Harry and Colin. Absolutely, sir. The British and Irish Quidditch League Gala was the first big public event since the restoration of the ministry, therefore the press was out in force. The invitations to the gala were portkeys, depositing everyone in a private, secure location many meters from the front entrance. To get to the actual gala, attendees were required to walk the red carpet, something that Dora wasn't too happy about, but Harry whispered something in her ear that perked her up slightly. As the group made their way down the red carpet, the flashes of cameras almost blinded Harry, holding onto Dora's hand for dear life at that point, as reporters tried to edge their way to the front of the line to shout questions. Ron was happy as a hippogriff holding Jack's hand, especially over the color of her dress. He himself had added a Chudley tie to his dress robes. Ginny wasn't faring as well, unfortunately, as Colin was agog with all the different cameras and actually stopped to ask one wizard about his lens, causing her and Daphne to literally push him along. Eventually, though, they all made at the front door and handed their invitations to the witch in official BIQL robes. Daphne looked a bit lost for a moment until Oliver, a little ways over from the entrance and sitting in a chair next to an elderly witch, caught her eye. She waved at him, and he said something hurriedly to the old witch and made his way over. "Thank Merlin, you're here." He went up to Daphne and let out a large sigh. "It's bad enough getting caught by Eunice when at Puddlemere Things." He saw the questioning looks. "Owner's wife. I swear, she doesn't listen when I tell her I don't want to date her granddaughter. You look lovely, Lady Greengrass." After slightly nodding her head to accept the compliment, in a very sweet voice, Daphne took his arm. "Why, thank you, Mr. Wood, but if you refer to me as Lady Greengrass again this evening, you won't be able to ride a broom for a week. Shall we go in?" The others followed, and soon the small entryway opened up into a large ballroom that could only be possible with magic. Candles sat on top of snitches, thankfully only hovering instead of zooming about the place as normal. Ron stumbled a bit, as not only were the Chudley Cannons players there in attendance, but also the entirety of the Quidditch League. They'd only made it in a small amount before Frederico Dwyer, the Cannons' owner, made his way over to them. Explaining that he'd reserved seats at his table for Lord and Lady Potter, along with the Earl of Weasley and his date, he ushered them forward, remembering finally that Colin was there as well. He pointed to a table full of older witches and wizards, apparently a table for members of the Chudley Supporters Trust. Once Ginny and Colin had departed to their seats that left Daphne with Oliver, unsure of what to do next, but luckily Oliver took the lead, directing her gently towards a table full of the colors of Puddlemere United. As the Hogwarts students and their dates endured a large amount of questions and small talk, the ballroom began to fill up. After what seemed like an eternity to Harry, a bell rang, and everyone turned to the origin of the bell, a podium on top of a small dais, where a wizard with an outlandish robe, seemingly made up of the colors of all the league teams, waved his arms gently to quiet everyone down. Witches and wizards, lords and ladies, players, staff and owners, welcome to what I hope will be the first of many British and Irish Quidditch League season start galas. I am Commissioner Ian Rex. Welcome, welcome to one and all. It was at that point that Ron wished he hadn't agreed to Reg's order of no alcohol, as he knew that it was going to be a very long evening. As Jack took his hand under the table, he hoped that at least the food would be good, and the dancing would start shortly after they cleared away the plates. Hermione sat in her room, enjoying the privacy that being named head girl allowed. There was paperwork, that was for sure, as she found herself finishing up yet another report for McGonagall, this time on a tally of all detentions and lost house points. It wasn't that bad, if she was honest with herself. Only a few detentions for things that would obviously merit an evening with Filch or with Hagrid. How those Ravenclaw boys thought it was perfectly fine to turn the sixth-year Hufflepuff girls' robes transparent was beyond her. She paused, looking at a picture of Charlie that Ginny had given her. He wasn't the type who had framed pictures of himself just lying around, obviously, so Ginny had stepped in and helped her out. Hermione had thought about asking Colin for a picture of Charlie, because if anyone had one it would be Colin, but then she thought of the time frame when Colin would have taken the picture and dismissed that idea. Instead, Charlie looked at her from the picture frame, grinning, and patted the head of a very small dragon. Apparently, it was the first time he had been present when a clutch had hatched, not too long from when he'd started at the Romanian Reserve. After picking up the picture, she shook her head. "I wonder if Daddy would have liked you. I bet he would, after he got past the tattoo. He always said those needles would give a person a horrible infection or hepatitis, but I'm sure wizarding tattoos are much safer." As she went to place the photo back on the table, a very loud, insistent ringing sound pierced the air, causing her to drop the frame and shriek in surprise. After catching her breath, she looked up to find the source of the sound. "What the bloody hell is that?" Before she could move, one of the supposedly ornamental owls that sat on either side of the working fireplace on the mantel opened its eyes and hooted rather loudly, drawing her attention. "Emergency! Head girl to the headmistress' office! Emergency! Head girl to the headmistress' office!" The wind whipped the exiled Dark King's silvery hair as he stood on the shore, black cloak pulled tightly around his thinning frame. Even in the darkness of the eastern Norwegian shoreline, his red eyes were visible, such a contrast against the pale flesh and hair. After all of the waiting, it was finally time to regain his rightful throne. As expected, Dolohov came up to him, bearing news. "Well." Dolohov nodded in a very slight bow and stood next to his lord. "It has begun. The portkeys have started. Our hidden allies will begin their assaults when you send the signal." "Tusk, tusk." The Dark King looked as if Dolohov was a small child that needed to be reminded that fire was hot. "That is not the report I require. The details are important. It was upon your counsel that I waited for this high holiday, and now you act as if it was nothing. Do not test my patience." Hopping the darkness would hide his scowl, Dolohov reached into his robe, forcing his face into an emotionless mask when addressing the king. He had his wand out, the lumos on his lips, but the king had beat him to it, conjuring a dark green flame with a twist of the hand. The flames were contained in a ball, circling the globe of fire and hovering at slightly higher than eye level. With the uneven flicker of the flames giving off barely sufficient light, Dolohov unfurled the parchment and peered through the greenish glow. "I apologize, my liege. Everything is as you have requested. The Death Eaters, each with a squad made up of witches and wizards from our recruiting efforts, have taken portkeys into Britain. The vampires will follow after they receive the signal in Portugal. From Ireland, the Dark She Fairies, werewolves, and the outcast goblin clans will begin their assault. Again, once they receive the signal, your Death Eaters are at the ready to lead, my lord." With a cruel smile, the Dark King turned from Dolohov, letting the wind whip open his robe, and threw his arms out to the night. "Samhain, when the wall betwixt worlds is thin." He paused and staggered a bit. Visions of Samhain celebrations in France splayed across his brain, a memory of great-grandmother Malfoy. He closed his eyes tightly, pushing the thoughts down. After regaining his composure, he turned to Dolohov, angry that his underling had witnessed the weakness of his borrowed flesh. "The ritual is complete. Time is mine. Give me your arm." Knowing what was coming did not give Dolohov any comfort. He would not be in the assault. He would not go through the air with the she-fairy magic, but it would be very painful. As there was no way out, he walked over to the king, pulled up the left sleeve of his robe, and turned the inside of arm towards his lord. The Dark King pulled a wand out of his robe, held it above Dolohov's flesh for a moment, and then laughed, touching the tip of the wand to the dark mark. The mark began to writhe, the snake moving as if alive, sending pain through Dolohov's arm. As the servant fell to his knees in pain, the king kept the wand on the mark. So far the evening wasn't that bad, Harry thought, as he took another drink of the sparkly water. Dora had told him that if she couldn't have any alcohol, then it went the same for him. But that really wasn't a problem. With everything going on, he didn't mind. Besides, one of the Chudley officials, a man with a rather poor attempt at covering his balding head, was quite happy to relieve them of the bottle of wine that sat in front of Dora. The table talk wasn't horrible, and thankfully very little was said about him being Lord Potter or the boy who lived. Instead, as expected, it was a table entirely full of Quidditch talk. The owner and the other officials were extremely happy with his and Ron's involvement, as Oliver's thoughts were proved correct. Many players who would have never considered Chudley were now having their agents contact management inquiring about a contract. Ron, who Harry had pointed to the seat next to the owner, was as happy as a niffler in a jewelry shop. But something was nagging at Harry, just hovering around like a headache. Something he couldn't quite place, something that felt wrong. He found himself nodding in the appropriate places in the conversations, but instead of engaging a bit, he kept looking towards the doors, trying to count the security witches and wizards. They'd been assured that security was as tight as possible, waving off the ministry's offer of Aurors, but something left him feeling uneasy. He hadn't noticed that he was bouncing his leg up and down underneath the table until Dora put her hand on his knee to stop the movement. She leaned over. "What's the problem? Ready to leave?" No, he scowled a bit. Something's wrong. What do you mean? My steak was cooked perfectly. Yours looked fine to me. I'm not talking about the food. I've got a bad feeling about this. She stifled a giggle and then her expression changed. Okay, Han Solo, what's going on? I don't know who you're talking about, but good things don't happen to my family on Halloween. Oh, love, she patted his leg. I'm sorry, I knew we should have declined. I could have said the baby was doing something and we could have stayed in. Thanks, but he paused and took his left hand away from underneath the table, bringing it up and pulled slightly on his Potter ring. It's odd, but I could swear this is getting warmer. He took it off and handed it to her. Do you feel it? Dora peered at his ring. I think you're right, and the writing inside seems to be brighter or something. She handed it back to him. Do you see it? He adjusted his glasses and looked down. There, in a flowing script on the inside of his ring, Ab Amore Fortitudo seemed to almost float over the surface of the metal. The translation came out of his mouth without thinking, in a soft, murmuring tone. By love, strength. Remember that. Dora leaned closer to him as he put the ring on. With our family, you're never alone, Harry. Even as he slipped on the ring, he tuned out the conversation at the table, only half hearing Ron's exclamation of shock at hearing that Victor Crumb's agent had sent an owl the other day. Instead, he found himself remembering Magdalene Potter's visit with him in the vision or dream, or whatever about the two trees that combined to be stronger than each of them would have been individually. That made him think about Dora, how she'd helped him be stronger than he ever would have been, how he would have never made it through everything without her. At that point, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ron put his arm around Jack. The Weasleys. They were his family, and if Ron didn't muck it up, somehow maybe Jack would be as well. And then there was his extended family. Hermione was the sister he'd never had. Harry! Dora's hand gripped his arm tightly, bringing him out of his thoughts. Is it the baby? Are you okay? I'm fine, but... Dora's voice was quavering. Over there by the door. She nodded towards the way out of the ballroom towards the loo. Harry, tell me if you see what I see. Bloody hell! Harry stared, not believing his eyes, but there was no mistake about it. A ghostly Percy Weasley frantically motioned for him. Without another word, he took his napkin from his lap, sat it on the table, and tried to walk as fast as possible without raising any attention to himself. It seemed to take ages, especially as he had to stop and politely extricate himself from one of the League officials who wanted to ask him something. Even when he spoke to the man, he never looked him in the eye, instead focusing over his shoulder to Percy's floating form. Thankfully, he was almost to the doorway when Percy floated down the hallway and then passed through the door of the loo. Harry pushed open the door and stopped in front of the mirror. There was his reflection, but no Percy, even though he could see Percy as plain as day. Harry, I don't have much time. You're a ghost. Percy nodded and waved him off. Yes, I'm a ghost, but that's not important. Harry, it's happening tonight. Voldemort, they're on their way. I'm off to warn as many as possible. How do you know? After adjusting his spectral spectacles, Percy gave him a condescending look, one that anyone who remembered Percy as a prefect would certainly remember. You are not the only one who has a link to him, I'll have you know. Yes, yours is gone now, but mine isn't. I've been to Hogwarts, I need to go to the Burrow, but I'm not sure how I can warn Mum and not give her a heart attack. Never mind that, Harry. He floated forward, inches from Harry's face. He is coming, they're coming. Remember, this is Samhain. Remember your family. Before Harry could speak another word, Percy's ghostly form seemed to swirl in on itself, as if someone had pulled the drain plug from the bathtub, and he was gone. The Potter ring began to almost burn his skin, but Harry didn't notice. He was angry. After everything that had happened, after all of the deaths, after the goblins had dealt with the Horcruxes and Voldemort at his wedding, he had hoped that it would all end soon, but it hadn't. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists. It was all repeating again. His parents had given their lives to keep him safe, and now he was prepared to do the same to his unborn child. Arthur, Percy, Dumbledore, Sirius. All gone. As his knuckles turned white with rage, he mentally vowed that his child would not be fatherless. His child would never have to fear Voldemort. His child would know grandparents and aunts and uncles. His child would be surrounded by love even if he had to tear apart Voldemort with his bare hands. As the anger subsided, it was replaced by a cold, calculated rage. He opened his eyes and had almost left the loo when he caught a glimpse in the mirror. Gone was his normal body. Instead, it was replaced by a much more mature frame. Before he had changed and had looked around 18, but now he looked much older. "Harry, are you okay? Harry," Ron stood at the open door, jaw dropped. "Bloody hell, is that you? What happened?" "He's coming. They're coming now." "Fucking hell." Ron pulled his wand out of his robe. "Here." "I don't know," Percy didn't say. "Percy," Ron's eyes went wide. "My brother." "He's a ghost. Come on, we need to warn them." Harry pushed past Ron and ran down the hallway, leaving his friend in shock. At the table, Jack had moved next to Dora. "I'm sure he's fine, it's..." "Dora, is that Harry?" Dora watched as her husband ran towards their table, causing every eye to turn to him. Well, it was Harry, as she'd seen him in her dreams, but that was much later. She could tell immediately by the look upon his face that something was very, very wrong. As he got closer, she also noticed that his eyes were almost glowing, something that made her flash back to when the ministry was destroyed. Harry hurried over to the table and put his hand on her shoulder. "Get ready." Then he turned to all of the confused faces. With a quick flick of his wand, his voice echoed through the ballroom. "Voldemort and the Death Eaters are on their way. Everyone needs to take cover, those who aren't able to fight." He never got to finish the sentence as a giant's club smashed down the glass ceiling, sending shards everywhere. Screams went up as people tried to take action or get under the tables for cover. Most simply ran for the exits. In the now roofless ballroom, dark figures seemingly half made of smoke whispered into existence, figures in black robes with shining silver masks. In the Muggle movies he'd watched with Dora, when events like this happened, Harry knew that the main character seemingly blocked everything out, as if there was no sound, only movement. It was obviously a Muggle cinema trick, as he heard everything. Spells being cast, people screaming, all that expensive glassware breaking, tables being splintered, the grunt of the giant as he brought his club down and cratered the stone floor. All of it was as loud as if it was happening inside his head. But then he heard a sound that registered back in his furthest memories, a sound that he had no conscious recollection of ever hearing, but he knew what it was immediately. Who it was. He dodged a spell from somewhere, stepping in front of Dora, who was kneeling down with her wand out and firing, and turned to his right. Dad. In a red aura robe, glasses slightly askew, and with the trademark Potter hair, James Potter stood next to the table, wand out. "It's me, Harry, on your right." Harry turned and a spell erupted from his wand, the words out of his lips without conscious thought. "Sanctus Griff." As before, back at the attack on the ministry, the fire seemed to shoot not only from his wand but from his entire arm. A high, keening scream came from the dark figure as the thin, concentrated band of flame pierced the man's chest, his open mouth revealing vampire's fangs just before bursting into flame and ash. "Bloody hell, son." James deflected a spell and shot one back in return. "What the fuck was that?" "I don't know." Harry felt Dora rise and take a defensive position, turning over their table with a flick of her wand. After receiving a quick nod and an odd look at James, she started firing spells again. "How are you here? Are you a ghost? Ghosts can't." James clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Does that feel like nearly headless Nick? It's Samhain, son. Lines thin between the worlds. I don't know exactly, but I don't care. We've got work to do." Tonks turned back to Harry, her hair black and curly. "Listen to your father." "I like her." James smiled for a second before firing off a few spells. "Listen, unless someone can take out that damned giant, we're all screwed." A husky female voice laughed behind them. "Oh, leave that one to me. I've got just the thing." Harry and Dora glanced back to see an older witch, dark hair streaked with silver, an elegant thin wand held aloft from a rich, deep green robe. As the witch walked around the upturned table and headed towards the giant, ignoring everything around her, James snorted. "Mummy." Without turning back, the older witch kept walking forward. "Mother, not Mummy, damn it, James." "Oh shit." James turned to Dora. "She's gonna use a spell from your lot." Everyone ducked as a green spell flashed past. Nasty black stuff. Threatened me with that stuff when I was a kid. She's a black. Dora popped her head over her shoulder for a second to James, and then focused her attention on a Death Eater in front of her, sending him careening into the wall with a very overpowered Bombarda spell. And your mum. Doria Black married Charles Potter, so yeah, that's my mum. He winced as a dark blue smoke began to encircle the giant's feet. The giant was too busy trying to rip one of the Kenmore Kestrel's players apart with his hands to notice. Luckily for the Kenmore player, he would survive, even if he would never play Quidditch again, as the blue smoke began to rise up the giant's legs. Either he's going to blow up or something equally horrible, but it's not going to be pretty. It wasn't. The smoke seeped into the giant's legs and continued up the body, penetrating the skin. Everyone who survived the attack would later say that the worst thing they'd ever heard was the scream of the dying giant. He dropped the Quidditch player, breaking both of the man's legs, but nobody could hear the player's screams over that of the giant's. The large mass of flesh began to convulse in massive shudders as the smell began to permeate the room. Off in certain areas, the vampires began to react, trying to flee. Some of them made it out of the ballroom, but others weren't quite so lucky and found themselves ballooning out until bursting. The giant's continued screaming went on as he stumbled forward, legs no longer working, arms frantically pulling at the skin on his chest. And then his face, massive blunt fingernails digging into the flesh and leaving burrows which did not show blood but a gooey blue ooze that dropped on the stone floor and hissed, burning small holes into the stone like hot water into newly fallen snow. And then the screams stopped. The arms no longer moved. The head dropped on the floor with a massive thump that reverberated through the ballroom like a small seismic wave, upending tables, witches, and wizards that had the extreme misfortune to be close by. Even the forces of the Dark Lord paused as the blue ooze seeped out of the eye sockets of the giant, dissolving the eyeballs with a puff. "Harry!" Ron shot around the end of the table barricade, one hand holding onto Jack and the other with his wand. Another man came almost as fast, his red hair obviously marking him a relative of Ron's. The man swirled his wand in the air, and the table barricade grew larger, turning from splintered wood into solid stone. "Brilliant, Fabian," James clapped the man on the shoulder. "Brilliant." Ron gave Harry an odd look and then laughed. "Your dad, my Uncle Fabian, what the hell?" "Samhain, Ronnie," Fabian turned to Harry. "Fabian Prowett, Molly's brother, the more dashing of the twins." He turned to James. "Gede's here, too, saw him and a Roman centurion with Ginny and that boy she's with." "Thank Merlin." Harry let out a sigh of relief and then paused. The fighting had lessened considerably, as most of the attendees were no longer in sight except for the wounded and the dead. He stepped away from the newly created stone barricade and peeked around the corner. "They've got the same idea. Looks like they've made a wall." He ducked back under cover as a spell shot into the stone. "All I can see is this little slit in the stone. Everybody else has taken cover or run for it." "So now what?" Dora looked over at everyone. "I guess Great Aunt Doria or whatever the fuck she is, she's gone because I don't see her, but now what do we do? Bloody standoff." "Always hated those. At least there aren't any trenches." Everyone turned to see another person had joined their little group, but this was no wizard. Harry had seen pictures of men like that before in the history books when he went to Muggle school, but he couldn't recall exactly why. Some were. But why was a Muggle there? The soldier shouldered his rifle and cautiously peered out over the top of the barrier. After satisfying himself, the man came down off the barrier and sat against it, fishing in his pockets and eventually coming up with a cigarette. "I say, any of you chaps have a light?" Dora took her wand and fashioned a small flame at the end, tipping it towards the man. He lit his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and after exhaling smiled broadly. "Thank you, Miss Lance Corporal Edward Wilson, British Expeditionary Force. Not quite the trenches, but close enough. Looks like you lot could use a hand." "Wilson," Jack stepped forward hesitantly. "Are you?" Lance Corporal Wilson beamed. "I'm your great-granddad, Jacqueline." But, Jack looked amongst the witches and wizards. "But they have magic, how'd you?" "It's Samhain, Jack," James Potter shrugged. "Mighty thin line between worlds and all." A crash hit the barricade, making it budge slightly. Harry felt his anger rise again. We need to end this, now. Right there, lad, right. Lance Corporal Wilson stood up and started loading his rifle. I take it you chaps, and ladies, excuse me, miss. It's Mrs. Potter, actually, Dora replied. So sorry, Mrs. Potter. Call me Eddie. Lance Corporal Wilson continued loading his rifle, cigarette dangling from his lips. It seems they've got a slot in that wall of theirs. If we could find some way to do that, and do something to keep their attention for a mo, then I could get off a few rounds. Not a problem. Fabian stepped forward, and with a wave of his wand, a thin slot about shoulder-high opened in the stone. Tell me when you're ready. After a long drag, Eddie tossed the cigarette on the floor and snuffed it with his boot. Anytime you're ready, mate. Fabian turned to James. Smoke and light, like those Death Eaters in Essex. Got it. James stepped forward. On the count of 3, he and Fabian stepped around the sides of the barrier and set off spells. James' spell caused a great deal of smoke for an instant, and then Fabian released his spell, causing a great flash of light. With a calm, measured aim, Eddie slid the barrel of his Enfield rifle out of the slot and squeezed off several shots. The sharp report of the rifle echoed throughout the ballroom, broken only by the sounds of the cartridges striking their targets. Now, Harry had had enough. With 2 hands on the wall, he pulled himself over the top and charged forward, wand out, spells that he'd never heard of before rattling off his lips, light pulsating from his wand. The barrier of the Death Eaters exploded, sending chunks of stone inward, causing the barrier to collapse, taking out multiple dark robes. One man came forward, wand out, but a dark red spell struck him in the shoulder and flicked upward, separating his body in 2 from the armpit to the other side of his neck. And then it was over. Harry looked back and saw that it was Dora that had cast the spell, standing halfway between their barrier and what was left of the other one, her hair wild as if full of static electricity, and she seemed to be slightly glowing. Dora, love, you're glowing. She rolled her eyes. Yes, I know, I'm bloody pregnant. Now's not the time for that shite. No, you're really glowing. She lifted up her arm and held it somewhat in front of her. Oh. Harry! Oliver Wood came around the corner, leading a very odd-looking group. Next to him was Daphne Greengrass, half of her long dress raggedly cut off slightly above the knees, Ginny Weasley with what could only be Fabian Prewette's twin brother Gideon, Colin Creevey somewhat subdued, but obviously in awe of the Roman centurion in armor at his side, with 2 wizards conversing together at the back of the little group. One wizard Harry recognized as Daphne's father, but the other wizard must have been related to Oliver, as the man was in a great kilt with a massive claymore strapped to his back. As Oliver got closer, he beamed at Harry. Wow, Harry, you look like you could play Muggle rugby. That was bloody mental. Everyone okay? Harry nodded. We're fine. There's a lot of people hurt, though. He motioned around the room where Quidditch players, officials, and other attendees gathered themselves as best possible, one wizard who must have been a healer working on people off in one of the furthest corners of the room. Where were you guys? Oliver thumbed towards one of the exits. We went over there to get out of the line of fire. They were after you, mate. We heard one of them say to get you. And her. He nodded at Dora but turned to Harry, his face grim. I heard one of their lot yell about other targets and... He paused. They're going after Hogwarts. Harry turned and found his father next to him. Dad, how long will you? James shrugged. Don't know, Percy just. Percy, Ron began to laugh, not a laugh of humor, but one of frayed nerves and shock. He's a ghost. Right, yeah, he's a ghost. James turned from Ron to his son. He told us all we'd be needed and we just came through. Don't know the hows and whys of it, really, but we're here. We're here if you need us, and it looks like you do. Hogwarts, then. Harry looked at the group. They were bloodied, burnt, beaten, and exhausted, but none of them turned away when he looked at them. They all had the same expression of determination that he felt. Yeah, Hogwarts. Chapter 25, The Pause Before the War. Late Halloween night. Molly Weasley sat in her favorite chair, half there. She was there physically, obviously, but her mind was someplace else entirely. The knitting for the Christmas jumper was at hand, and she'd done a few rows of Ron's jumper, the maroon wool spooled in the bag at her feet, but her heart just wasn't in it. There wouldn't be a jumper for Percy this year, or one for Arthur. She glanced over at the chair next to her, separated by the small table and enchanted lamp, then turned back to her knitting with a sigh. "Okay there, Mum." Charlie moved towards her, 2 cups of tea in his hands. He sat one down on the small table next to the lamp before settling himself in on the sofa with the other cup. "Thought you might need a cuppa." "Thank you, dear." Molly tentatively reached forward for the cup, not trusting herself to betray the emotions that were swirling inside her. Once she'd gained a hold of the cup, she brought it up and took a sip, hoping that her face hadn't betrayed the fact that her son had made an entirely too strong cup for her. Arthur knew how she liked it, but she ignored the taste and swallowed quickly. So much was gone. Her family had been torn apart again by the evilness of Voldemort. At times she could take it, but in the quiet moments of the day, she found herself quite close to breaking, usually over the smallest of things. Finding one of Arthur's plugs in one of the cabinets, doing laundry and finding his stockings that needed mending, having to remind herself that it was no longer necessary to fix the holes he always seemed to make where his big toes stretched the fabric. At times, she even found herself talking to him, as if he was there, relating her worries, her fears, wishing that he would be there to assure her that even though times looked dark, the sun would always rise on the morrow. In the part of her mind that heard her son, she registered that he'd said Dad, but couldn't open her eyes. "I wish he was here too, Charlie." "He is here, Mum." She nodded and sighed deeply. "He'll always be here. I see him in so many things." But then, as if in a dream, she heard another voice in the burrow, Arthur's voice. She turned and opened her eyes, shocked beyond belief, as there, in his chair opposite from hers, sat her husband, Arthur. "I'm here, Mollywobbles." Arthur moved forward in his chair, reached out and took her hand. "I'm not sure for how long, though." "No." She pulled her hand back and clutched it tightly against her chest. "This isn't possible. This is wrong." "Molly," Arthur knelt down in front of her. "Remember what night it is. I'm here because you and Charlie, because it's happening tonight. As we speak, he who must not be named and his forces are attacking all over Britain. Love of my life, it's me, and we need to leave the burrow." "Where?" Charlie sat, pale and almost immobile, his breathing shallow and rapid. "And how do you know all this?" After a deep breath, Arthur looked to his son. "Percy. Percy came to me and told me I was needed. So many are needed and we've come to help." He turned to his wife. "It's been painful to see you, love, to watch you despair and not be able to talk to you, to hold you. But somehow I've been given a gift to see you, to talk to you one more time and protect you. But we must leave now." Molly couldn't speak, but she reached forward one more time to her husband, gently laying a hand along the side of his face. She felt his solidity, his warmth. "I've missed you so." "And I've missed you too, dear, but time is short. Eventually we'll have all the time in the universe, but we really must be leaving now." He turned to Charlie. "Bill upgraded the wards, didn't he?" Charlie nodded, still somewhat in shock. "Yeah, he and the goblins, Harry made sure." "Good, that gives us some time." Arthur put his hand on Molly's, clasping it tightly as he stood up, bringing her out of the chair. "We need to go to Hogwarts." "Hogwarts?" Charlie looked at him incredulously. "Why Hogwarts?" "That's where everything is happening," Percy said. "Percy?" Molly's voice was strained. "You've seen Percy. Arthur, is he?" After patting his wife's hand to reassure her, he replied in the tone he'd done so many times over the years. "Percy is fine, dear, and you'd be so proud of him. He's helping everyone. He told me what to do and then went off after Harry. They're after Harry again, and I believe this will finally be the end of it if we can get there in time." So many thoughts coursed through Molly's mind, thoughts of Percy, her husband, being there somehow, but the thought of Harry and his unborn child came to the forefront. He wasn't her son, she hadn't borne him like the others, but he was as much her son as could be. She wasn't about to let that be taken from her like Arthur and Percy and the poor French girl that Bill had asked to marry him. There was too much loss, too much, and she'd had enough. The knitting needles, forgotten in her hand, clattered to the floor as she reached into the pocket of her housecoat and pulled out her wand. Okay, how are we getting there?" Arthur smiled at her, turned slightly and winked at his son. "The Anglia, of course. We just need to make a couple of stops along the way." There were many things about the magical world that amazed Hermione Granger, but she had become accustomed to most of them. It was a paradigm shift to realize that the magical world existed, obviously, and she'd done quite well fitting the magical in with the mundane. Most of the magic could be explained in regards to arithmancy and other things, if one took the rather large leap in believing that magic truly existed. She'd made that leap, factoring in that magic existed in the world just as certainly as molecules, gravity and other things she couldn't see with her naked eye. Some things had to be taken upon faith. But every now and then, magic did something that truly made her wonder if she would ever know anything with absolute certainty. Things like the fact that she currently sat in Headmistress McGonagall's office, along with head boy Terry Boot, Professor Flitwick and Andromeda Tonks planning the defense of Hogwarts due to the appearance of Percy Weasley's ghost. She'd arrived at McGonagall's office as requested, hoping it wasn't Voldemort or Death Eaters, but arriving and seeing Percy's ghost hovering there conversing rather adamantly with McGonagall was quite shocking. Ghosts existed, obviously, as she'd been acquainted with them from her first night at Hogwarts, but a ghost that she'd known before death was rather unnerving. And then the English longbowman had popped into existence. She recognized him from her Muggle history classes, obviously, as he looked like one of the reenactors she'd seen on a field trip, but something told her that the man wasn't someone dressed up to recreate what life was like back then. His things weren't as newly made as the man on the field trip, his longbow resting in his hands, quiver of arrows slung over his shoulder. His appearance caused all conversation to cease until finally, McGonagall asked the man if he was a ghost as well. Even now, as the man pored over a rather rudimentary map of the Hogwarts grounds, she heard his reply in her mind. "No, I'm not a ghost. I'm her ancestor." And that was when she realized the man was pointing at her. She knew that somewhere in her family tree, however distant, there must have been a magical ancestor. That was simply logic, but to see it in front of her was something entirely different. An English longbowman, who said his name was Henry Granger, who said he'd fought at the Battle of Agincourt, was her ancestor and wore a wand strapped to the inside of his arm. To come face to face with a man such as that, a solid man, not a ghost, was something that she found almost impossible to process. The knock on the outside door of McGonagall's office was almost a relief, as it gave Hermione something to do. She hurried down the staircase and used the small lever to open the door, revealing Luna with an older witch at her side. A very happy, smiling Luna. "Hello, Hermione. My mum said we should come here. Can we come in?" "Your mum?" Hermione looked at the woman by Luna's side and immediately knew that the Ravenclaw girl was not lying, as the resemblance was uncanny. It was going forward into the future and seeing Luna, as the woman had the same eyes, the same hair, and it was obvious where Luna got her fashion sense because the woman was wearing a bright yellow robe over red and black plaid trousers, a green shirt, and had on black combat boots. Oh, of course, why not? I mean, my great-great who knows how many grandfather just showed up from the Battle of Agincourt. Come on in. Luna's mum clapped her hands. How wonderful. I'm Pandora, dear. Now where is he? I have so many questions. As Luna and Pandora Lovegood walked by her, and up the stairs, Hermione wondered if she would ever truly understand magic ever again. Harry stood there, in the midst of his family, friends and rubble in the formerly posh ballroom, and closed his eyes. They all needed to get to Hogwarts as fast as possible, but he couldn't for the life of him think of a way to get everyone there fast enough. His father and the Pruett twins were talking rapidly, and it was obvious that they were disagreeing on how to get up to Scotland. More than that, though, he felt angry and helpless. And then he felt Dora take his hand, her wedding ring clinking slightly on his Potter ring. Any ideas? No, it came out a little forcefully, so he took a breath. Sorry, I just feel so damned helpless. I wish I could apparate and Dad and all the... Others say they can't do it for some reason. Lot of fat good being Lord Potter when I... That's it. Dora snapped her fingers on her free hand. Your Lord Potter and House Potter has a ton of house elves. Harry grabbed her and kissed her forcefully. You're brilliant, that's it. He took a deep breath. Verbal, I need you, Verbal. With a pop, the elder house elf of House Potter appeared. My lord, Master Harry, what has been happening here? Harry shook his head. No time, Verbal. I need every house elf of age and able to help. We need to get to Hogwarts and help. Voldemort is attacking. We have to end this. The old house elf nodded and then stepped back a few meters. Raising his hands, he looked up at the darkening sky through the hole in the ballroom's roof. House elves of House Potter, your lord and master requires you to fulfill your oaths. Come to me, all and any. House Potter calls upon you now. A multitude of pops resounded through the ballroom, reminding Jack of when her dad would give her bubble wrap, and she would pop as many as possible at once. House elves seemed to fill the ballroom, more house elves than anyone had ever seen at once. Harry knew that there were many house elves at Potter Lodge, but he never imagined that many. He tried to count, but realized when he hit 30 that he'd never figure it out. Besides, time was of the essence. Verbal. Harry looked down at the old house elf, who seemed strangely more vigorous than before. Take all of us here to Hogwarts, and then I want you to help in any way possible. Kipsy walked slowly forward, tentatively, and titled her head slightly. Master James. Kipsy, James came forward, slid to his knees and hugged the little elf. Kipsy, I've missed you. How is? He shook his head. No time to explain, Kipsy. We need to go now and you need to protect her. Kipsy looked over to Dora for a minute, turned back to James and nodded solemnly. Kipsy will keep her mistress safe, she will. Harry watched as Dobby took Jack's hand, as house elves repeated the process with everyone else. Then, while holding the hand of his oldest house elf, Verbal nodded and they disappeared from the ballroom with a massive pop. Minerva McGonagall had seen many things over her years, some dark times which she wished she could forget, but it was obvious to her that regardless of the outcome, there would never be a night such as this in years, decades, or perhaps centuries to come. She stood in the middle of the great hall, on top of a table, and started to cast a sonorous on herself to be heard, but instead she found herself staring at the multitude in front of her. The students had somehow found out about the guests, as she was calling them in her head, and had made their way down to the hall. Currently, Hermione Granger was sitting next to a man with an English longbow. Luna Lovegood's mother, Pandora, was at her side, and Neville Longbottom's grandfather, Nigel, stood off along one of the walls, discussing Merlin Knows, what with the Gryffindor boy. She knew from Percy Weasley's warning that they were about to be attacked by Voldemort and needed to get the students to safety, as it would be a bloodbath if the Death Eaters breached the wards and attacked so many young witches and wizards who hadn't passed their NEWTS. She raised her wand to cast the sonorous, but right before she could utter the words, a resounding pop startled everyone. The noise was bad enough, but the result was rather shocking. A large group of people, each holding the hand of a house elf, appeared in rather formal clothing. That was enough of a shock, but then she saw that it seemed to be Harry Potter with his wife and James Potter, the Pruitt twins. She adjusted her glasses and couldn't believe her eyes as a Roman centurion, a Muggle soldier from the Great War, and a rather large Scotsman wearing what looked like a great kilt stood with Oliver Wood. I bloody well give up. She stepped down onto one of the benches and then sat on the table. Professor McGonagall, Harry came forward through the crowd, eyes flashing a pale color of blue. Professor. Mr. Potter. She eyed him oddly, as he was rather more filled out than when she'd seen him before the Quidditch event. Are you? Yeah, Harry waved her off. Not important. Have the wards been tripped? Not as of yet. I spoke to Percy Weasley. Good. Harry looked around the room and frowned. We need to get the little kids out of here. My thoughts precisely. She smoothed an imperceptible wrinkle out of her robes and straightened her shoulders. Now let me do that. HOGWRTS? A deep voice echoed through the hall. Give me Harry Potter. Silence descended upon the hall as every eye seemed to find its way to Harry. I give you 1 hour. Send HIM to me on the Quidditch pitch, and there will be no more loss of life. From the back of the room, a small female voice went up. Don't do it, Harry. That began the tumult of conversation until finally McGonagall had enough. She cast the sonorous and stood up. Prefects, Take all underage students to the Slytherin and Hufflepuff dorms. They are the most protected from attack. Ravenclaw with the Slytherins, Gryffindors with the Hufflepuffs. Now. There were some grumblings from some of the students, and some had to be physically removed from the Great Hall, but eventually long lines of students made their way, hopefully, out of harm's way. The older students stood by, wands in their hands, looking at the odd people and house elves in small groups. Then a bright light shone in through the large window behind the staff table, two distinct round lights that hovered. Wands were drawn and pointed at the window until a beeping sound was heard. "Dad's car." Ron Weasley came through the crowd until he stood next to McGonagall. "That's Dad's car." Gideon Prewett laughed as he clapped his twin on the shoulder. "Always liked little Artie. Should we let him in?" "Let's." Fabian pointed his wand at the window, joined shortly by his twin, and soon two spells splashed against the window, forcing a large hole. The Ford Anglia flew in the hole, circled slightly, and then landed hard on the floor of the Great Hall, smashing the Hufflepuff table against the wall into a mass of splinters. The passenger door opened, and Molly Weasley stepped out, followed shortly by Fred Weasley and Angelina Johnson. On the other side, George Weasley and Katie Bell exited, with Bill and Arthur Weasley exiting the driver's side door thereafter. "Dad," Ron ran forward to his father. "Dad, is that you?" "It is, Ronnie." Ron engulfed his father in a hug. "Dad, but you're..." Arthur laughed as he patted his son on the back. "I may be dead, Ron, but that doesn't mean I can't help. Where's your sister?" As Ginny found her father, Harry found himself between the Weasley twins and the Prewett twins. Even though the coloring was a bit different, it was obvious who the Weasley twins took after. He quickly shook his head to come back to reality. "Glad you're here, but Voldemort's outside somewhere. Wants me to come to the Quidditch pitch in an hour." "Don't be daft, Harry." Fred shook his head. "It's a trap," George nodded. "Obvious trap," Fabian agreed. "Rather pathetic." Gideon rolled his eyes. "As if..." "You do something so stupid." Fred smiled wickedly. "We grabbed things from the shop to help. They're in the boot." Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Hermione rushing forward and inwardly braced for one of her usual Hermione hugs, but it never came. Instead, she raced to Charlie Weasley and launched herself into his arms. It was while thinking how things had changed that he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see his father with a very serious expression on his face. "Dad." "Harry, you can't go out to the pitch. I know you're thinking about it, how you could keep so many people from getting hurt if you do it, aren't you? Don't lie to me, son." After starting to say something, Harry stopped. His father was right. He was thinking about that, even if both sets of twins had rightly recognized the trap. If he went and faced him alone, he could keep everyone safer. He could keep Dora from harm, and more importantly, he could keep his unborn child safe. The thoughts swirled around in his mind as he took in everyone in the Great Hall. They were preparing for war. It was obvious from the looks on their faces. They knew that it had all come down to this night, and they were preparing in their own way. The Weasley and Prewett twins were joking, but their faces told a different story. The rest of the Weasleys were gathered around Arthur, faces grim. Oliver and Daphne were standing next to her father and the kilted Scotsman, wands out, practicing motions and spells that Edmund Greengrass was demonstrating. The Roman centurion passed Colin Creevey, who shouldn't be there, a small knife. McGonagall was pressing Bill Weasley, probably about the wards. And the other professors were listening to Flitwick, as the small professor shed his teaching robe to don a dragonhide vest. And then he looked around the room to find his wife. He glanced around and couldn't see her, moved a few paces and tried to look over a group of older Hufflepuffs, and then when he looked over to the Gryffindor table, he gasped. There, speaking with his wife, on the other side of his mother-in-law, her head close to Dora's curly black hair, was someone he had no recollection of seeing but knew her just as well as the back of his hand. His mother. All thoughts of Voldemort, all thoughts of the upcoming battle, all thoughts of almost everything else disappeared as he found himself walking slowly over to her. He wanted to run over to her and throw his arms around her, but instead he tried to memorize every single thing about the moment, to engrave it on his memory, how his mother sat there with Dora, holding her hand and talking to her, heads close together, a serene expression on her face. She was so young, not much older than Dora, red hair vibrant against the simple black robe. And then he was there, standing in front of them, and could not speak. "Harry," Lily looked up at him, her eyes shining. She reached a hand out to him. "Oh, Harry." He tried to speak, but couldn't. Instead, he took her hand, fell to his knees, and wrapped his arms around her. "SHHH," Lily smoothed his hair as she held him close. "My boy, my brave boy, you've been through so much, you shouldn't have to do this, but remember you're not alone. You have a family." "Mum," it came out half garbled as he could feel his chest heaving. "Mum." "It's okay, Harry. I'm here for now. Your wife and I were speaking about your wedding. It was a lovely wedding once things were sorted. You remember your wedding, don't you, sweetie?" Harry couldn't help it, he half laughed. "I think so, Mum." "Good." She brought his face up to her by putting her finger under his chin and gently lifting. "Remember all of your vows, Harry. Remember the goblins, but more than that, you need to remember that you have something that Voldemort will never have. You have a family that loves you. Look around you, Harry." He shifted and turned to see the mass assembled in the Great Hall. "I see them, Mum. They're all here because they care for you. You and Dora will have your family, but it takes more than blood to make a family. You can't make a family through fear. He will never understand that. That is the power he will never know, the love of a family. Use that, Harry. Remember that." "Kipsy," Dora turned away from Harry and Lily. "Kipsy." The little house elf slid from underneath the table and popped up under Dora's elbow. "You need Kipsy, mistress." "I do. Can you send word to Effie about what's happening?" Kipsy nodded. "I will send Sophie." "Sophie?" Another house elf appeared with a small pop. "Sophie, go to Goblin Effie and tell her we having need of protection of the goblins. The promise of the magics." After thanking Kipsy, Dora turned back to Harry and Lily, now joined by James. She watched as the two of them sat with him and unconsciously put a hand over her abdomen. She didn't care if she had to use every unforgivable curse 50 times over. She was not going to let her child grow up without a father. More than that, she was not going to lose her husband. In Effie's private rooms at Gringotts, the second bottle of wine had just been opened. As she poured the wine for her guests, Effie felt quite pleased with the way things had changed. If you would have told her that she would be entertaining the werewolf ambassador to the United States and the ICWW representative from the United States a year or so ago, she would have wondered how much grog she'd been drinking. But things had changed. Things had changed drastically for Goblin Nation. Unfortunately, the wizarding government had to basically be demolished and start again from the ashes, something nobody would have wished on their worst enemy, but fate moves of its own accord. "Thank you, Effie." Remus Lupin sat back and loosened his tie. He knew a tie might be a bit much for an informal drink, but then again he did want to look nice for Grace. They'd been out once before, but it had been a formal function in California, and he'd had to wear formal robes. He tried to minimize his nervousness over the drink with Effie by wearing one of his favorite cardigans, only remembering to cast a mending spell on the sleeve once Grace had arrived at his house. He stole a look at Grace and marveled at how effortlessly wonderful she looked. Just a plain black skirt and a blue shirt, but with her multitude of bracelets and necklaces, dark hair loose over her shoulders. "It's wonderful wine," Grace smiled as Effie poured. "I only hope we aren't clearing out your supply. You must think we're quite the drinkers." Effie laughed. "Oh no, you should see goblins drink. That's some serious drinking." Someone said my name. A voice came from the corner of the room. Effie let the bottle of wine slip to the floor and in a flash wielded a thin, silver blade. Grace held her wand in her hand, pointing at the corner, but Remus hadn't moved. Eventually, though, he swallowed hard. "Sirius." "You got it, Duke Lupin." The smile was wide as Sirius Black stepped forward, hands held out in front of him to show them that he had no wand. "Hello there, Effie, isn't it? You're doing a smashing job for Harry, and wiggles with Grace, right? Well done, Remus. I bet she wiggles very nicely." Effie shook the thin blade at Sirius. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" "Well," Sirius smirked, "I think the how is a bit beyond me, but Sirius Orion Black at your service. You didn't ask the big question, though." He paused. Okay, there's two big questions, but I can take care of one right away. I'm deader than a row of house elf heads and not a ghost, so that takes care of that. As for the why, I believe you find out right. About now. With a pop, a small house elf appeared in Effie's room, followed almost instantly by every alarm going off in Gringotts. Remus ignored the alarms and the house elf and stared at Sirius. If that's really you, Padfoot, what happened with you and Marlene McKinnon in Portsmouth? Sirius' face fell. Mooney, of all the things you could ask me, you go with that. Low blow, mate. Remus tapped his wand on his thigh. Answer the question. With great reluctance, Sirius answered. Moody walked in on us because I forgot to set the wards. They're happy. But sod that, you, me, Wiggly Girl, and Goblin Nation are going up to Hogwarts, aren't we, little house elf? All around the Great Hall people talked softly, tension overflowing, as they looked at their watches or cast tempest spells. Time was growing short. Soon the hour would be up, it would be midnight, and Voldemort would attack. Everyone knew it, but somehow nobody could actually say it. Eyes went to Harry and his family, to Lily, James, and Andromeda next to Harry and Dora, all of them almost silent. And then a large pop was heard, and new arrivals stood in the Great Hall with the house elf that Kipsy had sent to Gringotts. Harry took in the fact that Remus, Wiggles with Grace, and Effie were there, but the other person made him really smile. Sirius. Harry, with a laugh, Sirius made his way over, meeting Harry halfway to the table, and felt his godson hug him tightly. Damn, kid, you got big. Harry shook his head. It's a Potter magic thing, I don't get it. Sirius Orion Black. Shit, Sirius ducked his head and leaned in closer to Harry. Lily's here, isn't she? Yup. Fuck, she lit into prongs yet about the contract. No, but now's as good a time as any. Lily stood next to the two of them, hands on her hips. Sirius, how could you? She reached up and grabbed Sirius by the ear and drug him over to her husband, who was laughing at the scene. By the time Lily had brought Sirius over to him, though, James' expression changed. Oh, fucking hell. You too. Lily let go of Sirius' ear and shook a finger at the two Marauders. If I would have known about the contract, I would have. Mum, Harry put a hand on his mother's arm. It's okay, really. If it wasn't for the contract, I wouldn't have Dora. You're a bastard, Sirius. Dora stood next to her husband. A right bastard. But Harry's right. He's right, Lily. She turned to look at her. I sure as hell wouldn't have picked it to happen this way, but it did, and even though we've been through a lot of shit, sorry, I know language, even though we've been through everything, I wouldn't change it. She put her hand on her abdomen. We're together now, and I don't think a contract would matter anymore. I wasn't thrilled, especially with all the Lady Black shite, Sirius, but I'll be damned if I name this kid after you if it's a boy. All the dreams have been about girls, so... She stuck out her tongue. THPPPPPT. Eloquent as always, Nymphadora. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Girls, huh, are you sure? James waved Sirius off. Enough about that, what's going on? Oh, right, the important shit. Sirius pointed over to where McGonagall and Effie were talking. I think that's the pow. Oh, good, she's over there with Remus. Never thought he'd pull a bird like that in a million years. Sirius, Lily gave him a pointed look. Right, well, I believe that's the discussion on how to get warriors from Goblin Nation through the Hogwarts wards. He winked and nodded at Harry. Brilliant there, nomming Goblin Nation as protectors. Almost as if they had asked to speak to them at that moment, McGonagall and Effie came forward, Bill Weasley alongside of them, their faces grim. McGonagall started to address them but stopped, seeing Sirius there. Sirius made a waving gesture with his arm. Don't let me stop you, Auntie Minnie. McGonagall sniffed and pursed her lips. I see death has not improved your manners, Mr. Black. She turned to Harry. The hour is almost up. Effie has informed me that Goblin Nation is ready and willing to provide warriors, but we have a problem. The only way to let them into the grounds will be to lower the wards. Bill stepped forward. If we had time, we could pinpoint where in the wards we could bring them in and still leave the major wards up, but that takes time we don't have. If we bring them down to let in the goblins, it would be a while before we could get them back up, and it'll be obvious if the dark wankers got any ward breakers that the wards are down. I'd bet anything he's got ward breakers, too. If he didn't, we'd be back in siege mode, and that's just not the way he works. Harry looked over to James, who nodded solemnly. He turned back to Bill. If we open the wards, how long before they can go back up? Bill scratched his head. I dunno. I mean, if we were doing it by the book, I'd say 45 minutes. The fast and sloppy way won't be pretty but half an hour. 30 minutes. Harry looked at everyone. We would have to hold them off for 30 minutes. Can we do that? Harry, Bill looked at his watch. If we don't do it soon, he's going to break the wards, and that'll be that. No way to put them up without an entire warding team and new runestones. Harry took a look at his watch and nodded. Okay, send the word. The wards go down at midnight. Send word to the goblins and get everyone ready. We're letting Voldemort into Hogwarts. Merlin, help us. Minerva shook her head. He's over there. Luna Lovegood stood by James, smiling. Her appearance seemed to startle everyone, as nobody had realized she was there. Hello, Mr. Potter, how are you? James shook his head. I'm quite dead, Luna, thank you. What did you mean Merlin's here? Luna pointed across the room, where a very old, very short wizard with a thin, wispy beard, wearing an ancient-looking robe, sat speaking with Hagrid. He's a very distant ancestor of Hagrid's. I think it's very ironic how Hagrid isn't allowed to use magic and his ancestor is Merlin. He asked me about my Nargles, the little ones I made. He said we could charm them to help out, but I really think you should ask him about the wards. He can probably help put them back up. McGonagall stared at Luna for a bit before recovering. Thank you, Miss Lovegood. Glad to help, Professor. She lifted up her wand, and one of her fabricated Nargles landed on the tip. There you are, let's go talk to Merlin. As Luna walked away, Harry took Dora's hand. I won't let anything happen to you. Dora snorted. Right, more like I won't let anything happen to you. Sirius took out his wand, and soon large, glowing numbers hung in the air in the middle of the Great Hall, counting down the minutes until midnight. Chapter 26, The Battle of the Many Chaos. Utter chaos was the only thing that came to mind as the tumult of sounds reverberated around the Great Hall. Harry's wand flashed as a Death Eater was hit by a bright red light, the black-robed figure's body seeming to collapse into itself before careening down a staircase. He felt Dora's hand grab him and pull him away as a jet of sickly green light flashed past him. As they scrambled behind a wall, Harry wasn't sure how much longer they had before the wards would kick in, but he hoped it would be really soon. It had all happened simultaneously. The wards had fallen with a sound like hundreds of church bells falling from their moorings onto the street, a thunderous clang that set everyone on edge. The first entrance into Hogwarts after the wards had fallen were the goblins, fully armored and wielding all manner of weapons. Further blasts of sound indicated that goblins and others had massed outside the castle, an eerie, warbling horn signaling the gathering of more troops. It had unnerved the witches and wizards, living and dead, but that was short-lived as the windows shattered and black vapor streamed into the castle, materializing into Death Eaters. For the briefest of moments, everyone was unable to move, and then he arrived. Across the Great Hall, Harry locked eyes with him, but wasn't as it was before. Something was different. Harry didn't have time to wonder about the differences, though, as the Dark King raised his wand and everything descended into madness. Jack watched in horror as Colin Creevey was the first one she knew personally to fall. A thin black shape materialized in front of him, and before the boy could act, the vampire's fangs ripped his throat out. Colin stood there for a split second, hands feebly reaching towards his throat, the small knife falling out his hand and clattering against the stone floor, and then he crumpled. With a roar, the Roman centurion's gladius swung in an arc, cleaving the vampire's head from its shoulders, sending it toppling to the floor. The centurion took a step towards another attacker, but before he was able to strike a blow, the opponent began to disintegrate. As if the flesh was simply unraveling, Luna nodded at the centurion and ran off with her mum, but Jack felt her stomach begin to churn, and she had to fight to keep the sick down. As she turned to Ron, who had been by her side just seconds ago, she found empty space. Terror began to overtake her, and when she felt a hand on her shoulder, she thought that it would be her end, that she would end up just like Colin. But it wasn't one of the Death Eaters or a vampire or a werewolf. It was an older, balding man with sparse bits of red hair. "By me, stay by me." His wand flashed about, and an approaching black figure was hurtled into a wall. Even though the cacophony, she heard his bones crunch against the stone. "Come on, we need to find someplace for you." He grabbed her hand and pulled her towards one of the doorways. "Ron will be fine, come on." She acquiesced without thinking, running hard along with the man. He paused to help a group of goblins dispatch a werewolf and turned to the nearest goblin. "She's a muggle, protect her." The goblin nodded, barked something in a harsh language to the others, and then the others formed a protective circle around her, urging her onward to some part of the castle. She followed, but briefly turned back to look at the man. He smiled at her and then turned and ran off back to the great hall and the battle. She hadn't made it more than a few steps when another figure ran up to them, rifle in hand. "Good, you're safe." Lance Corporal Edward Wilson nodded as he reloaded his rifle. "Let's keep it that way." As they moved along the hallway cautiously, away from the great hall, he reached down and fiddled with something at his waist for a moment and then handed it to her. "Do you think you can use this?" Jack looked at the handgun that was being extended towards her, handle first. After a moment of hesitation, she took it. "I've never." "Easy as easy get, that is. Come on, let's find some place to set up." He motioned with his head, and they hurried down the hallway. The World War I officer and his great-granddaughter in her orange dress, rifle and handgun at the ready, in the midst of a phalanx of goblin warriors past empty Hogwarts portrait frames. In a quickly fortified room off of the Great Hall, Bill Weasley stood next to a table with others as Professor McGonagall unfurled a piece of parchment as fast as possible without ripping it. He knew what he was seeing. He knew that hardly anyone had seen it before, and he also knew that it wasn't going to be easy. Resetting the wards would be much more difficult than he had thought initially. Usually wards for a structure and grounds of this size meant a central wardstone and perimeter stones. Of course, Hogwarts had to be different, 4 central wardstones, 1 for each founder, and if he was right. He jabbed his finger on the map of the grounds, right on a spot that was equally distant between the 4 large wardstones. "This is a focus stone, isn't it?" The old man with the silver robe across the table tapped his wand on the edge of the table. "That is correct, William." "William?" Bill looked over to the wizard, who hadn't removed his hood. He glanced at the others, McGonagall, Flintstrike, his boss at Gringotts, and a girl with very dark auburn, bushy hair that looked to be a 7th-year student. Then out of the corner of his eye, he saw Percy float in, and that caught him out, seeing Percy as a ghost, even though he knew it to be true. Percy pointed towards the man in the silver robe with the hood up and nodded, mouthing the words, "Trust him." Just as Bill turned back to the table, he saw the wizard reach up and take down his hood. McGonagall gasped and reached out, clutching the man's arm. "Albus." He nodded. "It is, Minerva, it is. Perhaps I may shed some light on Mr. Weasley's task. Time is of the essence here for everyone." He turned to Bill and nodded. "It is a focus stone. I believe you understand what that means." Flintstrike snorted. "Yeah, it means it'll be a K-Klivnak." Bill nodded in agreement. "A pain in the arse, and that's an understatement. All 4 of the Founder's stones have to be reset and manned so they can be retuned towards the focus stone. Simultaneously retuned." He paused for a second. "Shit, and I bet we need someone from each house to do each of the Founder's stones, right?" "No," Albus shook his head. "Actually, no, just 4 people to reset the stones. The Founders were." "I don't care about the Founders. Let's get these bloody wards back up." Flintstrike took out a curved dagger and tapped it on the parchment. "Who's going where?" "They're all out on the grounds. I don't think it matters. Minerva." Bill watched as she nodded. "Okay, then I'll go here." He tapped his wand to the far side of the grounds. "Minerva, you go here, Albus here. Damn it, we're 1 short." "Hey," the girl with the bushy hair protested. "I can help. He can do the focus stone since he's the chief high mucky muck for Gringotts." Minerva looked at her oddly. "You seem familiar, but I don't remember you." The girl looked over to Albus for a second, and he gave her a slight wink. She turned back. "I'm Athena. Let's just say it's Samhain and go with it, okay? I've been studying wards for years." As the noise increased outside, and the door began to bulge inwardly like someone pressing on a tent, Bill agreed. Fine, you go here, but how are we going to know? I believe I can help. Albus flicked his wand at the door, once again returning it to a more solid shape. Or should I say I believe he can help, my friend? With a flash and boom, the arrival of the Phoenix lit up the room. Fawkes perched on Dumbledore's shoulder. He has agreed to help us in our endeavor. Turning to the Phoenix, his voice was low. Yes, it has been a long time, and it will be longer still, but do not regret. We still have much to do. We do. Flintstrike jammed an armored cap on his head. Let's go. After Minerva transfigured a new door on the side of the room away from the noise, Bill looked up to once again be reassured by the ghostly form of his brother. But he was gone. As they ran from the room, Bill looked over to the girl. She looked vaguely familiar. Something about her reminded him of his sister. He watched as she cast a Bombarda spell that opened up a hole in the castle wall and prepared to run through. Wait. He ran next to her and then sent a spell through the hole, hearing a satisfying sound as a Death Eater mask clattered onto the floor. She gave him a look of relief. Thanks. Who are you, really? She bit her lip slightly. Let's just say we're related. So you're a Weasley, from the past. No, she looked at him. We don't have time, so. Yeah, future, they call us PBs. Maybe Percy can explain later. She turned away from him and ran off, and as she did, he could have sworn that her hair turned a dark shade of pink. A group of witches and wizards had transfigured a group of tables from the Great Hall into a defensive bunker of sorts, and in that bunker, a mother looked worried. She'd been elated beyond belief to see Arthur, of course, and when they'd arrived at Hogwarts, Fabian and Gideon looked so young. Someone's elderly witch ancestor, based by the cut of her robes, was insisting that they hunker down and make their bunker as impenetrable as possible. As the floor beneath them began to reverberate with what could only be the steps of a giant, Molly knew that would be folly. You too, she waved her hand rapidly at her twins. Do you have those things from your shop? We do, Fred nodded. Georgie. Plenty. Molly nodded emphatically. I believe it's time to be creative. Fabian, Gideon, I'm sure you'll help. Give us a distraction. Mum, Ginny looked up to her mother. Are we going to? Turning with a determined look upon her face, Molly put her hands on Ginny's shoulders. I know you can fly. I've always known. You're good. I'm out of practice, so I need your help. We're getting out of this, and then we're going on the offensive. Ooh, Gideon smiled. Could have been a chaser, Malls, but you were more interested in chasing little Artie. 'Bout time. Come on, pirouettes and partial pirouettes. Would, George yelled across the bunker, causing Oliver's head to pop up. BROOMS, 6. Daphne Greengrass looked and saw Oliver and George's head nod in agreement. She hesitated only for the faintest of split seconds. Oliver, I can get us down to the brooms. Follow me. He looked at her. Okay, but it's no a short way. Slytherin shortcut, you arse. She grabbed his hand. Now come on, they can't wait forever. Percy floated as fast as he could, wishing there was such a thing as a ghostly broom or anything even approaching his father's Anglia. It was taking too long and he needed to be in more places. He swept around a corner and ran into and through nearly headless Nick. I say, Mr. Weasley, Percy Weasley, he narrowed his eyes. How are you? I don't know, I don't care, and I really must be going. Percy adjusted his ghostly spectacles and began to hurry off when he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned. He'd never felt anything since passing on, so it made him stop short. How? I'm not entirely aware of the hows of it, my boy, but it appears the whys are readily evident. Observe. A group of Death Eaters and other unsavory characters had come around the corner, and, seeing the ghosts, ignored them and hurried on, but Nick put his fingers to his mouth and let out the loudest whistle that Percy had ever heard. It reverberated through the castle, causing everyone remotely nearby to wonder what had happened. What had happened, though, was a separate entry in later editions of Hogwarts, a history. A spectral horse rose up from the floor, Nick taking his place in the saddle and drawing his sword. The other ghosts of the castle began crowding into the space, through the floors, walls, and ceiling. At the moment the Bloody Baron entered, horse snorting and rearing, Nick looked at the Baron, nodded, and charged. As they were Hogwarts educated, the Death Eaters paid scant attention to the riders bearing down on them. The two semi-fairies in front, though, dove to the side. The spectral horses galloped past the prone fairies and into the Death Eaters as their riders let loose their swords. Swords that struck their target with a ruthless efficiency and effectiveness. Two Death Eaters fell, one without a head and another cleaved in two from the neck across the chest to the far armpit. Percy followed, but it was over before he could get there. The Death Eaters, the other ones, were down, but unfortunately the battle was not over. The partial she-warriors had recovered and had their own blades out, and as the Baron dispatched his opponent, the small warrior on the back of Nick's horse slashed his blade against the nobleman's throat, sending his head careening off his body and down on the floor, rolling until it struck a fallen suit of armor. The Baron reacted, his blade out and flashing, cleaving the little fighter in two at the waist. As soon as he got there, Percy went over and picked up Nick's head. After a few blinks, Nick's eyes opened. "Percy, I say, we showed them." "You did, my friend." The bloody Baron stood over Percy's shoulder and looked down. "The hunt will welcome such a gallant ghost as yourself." Peeves flew down and landed next to the Baron. "Nicky got his in the end, now he's..." Percy simply reacted, throwing his hand out and smacking Peeves across the mouth. "Enough! Come on, we need to help with the wards. I'm going to find Bill. Go, you idiot." He turned back to the Baron but saw that he wasn't alone. The fat friar, the gray lady, other ghosts he'd never seen before, all assembled behind the Baron. "You heard me, Geo, help them." The Baron turned to the others. "You heard the prefect, go." Harry stood next to his father, casting spell after spell. They kept trying to get through to the Dark King, but they never could. Something always happened, from a giant who made an appearance to a tight formation of goblins with gleaming pikes. Something kept them away. The battle raged all through Hogwarts. Sometimes groups took up a defensive position, but that soon stopped as the Death Eaters began using fiendfire, sending those hopping for cover off in every direction. Sometimes they made it, sometimes they didn't. House elves popped all around the grounds, all manner of improvised weapons in their small hands, and they threw themselves at their foes with a ferocity that the dark forces could hardly comprehend. Sirius let off a spell and ducked back behind a wall as a spell was sent in return. He turned towards Remus and Grace. "How long?" Grace glanced at her watch. 20. Sirius looked around the corner, bent down and shot a spell at the floor. The stone shimmered, liquefied into molten rock, and he turned back, satisfied with the screams. 20 gone or 20 left?" "Gone, Padfoot." Remus ran up and threw his back against the stone next to Sirius. "We've got to hope they get the wards back." "Yeah, that's great." Sirius shook his head. "No more in, but we still have to deal with the wankers that are here." A sharp whistle got their attention as Lily stood with Dora. She motioned them over. Hurrying along, they soon stood behind a shimmering wall being held in place by several Potter house elves. "Harry." He looked over to his mum, shorter than he was with the whole here-wheeled growth spurt thing going on, but he shook his head. "I'm not waiting on the wards. We need to go after him and end this now." "I agree." Sirius stepped forward and clapped his hand on Harry's shoulder. "The longer we wait, the worse." "Do it," Dora nodded grimly. "Enough of this." Harry saw something out of the corner of his eye and raised a wand, but to his complete shock, it was a broom hurtling towards him at high speed. No, one broom in the lead with others following. Molly. Molly Weasley hovered over them on her broom as her brothers cast some spells to keep the opposition from taking them out whilst mostly stationary. "They're scattered, Harry, but I saw him making his way back to the Great Hall." Harry nodded. "Herd them all into the hall, we'll attack them there." "All at once," a voice that most hadn't heard commented from behind Harry. Sirius, James, and Remus, though, went slightly pale. Sirius turned, and there he was as he remembered. The man laughed sharply. "Surprised, brother?" "Very." Sirius watched as Regulus came forward. "Very." "He's right," Regulus pointed to Harry. "His forces are dwindling. He overestimated himself as usual." "Then we go." Harry turned towards the broom riders, too intent to notice how Daphne was holding onto Oliver Wood's waist for all she was worth. "Spread the word as you can and help herd them. We're going after him." Hermione stood with Charlie, wands out, as they cast spell after spell, trying to buy Bill more time. They'd found him and had followed. Bill had given Charlie a look, and the Dragon Keeper knew what that meant. In the past, it meant that they needed to distract their parents. The prank was on for the twins, or that Charlie needed to run interference with someone who wanted to date Bill back in school. This time, though, it was obvious. Bill needed help. Charlie knew that there wasn't an option. After all, he was a Weasley. Hermione had followed as well, breaking off once to help a scared group of first-years hide. Bill felt the sweat course down his face as he concentrated. The wardstone he'd picked would have to be the one set by Salazar Slytherin, just his luck. It didn't have any restriction that the person resetting the wardstone be a Slytherin, but the rune patterns were devilishly intricate and confusing. Fucking hell, that's not it. His exasperated exclamation turned Hermione's attention for a moment, and after seeing Charlie's quick nod, she ran over to the stone. Problem. Yeah, I can't get. It should work, but it's not. Bill looked up at her. Know anything about ancient rune overlays? Not exactly. She pushed her hair back and leaned forward to look at the wardstone. It was swirling around the base, and glimmers of light would shoot up occasionally towards the pointed top of the stone, but never could quite reach the summit. You're trying to strengthen the connections, right? Yeah. He glanced over his shoulder, uneasy at their location. Being out towards the Forbidden Forest was never an overly safe location in the best of times, but now, he was glad Charlie was with them. He'd spoken with the centaurs who had galloped away, bows at the ready. Now he was growing panicked because it wasn't working. All his experience in Egypt, Sumeria, Russia, it didn't make sense. Everything I know says that we strengthen the connection here, then bring up the others and join them all at the top. That should power the stone, but... Hermione looked over to him. Did I hear you say this is Slytherin's stone? Yeah, but all stones. She tapped him on the head. Think like a Slytherin. How about going weaker for all of them, connecting them at the base of the stone, and then pulling the rune lines together at the top? When have you ever known Slytherins? You're brilliant. Bill reached over, kissed her on the cheek, and set to work. It was, as she said, much easier to weaken the rune strands, join them at the base of the stone, and then when they were connected, he brought them slowly, achingly slowly, up to the top where he set the power rune, and everything snapped into place with a violent snap, sending the air full of electricity and ozone and other things that he didn't want to think of. He just congratulated Hermione when the bright flash of Fawkes landed in front of him, directly on the ward stone, and turned to show him the tail feathers. Holy shit, that's Fawkes. Charlie came over quickly. Hey, grab his tail feathers, won't hurt him, trust me. We need to get out of here, it's getting close. Centaurs and werewolves are going at it and... Shut up and grab a feather. Hermione hurried forward, and as soon as Bill and Charlie had grabbed a feather, she felt them all rise impossibly easily into the sky. As they gained height, she saw tendrils of light begin to rise up from the edges of the Hogwarts grounds, snaking together, piecing closer and closer. As a thin jet of pure white light began to climb from the castle towards the sky and the top point of the newly forming globe of light around Hogwarts. As they floated through the sky, she felt Charlie's arm around her waist, pulling her close. Close your eyes. Bill's voice was strained against the wind, but Hermione obeyed in an instant. With a crack and reverberation that caused air waves that threatened to pull them out of the sky, Hermione, even with her eyes shut tightly, could see light brighter than any she'd known. They'd done it. The wards were back up. As the battle raged, Harry found himself not in a place of eerie calm, as the stories attributed to heroes of old, but rather in a feeling of rising panic. All around him was death and destruction. Friends, family, ancestors, and goblins fought with an unrestrained fury and ruthlessness. It was obvious that no quarter was to be had, and none was given. Dora at his side was glowing again, an almost hot feeling radiating from her skin, as their wands flashed again and again and again, as it seemed the waves would never cease. But it always seemed as if the Dark King was always just out of reach. Harry would get sight of him casting spells, seemingly levitating off of the floor of the Great Hall, but just when he would come near him, something would happen. A troll, a small group of werewolves or vampires, a Death Eater, all seemed insistent on keeping him from his goal. When a small gap appeared, Harry grabbed Dora's hand, and he went forward, hopping to finally confront the Dark King, but his foot tangled on something and he fell forward, wand clattering out of his hand. As he scrambled to retrieve his wand, he saw what he'd stumbled upon. Colin Creevy's lifeless eyes looked at him, head attached by slivers of flesh to his crumpled body. Colin, the boy who'd followed him around like a puppy, who'd been so excited about everything, who had given up his title because it wasn't right. Colin was dead. Harry picked up his wand, anger surging through him. Colin should have never died. Colin should have never had to go through this. None of them should have to go through this. It was all wrong. Wrong. So very wrong. His chest heaved as he gripped his wand and stood up, ducking before fully standing up as Dora sent a spell over his head. And there, in the midst of everything, he took a glance at her, pregnant, his family in her belly, and he realized that she was not the only member of his family there. Yes, his parents were there, but everyone else fighting and dying there to prevent the Dark King's rule. They were his family. And then the boom echoed through the castle. Light blasting through ever conceivable crevice illuminated even the darkest corners, and everyone seemed shaken. A voice came from the sky, coming clearer as the boom shot through the hall. The voice of Daphne Greengrass. "The wards are back! The wards are back!" Dora turned to yell at Harry to move and stopped, her words dying in her throat. His eyes were glowing a deep, whirling red. She watched as he lifted his wand, and as he yelled, the spell shot out of his wand like water out of a fire hose, a thick band of almost viscous flame wider than normal spellfare. The flame engulfed a group of vampires and a Death Eater, incinerating them almost instantly as the shockwave of the spell sent everyone in its radius flying away, friend and foe alike. The Dark King turned and saw him, a smile playing upon his lips. "Harry Potter, we have unfinished business." With a wave of his hand, the Dark King stilled his forces, and somehow the fighting ceased. All the combatants stood ready, waiting, but all eyes focused on the Dark King as he levitated slightly, seemingly unconcerned as someone waiting for a bus. Harry held Dora's hand as he walked forward, eyes still flashing. When he came within 20 paces of the Dark King, he stopped. "You're fucking right, we have unfinished business." "Tusk, Tusk." The Dark King shook his head. "Manners, such dreadful manners. I gave you the opportunity to avoid all of this." He gestured around the great hall. "Unpleasantness, all these deaths are on your head." "Fuck you," Dora shook her head. "Fuck you." "And such manners from a lady. I do use the term facetiously." The Dark King. "I would fear such tasteless habits from this slattern would infect your child, but it will not matter as you will never see that child born, Potter." "Lord Potter." Harry's back straightened. "I am Lord Harry James Potter of House Potter, and I will not have you insult Lady Black or my child. My line has endured for ages and will continue, unlike you." "Oh ho," the Dark King smiled mirthlessly. "And here I thought the niceties would not be observed. Are you challenging me?" He laughed and looked back at his forces, who also laughed. I am the Dark King, and my dominion will begin tonight, unceasing." Harry laughed. "Right, sure. And who are you going to pass this on to? Who would have your kid? Bellatrix, whoops, that's not gonna happen." As he watched the Dark King, he saw something flit across his face, something that made him press on. "No air for you, huh?" The Dark King shook his head as images flashed through his brain. A baby squalling in a cot, the feel of tiny fingers against his face. He shook his head. Enough of this delaying." Leveling his wand at Harry, he seemed to float a bit higher in the air. "Lord Potter, you know the rules. First we bow." "No," Harry shook his head. "I'll never bow to you." He felt Dora's hand grip his tighter, felt the blood pulse in his throat. He felt Dora's pulse join his, and then, almost imperceptibly, felt another tiny pulse. "And you'll lose. Do you know why?" "I don't care for your words, Potter." "Lord Potter." Harry took a step towards him, his action surprising Dora, who half stumbled with him. "You'll lose because I have something to fight for. We have something to fight for." Dora felt the surge begin in her belly, and for a split second her worst fear sprang into her head, that something was wrong with the baby. But then she felt it begin to flow through her, spreading out from her womb to her heart, through her arm and down to the hand that was holding Harry's. The Dark King thrust his wand towards them, and his spell was on his lips when it happened. The magic that had been building between her child and Harry surged out of Harry's wand as he spoke a spell in a language that she'd never heard, shot towards the Dark King and hit him right in the chest. The Dark King ceased levitation and landed on the floor, his knees buckling slightly. He stood for a moment, glaring at them, and then began to shake. The shaking continued as his skin began to seemingly split, a bulge forming in the back of his robe. The bulge grew, flesh splitting in a sickening sound, and the head of a snake rose from the top of the robe and slid over the human portion's shoulder. The features of the human part of the Dark King began to change, to shift, as the snake and the man fell to the floor, the snake sliding out from the robe and encircling the form. The human form began to laugh, but it was a cruel laugh. Fool! The snake's head whipped around, tongue flickering about, and then the snake spoke. You have failed me again, Lucius. The snake began to whip its head around, towards the masses of the dark forces, looking for another victim. It spotted a likely host, but before it could move forward, a jet of spellfire sent it jerking backward. Harry held his wand at the ready. I don't think so. He turned to the forces behind the snake. You would die for this. This is your king. You can see what happened to him. He pointed to what was a barely recognizable form, still amazed that it had at one time been the preening Lucius Malfoy. No, he focused on the snake. Dumbledore once told me he pitied you because you would never know love. Dumbledore was a fool, the snake hissed. Love is what matters. Harry felt the Potter ring grow warm on his hand as he flicked his wand. Sanctus Griff Genus. The spell shot forward from Harry's wand and struck the snake on the head. The head erupted into an almost blinding light and began working its way along the length of the snake, turning it to ash as it sped along the massive serpent. When it reached the tail of the snake, and there was no more fuel for the spell, it erupted with a crack, scattering the ash to the four winds. In the legends and stories, once the villain is dispatched, the battle is over. Unfortunately for the forces amassed within Hogwarts walls, this was not the case, as the Dark King's demise ended the unintended détente, and the battle was rejoined. Upon Harry's spell, a roar went up from the Death Eaters as well as the goblins, and it began again. No entry into Hogwarts was now allowed, just as no exit from Hogwarts was allowed. Effie stood in her blood-splattered armor and made a hand signal towards one of the goblins. He grinned and repeated the signal to the others as it was passed down the line. Now it was time to hunt. Ron stood with Seamus, Neville, some Auror bloke, and a bunch of people from Merlin Knows, when that were from the past, including one witch who acted like she knew everything and was a right pain in the arse. He was tired, bleeding from where he'd been thrown across the room into a bookcase, but more than anything he was growing increasingly frantic. Jack was in the castle, somewhere. The wards going back didn't shock Ron nearly as much as seeing his mum scream by on a broom, throwing things that must have been Fred and George's stuff from the pockets of her housecoat down at Death Eaters. That about made him lose all grip with reality, but fortunately Neville helped him out and threw some sort of seed pod at the bloke who would have hit him with a spell. The pod thingy hit the guy. Some nasty-smelling green smoke came out and the guy fell down clawing at his throat and then didn't move anymore. The annoying woman had started talking to Neville about the pods, but Ron didn't care. He needed to find Jack. As the group went through the castle, avoiding Death Eaters and werewolves and other nasty things, somehow they found themselves down by the kitchens. One of the Aurors with them had been a Hufflepuff, so he knew how to get into the kitchen. Ron, for one of the few times in his life, didn't care about eating. You lot go on, I'm going to look for her. It's safer here. The annoying witch seemed irritated. Use your brain. Shut up. Ron shook his head at her. Who the bloody hell do you think you are, Rowena Ravenclaw? I'm going to find Jack. As he walked away, joined by Neville and Seamus, he heard her irritated reply. For your information, I am Rowena Ravenclaw. You are obviously one of Godric's house. Go. Blimey, Ron looked to Seamus and Neville. For a founder, she was a right piece of work, so, thoughts. I'm glad Ta be a Gryffindor if that what Ravenclaw's like. Seamus' tone was anything but appreciative of meeting one of the founders. Ron shook his head. No thoughts on how to find Jack. Portraits. House elves. Ron looked at his roommates. Both of them were right. Good ideas, let's see what we can find out. Unfortunately for Seamus, his idea of the portraits didn't work out well, as most of the inhabitants of the frames near the kitchen were, unfortunately, food-themed and therefore unable to reply with anything resembling a coherent thought. One apple did roll around quite a bit towards one side of the frame, so they took that as a sign and headed off in that direction. Dean's idea about house elves was much better, as it was successful. They found the house elves. The house elves, on the other hand, were a bit off and armed. They found a group of them with carving knives, spatulas, whisks, and a steam iron not too far from the kitchen. Thankfully for Ron, one of the house elves with the group was a Potter house elf and agreed to help him out. Remembering how Harry and Tonks had found him before, with the letter, he wrote out a letter to Harry on a piece of parchment that someone found on the floor. It seemed rather odd to Ron to write a letter to Jack on the back of Dennis Creevy's charms homework, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and he was much too impatient. Here, Ron held out the letter towards the house elf, but felt confused as the elf shook his head. What? Miggle is not a Weasley house elf, so I can't be taking you with the letter. I just takes the letter. Then Miggle very dramatically pretended to sneeze, saying the word pocket very loudly. Ah, right. Ron took the parchment, folded it, and stuck it in his pocket. Ready. Miggle clapped, hopped over to Ron, and with the touch on his hand, the two of them were gone, leaving Seamus and Dean alone with a pack of well-armed and battle-ready house elves. The two Gryffindors looked at each other, shrugged, and took out their wands. Come on, let's go! Seamus beckoned towards the house elves. With a roar, they ran on, hunting. Ron and Miggle, on the other hand, popped out of apparition at the astronomy tower, pretty much right on top of Jack, causing several things to happen simultaneously. Jack screamed in surprise, dropped her handgun, and then quickly pulled Ron towards her. English soldier Eddie Wilson fired off a few more rounds into the sky, recognized Ron, and kept firing. Miggle the house elf snapped his fingers and sent all the empty bullet casings towards the Death Eaters, and whoever else was riding a broom and firing, striking one Death Eater and sending another person, possibly a she based on the scream, off their broom and into the side of the castle. Ron, Jack pulled him off of her and pushed him back against the wall. I could have shot you. Glad you didn't. He pulled out his wand and looked over the barricade they were behind, and that's when he saw the area in front of them. The mangled bodies and dented armor of the goblin troops littered the floor, commingled with the bodies of dark fairies, werewolves, Death Eaters, and a couple of students. He recognized a Slytherin from the tie, but was surprised to see a Ravenclaw there as well, impaled upon a goblin pike. Fucking hell. It has been, mate. Eddie reloaded the rifle and looked towards the skis. They've been bombing us on brooms, picked off a few. Goblins gave their all just to get us here, and now could be all for naught. No way out of here except how we came. We're sitting ducks here, we need to move. Ron looked to Miggle and saw the house elf shake his head, guessing that Ron was thinking about duplicating the letter trick. He was contemplating sending the house elf off for brooms or to contact the goblins when 3 brooms descended and touched down in the midst of the carnage. 2 were Death Eaters in the black regalia and silver mask, but the third wore no mask, her hair as wild as her eyes. She was dead, but so were a lot of people here tonight. With a gulp that almost didn't make it down his throat, Ron pointed his wand at Bellatrix Lestrange and watched as her body seemed to crumple in on itself as the loud noise tried to deafen him. 2 more cracks rang out, and the Death Eaters that had flanked Bellatrix also fell, one silently but the other screaming as he clutched the side of his face. Looking over his shoulder, Ron saw the slightly smoking handgun, then tracing it back he saw Jack, staring out past him. Eddie grabbed him by the shoulder and hauled him to his feet, touched Jack on the arm, and they all went over the barricade. As they came to the screaming Death Eater, Ron watched as Eddie lowered the rifle and stopped the screaming once, and for all with a bang that reverberated through the tower. Cautiously, picking his way through, Ron went over and saw that it had been Bellatrix Lestrange, her eyes still wide open, an odd look upon her face as her hands were frozen over the seeping hole in her chest. A large ringing sound reverberated loudly through the grounds, as if someone struck a bell the size of the Quidditch pitch, causing the Wilsons to look at Ron. He shrugged, but Miggle smiled. It is being the victory bell. Ron gave him an odd look. How do you know that? Is that some ancient bell or something? No. Miggle thinks it is being the victory bell. Let's go, carefully. Ron looked down at the holes from the guns. Got any more of those things? No, come on, lad. Eddie shouldered his pack and pointed down the hallway. I hope ta hell it was a victory bell. The history books called it the Battle of the Many. Groups which had been at odds for many, many years united at Hogwarts. Goblins found alongside witches and wizards, centaurs emptied their quivers out on the grounds by the Black Lake, house elves launched themselves into the fray. Werewolf fought werewolf, magic was unleashed like none had ever seen. Never again would those from beyond the veil appear in flesh and fight alongside the living, willing to pay the price a second time. But the Dark King, in whatever guise he may have wanted, was no more. That was certain. The bell was indeed a victory bell, but more than that it signaled hope. Hope for the assembled that the dark days were over, hope that the Dark King would never rule again, hope that peace would once again be at hand. Madame Pomfrey's beds were nowhere near enough to handle the full capacity of those who needed attention. Impromptu healing facilities were established in almost every possible quarter of Hogwarts, with classrooms full of house elves, goblins, witches, and wizards. As the sun began its inexorable creep through the windows, Harry stood with Dora next to one bed in particular, currently housed within the Transfiguration classroom. Andromeda sat in the bed, her leg covered with a rather foul-smelling poultice as Ted sat next to her, a somewhat haphazard bandage on his head covering one eye. Andromeda had been sleeping in potion-induced rest for most of the early morning, only just waking within the last half hour. Ted, she reached forward and took his hand. What did they say? It's not so bad, he shrugged. So I lost an eye. Maybe I can get one like Mad Eye's. It could have been worse. Ooh, I can get a patch like the pirates. Oh, love, Andromeda squeezed his hand. I'm so sorry. I'll be fine, I'll be fine. He gave her a sympathetic smile. Looks like you won't be jogging anytime soon. She shook her head at him. Theodore Tonks, so many have died, so many. SSSHHHH. He shook his head slowly. I know, love. But if I don't joke about it, I'll think about it all, and then I'll think about how close we came to not seeing our grandchild be born, and then I'll crack up. I suppose, she turned to Dora, did. Who? Too many, Dora took a deep breath. Too many, Flitwick's gone. Merlin, Andromeda held a hand to her chest. That poor man. Dora nodded. Moody said he took on 5 Death Eaters, saved a bunch of students. They hit him with the entrails expelling spell from behind. Jesus, Ted shook his head. Horrible. Harry nodded grimly. I don't know what they're going to do. Professor Seinstra Vector Trelawney, Hagrid lost a leg. Merlin, Ted shuddered. He was there, Harry sighed. Merlin, I don't think it was the Merlin, but Hagrid's ancestor Merlin kept it from being worse. Ted glanced around the impromptu hospital wing. What happened to all the... Gone, Dora leaned up against Harry. They're gone. They all just kind of faded away. But I spoke to them before they left. Harry's smile was faint but wistful. Mum, Dad, Sirius, I saw them. His eyes seemed a bit unfocused. I felt them. I can still feel them. Percy Weasley floated next to the bed where his mother lay sleeping. She'd been hit by some stray spell right at the end, when everything was in the mopping-up portion, almost near morning. They never knew what spell hit her, or who had cast it, but Oliver Wood had seen her fall, and it was thanks to Daphne Greengrass' quick cushioning spell, alongside Oliver's weak levitation spell, that kept her from breaking her neck upon impact. Fred and George stood flanking Percy, both of them more than a little worse for the wear. Fred was missing his hair on the right side of his head, and George had a bandage wrapped around his shoulder and chest. George looked over to his twin. Never knew she could be like that. And to think she rides us about things. Uncle Gede said she was their example. She broke a ton of rules. Speaking of breaking rules, Fred turned to Percy. So, ghostly perfect prefect Percy, how are you still here? I don't rightly know. Percy adjusted his glasses. I tried to leave the grounds, but I couldn't. He looked over to Fred. I think my days of breaking rules are over. George sighed. Way to go, Perce. We finally get you to be normal, even if you are a ghost, and now you have to go bringing rules in again. How's she doing? Charlie's voice brought everyone's attention away from Percy. Anything? He walked over hurriedly, Hermione next to him. No, nothing yet. Fred looked around. Any idea where Ginny is? I saw her with Ron and Jack, Hermione offered quickly. I think they're headed this way. Sure enough, almost as soon as she'd finished speaking, Ron and Jack walked in with Ginny, Bill behind them looking solemn. They stood around as Molly's condition was relayed to everyone. Eventually, they all took seats and waited as Bill sought out a healer for any updated information. Ron sat there, Jack's hand in his, and he looked at his mum. She looked so peaceful, even if it still was odd to see her with white hair. But more than anything, he remembered how she and his dad had acted that day before the horrible explosion at the Wizengamot. How happy she'd been, how proud of him she'd been, fixing the new robes and telling him good luck. He knew that his parents loved each other, that was a given for him, but now he understood what that meant. It had been hard being away from Jack while at Hogwarts, but if he had to give it up forever? Or if she died? At one time he'd thought about being an Auror, but would it be like that for Jack if he became an Auror, always wondering if he'd make it home? He couldn't do that to her, not if. And that was the exact moment that he realized that he never wanted Jack out of his life ever again. How is she? Ron turned to see Harry and Tonks, holding hands in the doorway. Harry, what? Jack laid her hand on Ron's arm. Not now, later. Right. He turned back to Harry. We don't know. Bill went off to see what he could find out. Harry and Dora took seats next to Ron and Jack, and as silence descended upon them, all Percy took the opportunity to float out of the room and down the hall. He'd almost found Bill when he heard a female voice, saying some rather obscene words in an angry voice. Floating through the door, he saw a girl in what appeared to be a Gryffindor tie, struggling with a shiny device of some kind. For your sake, miss, I really do hope that is not a dark object. She looked up, her mass of bushy auburn hair swept out of her face in an irritated motion. The look on her face after realizing it was a ghost, though, was pure joy. Thank bloody fucking Merlin it's you. I'd have bollocked this up good. I need your help, Percy. He bobbed slowly and stared at her. Do I know you, miss? She laughed. Oh, yeah, you do. You're the one that taught me about the secret passageway to the... But if I tell you that now, will you tell me that later? Shit. I knew this was a bad idea. Hell, you told me it was a bad idea. Percy floated closer and shook his head. I don't understand. She let her head fall back on her shoulders and sighed dramatically, her hair turning a slight orange tinge at the ends. Fine, you win. I'm Athena Potterblack and you're the Gryffindor ghost. I might have used some questionable arithmancy and possibly restricted runes to make a celestial sequencer. She winced and waited for him to yell at her, but when he didn't, she sighed in relief. Good. I'm sure I'll hear all about it when I get back. As he didn't seem to be catching on, she rolled her eyes. I'm from the future. Hello, there isn't a Potterblack yet. How can I be? Merlin's balls. Percy floated up closely to her. That's completely irresponsible of you, do you know? Time turners are legislated. It's not a time turner. He brushed that aside. I don't care if it's not a time turner, you're still meddling with the very fabric of time. It's bad enough that there was so much magic on Samhain that dead people came back, but you had to come from the opposite way, from the future. Do you? Aha, now that's the Gryffindor ghost I know and love, she smiled broadly. Fine, yell at me all you want, but help me fix this bloody. I forgot my arithmancy cheat key. So you traveled through time, based on someone else's calculations. Yeah, I did. So what? Are you going to help me or do you want me to unravel everything? Fine. 10 minutes later, after painfully walking her through the calculations, Percy crossed his arms. If this doesn't work. It'll work, trust me. She flashed him a cheesy smile and started moving knobs on the device. It began to whir and turn a slight shade of blue. Takes a bit to warm up. Any questions before I go? Last chance. Percy debated for a moment, but then threw caution to the wind. What can heal Mum, do you know? And who exactly are you? The hair. The hair thing is all I get, damn it. Dora and Harry are my great-great-grandparents, which isn't fair because Grandmum got the whole metamorphagus thing. And find Neville Longbottom and tell him to use those brains of his. She paused. And stuff in Greenhouse 3. Don't worry, she'll be fine. See you in a few minutes, Percy. With a flash, she was gone. The papers swirled around the room for a bit and then settled, leaving Percy alone. At first he thought of streaking through all the rooms of the castle regardless of the occupants of said rooms to find Neville, but instead he paused. His mum would be fine. He was the Gryffindor ghost, apparently beginning now, and at least until Harry and Tonks' great-great-granddaughter attends Hogwarts. Thoughts of helping mold generations of Gryffindors leapt into his mind, but he pushed them aside. That would come in its own time. As for now, he needed to find Neville and ease everyone's burdens. Chapter 27, Gifts of the House of Potter. Luna, are you sure? Neville paused above the plant, pruning shears in his hand, and turned back to look at her. We don't know what spell hit her. After nodding at him, Luna put her hand on his arm. It is obvious from what Madame Pomfrey told us. Her symptoms. Daddy always said that the unspeakables developed the spell that caused her condition to combat the Rotfang conspiracy, but even if Madame Pomfrey doesn't believe me, I know it will work. That's why we're in Greenhouse 3. After looking down at the plant again, Neville took a deep breath. All of the books say that gillyweed is really only useful for breathing underwater. He paused and then, decision made, began to make a few cuttings. But if she's having problems breathing, maybe it would help. Oh, suddenly he straightened up. If I mix it with venomous tentacula, the leaves, and use it like an antidote. Luna clapped her hands. I knew you could do it, Neville. Inspiration taking hold, Neville quickly got to work. Once the cuttings from the gillyweed were complete, he hurried over to the venomous tentacula, carefully snipped a few leaves, and then grabbed Luna's hand, not bothering to close the door to the greenhouse as they ran towards the castle. The scene around Molly Weasley's bedside had not changed. The Weasley children, along with Harry and Dora, sat hopping for a miracle. Instead of a miracle, though, the door to the hospital wing flew open, striking the wall with a bang, causing all of them to start. Nev, Ron looked up from his seat. What's going on? Mr. Longbottom. Madame Pomfrey, hearing the disturbance, hurried over to him. Why in Merlin's name? I've got it, Neville panted, slightly out of breath. She can't breathe, right? Her lungs are like she's drowning, but something's keeping you from fixing that, poison around her chest cavity. I got it. Gillyweed and venomous tentacula together. Use the tentacula as an antidote to the poison, and then gillyweed to clear her lungs. As the Weasley children began animatedly talking over each other, Madame Pomfrey gave Neville a long, curious look. You may be on to something, but may I suggest something to stabilize her condition while? She stopped, clapped her hands, and hurried over to the small potions area of the hospital wing. For the next hour, all the Weasleys and those assembled for Molly exchanged tense looks and few words. Ron sat there as if his world was hanging by a thread. He'd already lost his father, and Percy, what would happen if Neville was wrong? He'd nearly lost Jack, and felt as if his nerves were stretched taut, that if anything touched them, he would simply break apart, never to be made whole. Ron, sweetie. Jack slid her hand into his and leaned into him. You have to hope. Hope, yeah, he nodded, answering as if his own voice was the oddest thing, something unnatural, echoing inside his head. It was as if he was outside of his body, looking in, watching everything but unable to react. As time seemed to not function any longer, he watched as Neville and Madame Pomfrey came over, the hospital matron holding a vial of something that seemed to be smoking. The fact that Pomfrey tilted his mum's head up, poured the smoking liquid into her mouth, and then began casting diagnostic spells over his mother didn't seem to be real. And then, when Pomfrey and Neville began talking animatedly, happily, he finally snapped out of it. It's going very well, Ronald. He looked up and saw Luna smiling at him. Is it? She nodded several times. Daddy always said the Rotfang conspiracy was real. I told Neville it would work. As his mum's eyes opened tentatively, Ron turned back to Luna. Thank Merlin for the Rotfang conspiracy. Right now it's my favorite conspiracy of all time. Off in a far part of the castle, in the headmistress' room, a tired, ragged collection of witches and wizards attended to the most pressing matter at hand, crafting a statement that would explain everything to the ministry and the public. While some, including Madame Bones, wanted to include the former members of the High Council in their proceedings, Ted Tonks dissuaded them from inclusion, stating that Harry and his daughter had done quite enough. This was quickly agreed by Effie, the goblin representative, who by this time had thankfully discarded the armor. It sat at her side, dented, bloody, but still effective. We need to make a statement. Amelia stood by McGonagall's desk, still wearing her dressing gown over her night clothes. The fact that she also wore fuzzy slippers was not commented upon, as the others were bloody, disheveled, and bone-tired. And I'm afraid that we need to do it as soon as possible. The prophet has gone to press, and by now the people will. The people can wait. From her chair in the corner of the office, Minister for Magic Augusta Longbottom let out a sigh and folded her hands in her lap. We will only do this once, and for Lord Potter's sake, as well as everyone else involved, we need to determine precisely what will be imparted. I am quite certain that the events of last evening will be pored over by the unspeakables as well as others. But as of this moment, I am quite unsure how to handle telling the people that the ancestors and dead relatives of those here within the castle arrived to provide assistance. Then tell 'em, Ted shrugged. I mean, it's not like you can keep it a secret. If it was 1 or 2 people, maybe, but that many? Besides, everything that happened was, well, it was mental. Beyond anything that's ever happened before. But then again, Voldemort, or whatever you're calling the unholy hybrid of Voldemort's snake and Lucius Malfoy. McGonagall, at her desk, cleared her throat. I believe I heard Miss Greengrass disparagingly call the abomination Lucius Mort. With a shrug, Ted nodded. Works for me. When you've got shite like Lucius Mort happening, what's the big deal about people coming back from the dead? It's not like they're still here. Samhain, thin line, all that stuff. Tell it like it was. Don't try to craft an acceptable message or bollocks like that. My daughter and my son-in-law somehow offed that bastard. Go with that. Augusta Longbottom nodded, her vulture hat bobbing right along. Very well. Truth and transparency are the best way to conduct a government, after all. Contact the prophet. It was over. It was finally over. Harry laid there in his bed with Dora, both of them using the minimal amounts of energy they had left to remove their clothing and lie down in bed. After lying there for quite some time, motionless, staring at the ceiling and thinking about nothing, the enormity of it began to finally seep into Harry's brain. They'd lost so many people. So many people could have been saved if he had just gone to the Quidditch pitch, people like Flitwick. Hagrid wouldn't have lost a leg. His father-in-law wouldn't have lost an eye. Colin Creevey. The sight of Colin, lying motionless on the floor, his head barely attached, came swimming into his mind, as if he was there, and Harry shuddered. Harry, Dora rolled over carefully onto her side. What is it? Colin, I'm seeing it just as. Stop, she put her hand on his chest. He was a Gryffindor, he knew the risks, they all did. After a bit she sighed and slid down next to him, her head on his shoulder. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, because it fucking does, but we're alive, all 3 of us. That made Harry roll over a bit, causing Dora to jostle about. Sorry, I know you're right, but... No buts about it, Harry. Your dad said the same thing. Yeah, Dad. Harry couldn't help it. A smile came to his lips. I still can't believe I got to see them all, and when I saw you and Mum right before, it made me think of what could have been. Hey, Dora's voice was softer. She knew that it would take more than a conversation that evening for them to get over everything, that seeing Harry's parents was something that he'd wanted all his life, but she knew that if he dwelt in the past that they could never move forward. Moody always said the first rule for Aurors was to stay alive. We did. Aurors know that there's always a chance you might not come back, so when you do, and if others don't, grieve for them, but know that you've got to move on and do your job. And we've got a job, boyo. Parents. I still can't believe we're gonna be parents. Oh, I know the pixie swimming around in my belly's proof of that, but it doesn't seem real sometimes, you know. At that moment, almost on cue, the little Potter Black within Dora's stomach began to move about. At first, the upcoming parents were pleased, feeling the motion, but then Dora got a look on her face that didn't seem right. "Dora, what is it?" I don't know." She looked over to Harry, worry etched into her face. "Your hair," Harry reached up. "It's the black hair." "Fuck." Her breathing increased as the motion in her stomach began to intensify. "Harry, maybe you should get Pomfrey." With an energy that before then had been absent, Harry shot up in bed, didn't bother with a dressing robe, and grabbed his wand. He was staring at Dora with concern in his face when he tried to cast the Patronus, but nothing happened. Anxiety crept further into his mind. Scenarios of something happening and her losing the baby flooded his consciousness. But then he stopped, took a deep breath, and tried it again, thinking this time of Dora on their honeymoon. This time, his stag Patronus leapt from the coalescing silver mist at the end of his wand and stood at attention, shaking its antlers. "Go get Pomfrey, tell her something's wrong with the baby. Go." At once the Patronus nodded, turned, and shot through the door. Once that had completed, Harry felt his energy drain and the terror returned. He tossed his wand in the general vicinity of an end table and hurried over to her, placing his hands on her stomach. They both looked at each other, afraid to speak. In a few moments, without bothering to knock, Madame Pomfrey hurried into the room. "What's the problem?" Something wrong, baby." Harry shook his head and held on to Dora's hand. "Please help." "SHHH." Madame Pomfrey tried to exude a calming presence. "It's all right, let me take a look. If you'll just lie flat on your back, please, Lady Black." Harry knew that Dora was worried, as she hadn't commented upon the fact that Pomfrey called her Lady Black. He watched as the faint light from several diagnostic spells covered Dora's belly, intently watching, flitting back and forth from Dora to Pomfrey, looking for any sign from the healer's face that something was wrong. Finally, easing down onto the edge of the bed, the weary healer smiled. "There's nothing wrong with your boy. Sometimes when an expectant mother does a large amount of magic, the baby will react, and with what you three have been through lately, I'm afraid there isn't any history for something like that. I recommend bed rest for the next 2 or 3 days, Lady Black. All my scans show him to be a normal, healthy baby." "Thank Merlin." Dora let her head fall back onto the pillow, closing her eyes in relief, but then she opened her eyes quite wide. "Boy, it's a boy." "Oh dear." Pomfrey sucked in her cheeks slightly and then let out a sigh. "I suppose you were waiting for the surprise on the day, then. I do apologize." "A boy." Harry sat there and shook his head. "I thought we were having girls, Dora." "It's a boy, he's a boy." She began to laugh. "Bloody hell, a boy." Madame Pomfrey reluctantly got up from the bed, feeling her knees creak. She'd been on her feet for hours and knew that she had to take some rest soon, or she would not be effective for all those in her charge. 2 days. I'll check on you tomorrow." She didn't get a response. Instead, she watched as the young couple placed their hands on Dora's stomach. She left the room with them still in that position and felt a slight spring in her step as she made her way back to the hospital wing. After all of the death and darkness, it felt wonderful to have a bit of good news. "I'm in so much trouble." Jack walked slowly with Ron, following his brother Bill, out of the gates of Hogwarts. "I was supposed to be home last night." "You think you're in trouble?" Ron shook his head. "I'm dead. Shit, I shouldn't have said that." He saw Bill glance over his shoulder for a moment, but his brother didn't say anything. They just kept walking. "What am I going to tell your folks? How do I explain all of that?" "You shouldn't be going. You should be with your mum." Jack took his hand. The two of them walked slowly behind Bill, knowing that their tardiness only delayed the inevitable. It seemed wrong to her, walking in the bright sunshine. To Jack, it would have been fitting if it was raining and gloomy. Instead, the cheeriness of the day seemed wrong. They would. "I promised your dad." Ron shook his head. "They'll never let you see me again." "They don't get a say." Jack shook her head. "If I want to see you, I will. We'll figure it out." "We're here." Bill had felt the wards slip off of them a few paces back, but had let the two of them continue their talk. He felt for his little brother, really, but Bill knew that Ron was right. He had to be the one to talk to Jack's parents. "Okay, both of you, grab on." To Ron, it only seemed like moments ago that he was excited beyond belief to pick up Jack for the Quidditch ball. All those Quidditch players, the Chudley owner, not to mention the fact that Jack's father had got him not only 1 but 2 cars. But at the moment, it seemed like even the unbelievable relief he felt at his mum's recovery could do nothing to stop the rising anxiety he felt the moment they appeared back in Jack's garden. "Reg," Dina's voice could be heard inside the house. "She's back." After sharing a quick look at Jack, Ron glanced up at Bill. His oldest brother's face was set, betraying no emotion. It wasn't helping. It also didn't help matters when Dina and Reg shot out of the back door into the garden, their faces betraying a mix of anger, happiness that Jack had returned, and shock at what they saw before them. "Jacqueline Wilson, you have some explaining to do." Dina shook a finger at her daughter. "And what in God's name happened to your dress?" Reg, on the other hand, didn't say a word. Instead, he walked directly over to Ron and just stared at him. "Mum," Jack took a deep breath, "you won't believe what happened. You'd better start trying if you ever want to see him again." Dina had her hands on her hips, an unknowing parallel to the times that Molly Weasley was quite unhappy with her children. Well, there are times in people's lives when, unknowingly, a course is charted for the rest of their days. It was there, in the little Muggle garden, that Ron Weasley's life changed. Before he had dreamt of success on the Quidditch pitch, clad in the shocking orange of the Chudley Cannons. After his and Harry's involvement with the Chudley supporters, the dream shifted towards being an owner of the Cannons. Mingled amongst those dreams was always the far-off hope of being an Auror, something none of his brothers had managed, something the entire wizarding world respected. But after the shocking events of the previous evening, if, at that moment, he would have reflected upon what had happened, he would have known in his heart of hearts that being an Auror was never to be. As Bill opened his mouth to respond to Dina's request for information, he cleared his throat, told them that it was a long story, and it would be best if they sat down to listen. It was at that moment that, unknown to him, his future became set in more ways than one. Jack watched as her parents initially refused to move back into the house, but Bill told them that it would be for the best. Later on, during the years, Fred Weasley would always complain that when he was at Ron and Jack's house, Jack always gave Bill the largest portions of food, especially pie. Bill never commented, and neither did Jack, but she was always partial to Bill from that day forward. It was there, in the kitchen, where Ron told the tale. Tea was poured, cooled as it sat untouched, then dumped and poured again as Reg and Dina listened. Bill couldn't help but be a bit surprised as Ron managed to, with a few stammers and questions of confirmation from Jack, relay the tale in a manner that the Muggle parents understood. They were gobsmacked to learn that Jack had met Eddie Wilson, as he had died in one of the last British offensives of the First World War. Both parents were not pleased that Jack had been involved, to say the least. It was also at that time that Ron learned that his father had helped protect his girlfriend. Eventually, after the son had disappeared, the four of them sat silent around the table. Ron felt as if there was nothing left to say, nothing more that he could do to make them understand, and hoped that their questions were at an end. Unfortunately, there was one last question. Dina gave Ron a pleading look. "Can't you use one of those time things and fix it all? Go back and change things." "Time turners," Ron seemed puzzled. "How do you know about those?" Bill cleared his throat. "Gemma Granger, when she was here explaining about magic, it came up." "Ah, right." Ron nodded and then turned, sadly, towards Dina. "They don't work like that. I'm sorry, but they don't. Trust me, with Dad and Percy and everybody else, if they did work like that. I'm sorry, they don't." He paused, seeing their confusion. "It only works for a little bit. Hermione used them for her classes. Magic can do a lot of stuff, but it isn't the answer to everything." Reg sat back. His tea had long ago been replaced with lager. He took the half-full can from where it sat amongst the 4 other empty cans. "I'm never gonna be able to remember all this. You'll have to tell Crystal." "Ron will write it all down. Won't you, sweetie?" Quickly looking away from her parents, Ron turned to Jack. "Write it all down. Blimey, that'd take forever." Reg tipped the can towards Ron. "After all the shite I just heard, I think it's the least you can do." He turned to his wife. "We'll tell Crystal the basics, but you can send it through the post." "Owl," Jack shook her head. "They use owls, Dad." Ron shook his head. No, I'll do it the Muggle way. You'll have to help me. At that, Dina stood up. I think that's enough for tonight. Jack, clean up and then we'll have a bite. After that, we're gonna have a little chat. Realizing that their visit was over, Bill stood up. Ron, not getting it for a moment, quickly followed suit. Whatever he thought to say to Reg and Dina soon disappeared as Jack took his hand, hurried him across the kitchen and out the back door to the garden. As Jack's parents stood there, Bill nodded. I am sorry for what happened, that she was caught up in everything, but I kept our pledge. We protected her. Reg held out his hand and Bill shook it. Not letting go of Bill's hand, Reg met the eldest Weasley son's eyes. And we thank you for that, but you'll understand why from here on out I'd prefer if he came over here, instead of her going there. For now, anyway. Fair enough, Bill nodded, and as the two men let go of each other's hand, he glanced over at the clock. That's enough time for them to say goodbye. We'll be in touch. Time, as they say, heals all wounds. It does not, unfortunately, remove scars, and the events of that Halloween night left many unfortunate scars amongst the wizarding populace of Britain. The many funerals that followed in the wake of the Battle of the Many were part of a national grieving process, attended by not only those who took part in the battle, but those wishing to pay their respects. The funeral of Professor Phileas Flitwick was one of the largest, as not only current but former students attended, along with representatives from Goblin Nation, but also his former professional dueling circuit opponents. One of the worst funerals to attend for everyone was the funeral of Colin Creevey. The little Lord Macbeth was laid to rest at the ancestral home of the Macbeths, attended by many, and afterwards there was no desire for the wake as in Flitwick's funeral. After that solemn ceremony, many gathered to remember their friend, colleague, and mentor, but after Colin's funeral, everyone was simply too emotional to attempt such a thing. For Harry, the worst part was watching Colin's brother Dennis, now the new Lord Macbeth, being consoled by Daphne Greengrass, Oliver Wood at her side. Colin's parents seemed numb, moving through the ceremony as if mannequins moved about from place to place. The absolute worst part for Harry was that, after the battle, somehow, he had been given Colin's wand. The moment after the funeral when he had given the wand to Colin's mother, only to watch her sadly let it slip from her hand into the open grave, was almost too much to bear. It was a sight he would never forget. For the first time ever, as well, witches and wizards attended funerals for those the ministry had previously dismissed. They stood side by side when goblins, centaurs, werewolves, and house elves were laid to rest. It pained Harry grievously when he watched the number of house elves that were buried on a hill overlooking Potter Lodge. Kipsy and Dobby stood by him as he watched them lower Verble's casket into the ground. It didn't seem possible that the old elf was gone. To Harry, he was as old as the hills and just as eternal, but it was not to be. The goblin funerals were another matter, as it was a celebration of their lives and an honor that they had died in battle. Dora couldn't help but contrast the raucous ceremonies with the quiet solemnity of the house elf funerals. Thankfully, Effie, in her understanding, kept Dora and Harry from the goblin wakes. Apparently, from what Effie related afterwards, it went on for a few days. There were other scars that were obvious as well, notably the delay of the British and Irish Quidditch League. Owing to the amount of Quidditch players injured and, unfortunately, killed during the banquet, it was impossible to begin the season as scheduled. Some owners requested that they cancel the season, but popular sentiment instead sought healing in a drastically shortened schedule, beginning much later in the year to allow the teams to sign players and practice. One of those quite insistent to resume the season was the widow of the Chudley Cannon's owner. Hogwarts also began to heal. Hagrid, his wooden leg thumping along, was one of the instructors that felt resuming classes was one of the best things they could do for the students, to take their minds off of what had happened, to get back to some semblance of normalcy. But for those students, staff and others that had been at Hogwarts time would always be divided between before and after the battle. Headmistress McGonagall was at first quite upset because it was thought that the charms, divination, and astronomy classes would be suspended owing to the loss of Professors Trelawney and Sinistra. But the outpouring of assistance from other magical educational institutions came via an assist from the ICWW. A retired divination instructor from Canada and an astronomy professor from India arrived, allowing McGonagall a bit of relief. It was quite the surprise when Guillaume Boisbory, the ICWW representative from France who had initially not believed the story of the Horcruxes, had volunteered to teach charms. The ICWW had also done Hogwarts, unknowingly, a great favor when it named Voldemort an enemy of magic. The fact that he had met his end at Hogwarts allowed certain funds to become available, facilitating the rebuilding of the castle much faster, and with many more resources and experts than if Hogwarts had relied on its own resources. The influx of assistance did mean, however, that classes were cancelled for all of November. Not all scars could be erased, as well as the damage to the castle, however. Molly Weasley's lungs would never be quite the same again. Neville's quick thinking, along with Madame Pomfrey's healing abilities, meant that Molly would live, but her children would never again hear her yell at them like she used to before the battle. Her voice did not change, but she never could quite gather the necessary air for her previous volume. Instead, when voicing her displeasure, when her tone became slightly louder than her normal speaking voice, all of her children, as well as Harry on a notable occasion, acquiesced immediately. The days of the calendar moved in their inexorable march, unwilling to cease for those who wished it, but the passage of time also helped make those memories less intense. With all of the work to the castle and the ministry, everyone was too busy to dwell on the sheer horror of what had taken place. At times, someone would stop, get a far-off look in their eye, but the others understood and would simply carry on with what needed to be done. Unfortunately for the students at the castle, there was not that much that they could assist with. Students were, in a first, let go back to their homes until Hogwarts reopened. The Hogwarts Express ran off schedule for the only time in history, ferrying students back to King's Cross. Unlike the normal trips, the cars were quiet, mostly somber affairs, with students talking quietly, sometimes not talking at all, while others took solace in the fact that they survived by making the most of it and resuming or striking up relationships. Some relationships did not weather the test of time, though. During his involvement with Gringotts and assisting with the increased business of setting wards, Bill Weasley's relationship with Gemma Granger ended. It was something that they both knew was coming, and before the Hogwarts Express arrived at Platform 9, 3/4 Bill and Gemma sat down and had a brief, but touching conversation. For the rest of their days, they would have a unique friendship, culminating in the eventual dinner at a Muggle restaurant when Bill introduced Susan Bones as his fiancée, an unspoken request for approval that was quickly granted. Eventually, though in the middle of December, Hogwarts reopened. McGonagall met the students at the station, personally welcoming them all back to Hogwarts. Some students did not return, a combination of being unable to partake of schooling, where their classmates had fought and died simply too much. They completed their education by home study, tutors, or in the case of Dean Thomas, accepting one of the offers from other magical institutions, in Dean's case a school in America. For Harry and Dora, though, there was no time to live in the past as their future was rapidly growing, not only evident by Dora's belly. Their house in the little magical village on Potter land was finally finished. The workers going above and beyond normal expectations to ensure that it was complete and of the highest quality as a thank you for all he and Dora had done for them. Effie was still invaluable to them, along with Hermione, as everyone seemed to want to either thank Harry and Dora or have them attend a function. Every morning at the lodge, they would meet to go over what needed to be done that day, what could be delayed, and what could be dismissed. After receiving a fourth owl, Harry, in a fit of irritation and in jest, told Effie that if it would keep her from writing him, to just buy the damned Chudley cannons from the previous owner's widow. He'd gone on with his day, and the events only to find out later that the goblin had actually thought him serious, and he was now the owner of a professional Quidditch team. Thankfully, everyone agreed that it would be best if that piece of news was kept out of the press, so instead it was related that a private owners consortium had purchased the team. He wasn't sure if Ron could take it, so it was in the latter part of December, as Harry and the others had resumed classes, that life once again began to come back to something resembling the usual rhythms of Hogwarts. It had been odd at first, but the certainty of homework and tests soon began to take hold, even if it was a shortened schedule because of the upcoming Christmas holiday. As Hagrid thumped into the Great Hall, towing an enormous tree, Harry picked up his books and started towards Transfiguration. Initially, he'd been having breakfast in his room with Dora, but he had needed to talk to Hermione about their assignment, so it had been breakfast in the Great Hall for the first time in ages. "Come on, you can help me out." He walked along and nudged her as they headed up to the Transfiguration classroom. "Just look it over." "Harry," she shook her head. "I'm the head girl, I can't help you cheat. We've been over this." "It's not cheating, I did it myself. I'm not Ron." "What about me?" Ron's voice came from a bit behind them. Quickening his pace, he came up to them. "What'd I do?" Harry smirked when he saw Hermione's face. "Did you ask to see her parchment?" "What?" Ron shook his head. "Blimey, no, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She's the head girl, you know." "See, Harry, Ron gets it, Ron, and if Ron." "I'm not that thick." Ron made an unpleasant face. "I mean, I did do that a lot, didn't I? Don't answer." Harry ignored Hermione's look of smug satisfaction. "Okay, fine. Heard from Jack lately?" Ron nodded. "Yeah, got an owl yesterday. It's a brilliant solution, having the male owls drop her letters in the Muggle post. Don't know how they do it the other way round, though." "Isn't it obvious?" Hermione smirked. "Magic." Ron rolled his eyes and muttered, "Brightest witch my arse." Quickly turning to Harry, he changed the subject. "So how's Tonks?" Hermione sighed. "Ron, it's not Tonks, it's Dora now." Shrugging, Ron turned back to Harry. "She's still Tonks to me, so you guys have names yet?" "No." Harry's response was quick and did little to disguise his irritation. "You'd think with a name like Nymphadora she'd want something, I dunno, normal, but the stuff she's coming up with, and she's just cranky these days. I can't do anything right." Thankfully, by that time, they had reached the Transfiguration classroom. Taking their seats and readying their books, parchment and quills didn't take too much time, but they still had a few moments before McGonagall arrived. As the class was quietly chatting, Hermione turned to Harry. He didn't see her, so she tapped him on the arm. "Huh. When is Dora's due date?" "March, around the 15th, but Pomfrey says it could be sooner as big as she is. She's huge." He paled slightly. "Don't tell her I said that." After miming zipping her lips and throwing away the key, Hermione smiled at him. "Your secret is safe with me. Did you get the 2 feet done, or are you?" Suddenly she stopped, her eyes looking across Harry to Ron. "Who are you, and what have you done with Ron Weasley?" "What?" Ron looked at her oddly. "What are you on about?" "That," she pointed to Ron's parchment. "That's what I'm talking about." "Huh, oh, right," Ron smiled. "It's getting easier, writing, not transfiguration, that's still." "And what is transfiguration, Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall stood a few feet away, peering at him over her glasses. The amount of parchment with Ron's writing did not escape her view, but she simply raised an eyebrow. Slightly. After gulping, Ron's reply increased in pitch as he said the word. "It's a very hard subject." "Was that a statement or a question, Mr. Weasley?" McGonagall betrayed just the hint of a smile. "I'll let you ponder on that as we start today's lesson." She turned and headed towards the front of the classroom, fighting a smile as she heard Ron exhale loudly in relief. The Christmas of 1997 remained one of Harry's best Christmases for the rest of his days. Eventually, there would be other, more festive Christmases after the children arrived. But for the very first time in his life, Harry enjoyed a Christmas without a looming threat hanging over him. Compounded with the fact that he was married, his wife was pregnant, and that he was lazing around his in-laws' house listening to the wireless after eating an enormous amount of food, and it was one of the most enjoyable holidays of his life. Thankfully, he wasn't on the end of his wife's irritation, but even though she looked enormous to him, he was smart enough not to mention it. Unlike his father-in-law, Ted continuously teased Dora, making references to large things, sitting out an additional seat at Christmas dinner for her stomach, and this did not go unnoticed. Harry watched as Dora's hair cycled through different colors. Eventually, her emotions overcame her, and the long, curly black hair appeared. He subconsciously scooted away from her when that happened. It was a good thing, as at that moment a bit of accidental magic occurred and the Christmas goose flew at Ted's head. Andromeda was aghast, chiding both of them for their behavior, then remembered that pregnancy also made her have a few bits of accidental magic and focused her ire on her husband. The presents were, well, there was no other way to describe them but overwhelming. Apparently the ones that appeared underneath the tree, encircling it all the way up to the middle of the tree and blocking out most of the window behind it, were the ones that Effie had approved. Her letter on Christmas let him know that there were quite a few more that they were holding at Gringotts. The wizarding world felt quite appreciative to Harry and Dora, it appeared. Ted made a great show of holding up each package, pretending to peer through the wrapping with his fake eye, and telling everyone what he'd received before unwrapping. Later on, he confessed to Harry in the kitchen that he'd found Andromeda's presents to him earlier and was simply faking. So it was that night that Harry laid in bed with Tonks, in her old bedroom at her parents' house, happy and content. Nothing in the world could change that, or ever be better, he thought as he closed his eyes. As Harry's luck usually ran, he was wrong. Of course. He was right in the middle of a dream, flying while riding Buckbeak over Privet Drive for some reason, when he was suddenly brought out of the dream by a sharp pain in his arm. Ow, damn it, Dora! He rolled over, but she did not let go of his arm. If anything, her grip was tightening. What's wrong? I think, St. Mungo's. What? He sat up quickly. Something's wrong, what is it? She swatted him hard on the chest. Go get Mum. At that moment, if he would have thought about it, he would have grabbed his dressing gown and gone down the hall to Ted and Andromeda's room. Instead, he simply did as she asked, and that was how moments later he stood impatiently in front of his in-law's bedroom in nothing but his pants. As the door flung open, Ted apparently had reacted in the same manner, as both men stood looking at each other wearing nothing but their pants. Harry. It's Dora the baby. She wants Andromeda. Ted turned. Andy, the baby. Even though her movement was not quite as easy after the Battle of Hogwarts, and never would be owing to her leg injury, Andromeda was out of bed and over to Harry in an instant. Harry. She's in pain, the baby. Hecate. Andromeda pushed past both of the men and hurried down the hallway, her nightgown hem bouncing around her feet. Harry and Ted stared at each other for a moment and then hurried down the hallway after her. When they reached the bedroom, Andromeda was sitting in the bed with her daughter. Dora's face was red, her cheeks belled, puffing for all she was worth. Harry, get the bag. Andromeda's voice was calm, shocking Harry. We're going to St. Mungo's. One quick flu trip later, Dora was being whisked away, her mother at her side, and Harry had a clipboard with parchment thrust into his hands. He signed something, not worrying if anyone could read it, simply running the quill over the parchment enough to leave a smattering of ink, then followed along with Ted at his side. A healer saw them coming down the hall and directed them to the room. Harry quickly went to Dora's side and took her hand, wincing as she squeezed it hard. Just breathe, love, breathe. Remember the books. Fuck, the books. Dora shook her head and glared at Harry. At that moment, the healer finished up a diagnostic spell, turned and sent a notification spell out the hallway, and began rolling up her sleeves. It appears that we're having a baby tonight. We can't, it's not time. Harry looked to the healer, worry flooding his every fiber. It's not time. The healer shook her head. I can assure you, Mr. Potter, that it is time. It's not supposed to be, I understand, but we are having a baby. She saw the scared looks of all assembled in the room. My scan indicates a baby at the 9th month of gestation. Andromeda's eyes narrowed. Are you saying my daughter has carried a baby to the 9th month in this, her 6th month? Precisely. The healer stepped out of the doorway as 2 other healers came into the room and turned to Harry. You and Mrs. Potter can choose to allow others in the room or can. That's our cue, love. Ted took a hold of his wife's arm. Give her a kiss and then let's let them at it. Harry felt in a daze, hardly noticing when Dora squeezed his hand tightly again, watching as Ted and Andromeda kissed his wife and then left the room. As the healers busied about began making preparations, filling out forms, they spoke in low tones about how it was a medical anomaly, and one healer left the room to go speak to someone. Harry noted this, but it washed over him as if it wasn't happening. But something was happening. Dora was having the baby, their son. He was going to be a father. He had known this as a fact, that one day he would be a father, but now the enormity of it hit him. There was no threat of Voldemort looming over him any longer. That in and of itself was something nearing miraculous, but his mind flashed back to that day when he walked into Gringotts to hear Sirius will. He had known Dora then, obviously, but now he knew her, truly knew her, and she knew him. She knew him better than any other person on the face of the earth. She knew his doubts, his hopes, and now that Voldemort was gone, those hopes and dreams had a chance to actually happen. They had a house in the little village. They had the lodge. A drunken contract between his father and Sirius was going to give him the greatest gift he had never hoped for in his wildest dreams, a future and a family. And then the sensation of Dora's hand squeezing his was gone. Instead of the room at St. Mungo's, he had now suddenly appeared on the hill overlooking Madra-Dub, their newly completed house shining in the sun. He looked around, frightened. What would happen if he was in this place and the baby came? But then he heard his name being called behind him and turned to look. A white horse with a rider trotted slowly down the hill towards him. A horse with a rider on its back with long, flowing dark hair, a woman whose armor gleamed in the sunlight. As she came closer, he saw her radiant smile. "Magdalene," Harry beamed. "It's time." "It is, Harry." She pulled the horse to a stop and dismounted. Once she was close to him, she put both of her hands on her shoulders. "You have done well, Harry. Very, very well. I didn't do it alone. You helped, you and Hearweald and everybody. Because we are your family. You've figured it out, haven't you? How you overcame that evil abomination." Seeing his confused look, she took pity. "Harry, it wasn't just love in and of itself that stopped the evil. It was the love of family. It was you, your wife, and your child. Evil like that will never understand the unconditional love of a parent. Evil cannot create, it can only destroy. Only through the act of love can a child be made. And only through the act of selfless love, of willingly giving yourself to keep those you love from experiencing pain. Only that kind of love can truly vanquish evil. We are so proud of you." A second voice came from behind Harry, causing him to turn. An older man, very similar to himself, wearing old-fashioned robes, almost bounced upon his feet. Harry remembered the man, for some reason remembered that he had questioned whether or not Harry would only have daughters, but unfortunately for the life of him could not remember his name. "I'm sorry, I don't." "Your great-grandfather Constantine." The elder Potter beamed at him. "We're all so happy it's all that Charles, Doria, and your parents can talk about. You'll have plenty of time to talk with them later. Much, much later, my boy." Then he winked at him. "Like our little Christmas present." Harry's eyes went wide. "So this is—" Magdalene gave him a wistful glance. "Our last meeting until the final greeting. You will no longer be able to see us again. Our time and tasks are at an end." She nodded towards Constantine. "Your great-grandfather had a talk with Hearweald, a boon for you and your lovely wife. As I said before, Hearweald has a rather particular sense of humor." Shaking his head, Harry couldn't believe it. "So this is it, huh? Wow, I don't know how to thank all of you without—" "SHHH," Magdalene put a finger to his lips. "Words are not necessary. We know, we feel it." At that moment, Harry also began to feel, once again, the pressure on his hand. "I think I'm fatting or something. I can feel her squeezing my hand." Constantine laughed. "Your hand, my boy, you've got the tattoos. Use 'em." Glancing down at his griffin tattoo, the crest of the House of Potter, Harry felt confused. "What do you mean?" Magdalene rolled her eyes. "Hearweald, that man, touch yours to hers, it will help ease the way. But now our time truly is at an end. Remember your family. Celebrate yours, all of your family. But beyond anything, Harry, be happy." As sudden as pulling off a sticking plaster, once again Harry was back at St. Mungo's, Dora squeezing his hand. Hard. The healers were talking to her much more rapidly. "Harry," Dora looked over to him. "Dora, I had another one of those." "I don't care, Puff, what the fuck?" Even though Dora had a vice-like grip on his hand, Harry quickly extricated his hand from hers, even though he did have to peel her fingers away. It didn't make her happy. She glared at him as if she was hoping bludgers would suddenly appear and nail him in the plums, but he thrust his wrist forward, touching his griffin tattoo to the matching one on her wrist. As soon as the two tattoos touched each other, her glare eased, and he saw her shoulders lose their tension. Mr. Potter, the healer who was checking on the baby, looked up at him. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." This time, when Dora looked at him, he could tell that, even though she was feeling the strain, the pain was nowhere near where it had been previously. During a break in the contractions, he leaned over. "I saw Magdalene and Constantine, my great-grandfather. This is one of Herewield's gifts." At that moment, a contraction hit, and even though it was lessened, it was still painful enough to cause her words to come out in bursts. "Shitty gift." As Harry kept his eyes on hers, and his wrist on hers, things began moving quickly. Just at the moment that he didn't think she could endure any more, the healer pronounced that it was time to really push. With all of his thoughts on her and the baby, and remembering what Constantine had said, once again Harry pressed his wrist tightly to hers, using his other hand to increase the pressure. And then he was there, quite red, a bit of dark hair, and loudly complaining. Very loudly complaining about being out in the open air at St. Mungo's on Boxing Day. "He's here." Harry leaned across and kissed his sweaty, beautiful wife, her hair a brilliantly bright red for a moment, which turned to dark blue before settling on an eye-watering bright pink. "You did it! You did it!" And then the healers laid the baby on her chest. As both of them touched his perfect skin, they locked eyes. They had a son. To say that the baby's birth on Boxing Day was a surprise was an understatement. As friends and family soon arrived to celebrate with the couple, there was one final surprise. While the others waited in the visitors' area, Harry went to fetch two very important people. It didn't take long, bad leg or not, that Ted and Andromeda came into the room and met their grandson. As the two of them marveled at the fact that the boy was, as they said, at full-term size and weight, and with no issues whatsoever. Dora looked over to her husband. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Harry watched as Andromeda cradled her grandson, Ted hovering as close as he could over her shoulder. "You tell them." Andromeda arched an eyebrow. "So you've decided on a name, then?" Dora nodded. "We have, Theodore Constantine Potterblack." Ted's head shot up. "Are you serious?" Harry laughed. "No, I told him I wouldn't name a kid after him." Chapter 28, Good People. Depositing the now-useless portkey into the receptacle, the witch quickly made her way through the international portkey station, filled out the endless amount of forms, and still could not believe her luck. She'd actually landed the assignment. All of the other reporters at the American Wizarding Journal had tried to land the job, but her editor, through luck or fate, had assigned her. There were a few disparaging remarks about her age, but she couldn't help it if she was 20 and got the assignment while the other 40-somethings, and those older than her, complained. So what if she had only been out of school for a few years? Ignoring the memory, she took a calming breath. Consulting her little map before leaving the station, she ducked into the bathroom, adjusted her hair and makeup, hopping she looked quite professional, and selected a flue that read Diagon Alley above the fireplace entrance. She'd read about Diagon Alley, of course, but the reality of actually being there was something altogether different. Witches, wizards, and goblins seemed to be everywhere, popping in and out of the shops, purchasing mementos from little stands from carts alongside the street, but the overwhelming feeling she got from the crowd was one of excitement. The official ceremony wasn't until the weekend, and as it was only Tuesday, it appeared that everyone had decided not to wait until the ceremony to celebrate. Making her way down to her destination, Gringotts Bank, she stopped and purchased a little rosette from one of the vendors. Instead of something garish like the ones from the Quadpot and Quidditch events, the rosette was simply a furl of red ribbon, albeit with a small, black griffin figure in the center. Affixing the rosette to her robe, the witch made her way through the streets, pausing to let several children run past, and eventually found herself at Gringotts. The British Gringotts was nothing like the Gringotts branch in New Orleans. That was simply a normal bank with goblins, normal-sized ceilings and furnishings. Gringotts in Diagon Alley was something out of one of the wizarding stories, very grand and imposing. Taking a quick breath, she hurried over and stood in the shortest line, waiting patiently but still quite nervous. After what seemed like an eternity, she stepped up to the small desk and watched as the goblin peered at her over small spectacles. "How may Gringotts help you today?" She cleared her throat. "I'm Enid West. I have an appointment with Effie." The goblin leaned over the desk and gave her an irritated scowl. "I will let Administrator Aelfjafu know you have arrived. Sit over there, please." As she hurried over to the seat, the goblin had indicated Enid mentally kicked herself. It was common knowledge that Lord Potter's goblin administrator used a nickname, but she'd forgotten and used it instead of the goblin's real name owing to nerves. It was a mistake that she hoped would not come back to haunt her. How could she tell her editor that there was no way possible to write her story on the 30th anniversary of the Battle of the Many if she never even got to speak to Potter's goblin advisor? Thankfully, her wait was short, however, and she soon followed a small female goblin through the grand floor of the bank to a small door, up 3 flights of stairs, down a hallway, and soon stood in front of a door, checking and rechecking that she had her enchanted notebook. "Enter." As the female goblin left, Enid grasped the doorknob, took a deep breath, and entered the room. "Ah, Miss West." The goblin at the desk sat down her quill and smiled at her. "Right on time. Please come in, have a seat. I'll join you in a moment." The imposing grandeur of the Gringotts lobby had led Enid to believe that her meeting would occur in a similar room. The reality, however, was far different. The office was lit by bright sunlight that entered through what seemed a wall of windows, several plants in pots scattered throughout the far wall, gathering sun. The chair which she was directed to was something more of a squashy armchair that her grandfather loved, and once she sat down, she hurriedly took out her notebook and enchanted ink pen. Glancing over, she watched, only for a moment, the goblin shuffling parchment about the desk, and took a moment to further look around the room. Behind Aelfjafu's desk was a bookcase filled with objects, books, picture frames, a floating Quidditch snitch in a glass case, and if she was right, several pictures that must have been drawn by a child owing to the crayon images. It was a very pleasant, cozy room, nothing like her impressions of the bank. "I do apologize, but I needed to make sure those things were filed properly." The goblin had left the desk and now stood in front of the witch. "Aelfjafu, Miss West, but please call me Effie." Enid shook her hand and relaxed. "Very nice to meet you. I'm afraid I did call you Effie when I arrived and—" "Great Gorsnock." Effie rolled her eyes and sat down in the opposite armchair, appropriately sized to her stature. "They're so bloody formal down there. Drives me batty. But you didn't take an international portkey here to talk about goblin etiquette, did you, dear?" "No, thank you, though. As you know, I've been assigned to write a series of articles for the American Wizarding Journal on the Battle of the Many. They'll be in special editions, but more than that about the people who took part. The main participants, their lives now, how things have changed." Effie laughed. "If you did that, you'd end up writing several books, I'm afraid. I'm sure your editor has given you a deadline, so we'll just do what we can, shall we?" "Thank you," Enid nodded graciously. "As Lord Potter's administrator and—" She paused as Effie held up a hand. "Sorry." "Just call him Harry, dear. I know everyone is in love with titles and such, but if I'm honest, he doesn't real care for it. You didn't know, no trouble at all. This will be a long conversation, so would you care for tea?" Coffee." "Not a problem." Effie snapped her fingers, causing a bell to ring. After giving her instructions to another female goblin, the administrator turned back to the reporter. "Just to clarify, for the record, 50% of the profits from the sale of your special editions will go to the ICWW emergency funds, yes?" Enid nodded. "Yes, I have the contract here if you'd like to." Effie shook her head. "Not necessary, but appreciated. Now, as I understand from the correspondence with your editor, you've requested interviews with several people. You know that Harry and the others are quite reticent about granting interviews, but as there have been wildly exaggerated accounts in the press over the years, I believe they all have agreed. Granted that we retain the right to omit anything objectionable prior to going to press." "Yes, that's quite acceptable." At that point, Enid couldn't contain herself. They all agreed. Effie winced. "Not all, unfortunately. I received the list from your editor, and unfortunately Victor Crumb is still maintaining his stance on not granting interviews except for Quidditch reasons." Enid nodded, as that was the least of her worries. The story of Victor Crumb and Ginny Weasley had been played out all over the papers when they broke up, so it was old news anyway. But everyone else. They have. I took the liberty of drawing up a consent form and provided it to each of them via OWL. They will present the form to you upon your meeting, and if, and only if, you've received that form, may you conduct your interview. They retain the right to change their decision at any time prior to your questions. Understandable, and I agree. Enid nodded, but for some reason her eyes were still caught on the child's drawing behind Effie. As the goblin caught her eye and looked back over her shoulder, Enid cringed. I'm sorry, it's just... Is that? Effie chuckled. Don't worry, but I would ask you not to mention it. Maggie's 17 now, and the fact that I still keep that picture displayed embarrasses her to no end. She was 5 when she drew that for me. Didn't require a look in her notebook at her research for Enid to know exactly who Effie was talking about. Magdalene Potter Black, one of the children the press called the Peebees. Lord Potter and Lady Black's eldest daughter also was the goddaughter of the very goblin in front of her. Noted, I wouldn't do that. My grandfather still keeps some things of mine. But I'm off topic. Sorry. Is there a schedule for the interviews? My editor said it had all been set up, but I know how things change. You've obviously done this before, as things have, as you said, changed a bit. Effie hopped out of her chair, plucked a piece of parchment off of her desk, and sat back down. Before she could comment about the changes, the tea and coffee arrived. After preparing their drinks to taste, Effie took a sip of tea and sat the teacup to the side. Your initial meeting was to be with Hermione and Charles Weasley, but apparently they had a bit of a problem with an American iridescent dragon in Utah, and they will be delayed another day before arrival. Thankfully, the Wood family agreed to change schedules, so they'll be first. Here you go, my dear. Enid took the parchment as Effie slid it across the table, turned it, and peered down. Tuesday. Oliver Wood and Daphne Wood, Lady Greengrass, Greengrass Manor. Bill Weasley and Susan Weasley, Shell Cottage. Wednesday. George Weasley and Luna Lovegood, Weasley Wizarding Wheezes London office. Seamus Finnegan and Crystal Finnegan, Finnegan residence. Dennis Creevey, Lord Macbait and Hannah Creevey, Lady Macbait, Macbait Hall. Enid felt a lump in her throat. Not only was she unsure exactly how she would get to her interviews, but one of the first people she had to interview was Lady Greengrass. And what of the other interviews? Effie cleared her throat, drawing attention. I will owl you the other day's schedules each evening. We're keeping the other interviews, she sighed. It's been like wrangling measles and crups, to be honest. Fred Weasley has changed his mind 3 times. I'd hate for you to prepare for that and be taken unawares. You are staying at the Raging Hippogriff, correct? Enid nodded. She hadn't checked into the hotel yet, but her reservations had been confirmed and reconfirmed. Yes, I am. Very good. Effie took a sip of tea and smiled, a non-toothy, non-threatening smile at the reporter. I must say that in preparation I read your previous work. I find your writing fair, honest, and rather enjoyable. It will be most displeasant if your articles do not follow the same path. I know that goes without saying, obviously, but forgive this old goblin. Old habits, you know. Enid felt a bit confused. By goblin standards, Effie was not old at all. More than that, though, she was the most important female goblin in all of Britain, not to mention other more enlightened countries. There had been talk of Effie someday being made director, but apparently some changes were a bit too modern for the goblins. The current director and head of Goblin Nation, Fizzuck, if her research was correct, was at least 5 years younger than Effie. That did nothing to allay her fears regarding exactly what Effie was capable of if she did not write the article correctly. It wasn't that Effie was requesting an editorial slant or trying to push an agenda. She simply wanted to make sure that the article depicted everyone as they were. Coming back to herself, Enid nodded. I understand, not a problem. Very good. Effie clapped her hands together. Very good indeed. She looked over at the clock on the wall. Now we have a good amount of time left before you need to go to Greengrass Manor. Before that, I'll give you the portkeys. You were wondering how you would get there, weren't you? Seeing an affirmative nod, Effie continued. The portkeys for each day will be sent along with the schedules. If, at any time, You encounter any difficulties, please contact Gringotts at once. If I am not available, any goblin will be able to assist you." Sighing contentedly, Effie eased back into the chair. "Now tell me what New Orleans is like these days. I must say that Gringotts branch there is rather underwhelming." Enid stood in her hotel room, quickly glancing around to ensure that she hadn't forgotten anything. Along with her reporter's notebook and trusty pen, she'd also brought along one of the new dictaspool recorders. It slightly boggled her mind to think that soon she would be sitting down speaking to the Weasley twins using a device that they had developed, but she quickly dismissed that and turned back to her notebook. She flipped open the pages, turned a few, and found the background information on the Woods. Oliver Wood, Gryffindor, Hogwarts. Puddlemere United keeper until an injury in 2005 forced him into retirement. Transitioned to keeper assistant to Puddlemere, then elevated to keeper coach. Interim manager after Puddlemere lost to Chudley on Boxing Day 2009. Permanent manager 2010. Assistant coach Scottish national Quidditch team. Daphne Wood, Greengrass, Slytherin, Hogwarts. Lady Greengrass after abdication of position by the late Lord Macbeth, Colin Creevey. Lady-in-waiting to Lady Black, Dora Potterblack. Notoriety of her fashion expertise, specifically Lady Black's wedding attire, brought her to the attention of several fashion houses. Independent contractor to French design house Magiste until forming own couture line. One of the top wizarding designers worldwide. 2 children, Duncan Edward, 15, Gryffindor, Hogwarts. Winifred Dora, 7, residence Greengrass Manor. Enid closed the notebook, stood up and retrieved the small figure of a blue griffin from her bag, clasped it tightly, and stared at the clock on the wall. After watching the second hand sweep, the portkey activated and she was gone. Greengrass Manor was, no two ways about it, imposing. The high hedges encircled its boundaries, but the long, tree-lined path towards the house was visible through the gate. With a bit of nerves, Enid went over to the gate and, not knowing what else to do, knocked. A voice emanated from the bars of the gate, the voice of a little girl. "Who is it?" "Enid West. I have an appointment." "Mummy, there's a lady." The little girl's voice trailed off, soon replaced by elegant, cultured tones that had to belong to Lady Greengrass. "Miss West, I apologize. Please come in. The front door will be open." The gates creaked open, and once she'd slipped inside, Enid began the long walk down the pathway, the clang of the gates snapping shut not easing her nerves. Eventually, though, she knocked on the door and then uneasily let herself in. If Enid thought Greengrass Manor was imposing from the outside, the entrance hall didn't help matters. Marble, dark wood paneled walls, portraits. A portrait of a middle-aged man was prominently displayed, and if she was honest, he was staring at her a bit. A little girl ran into the entrance hall, her appearance shockingly grubby in comparison to the refinement of the space, dark hair in a ponytail. "Hi, I'm Winnie. Are you gonna take our picture?" Quick footsteps soon revealed the mistress of the house, who shook her head. "Looking like that you aren't Winifred." She turned to Enid. "Sorry, someone has decided to play in the garden all morning. Daphne Wood." She extended her hand. "Quite all right. Enid West." Enid hoped the shock wasn't written all over her face like a headline font, as the woman who ran one of the most exclusive couture fashion lines in the world stood before her in somewhat frayed jeans, a simple white shirt, and a pair of simple, black ballet flats. She wore no makeup, her hair pulled into a somewhat messy bun, and her jewelry consisted only of her wedding bands and a small necklace, the type of clothing that Enid and her friends wore on the weekend. Unfortunately for Enid, Lady Greengrass had indeed noticed. With a smirk, she raised an eyebrow. "Those dresses are lovely, but not very practical for the day-to-day." Of course, Lady Greengrass." "Mummy," the little girl pulled at her mother's hand. "Can I help?" "No, go find your father, but no brooms." She turned back to the reporter. "I apologize, and none of the lady stuff, Daphne, please. May I call you Enid?" Enid felt her breath catch. Lady Greengrass was asking if she could call her by her first name. Of course. It was one of the more pleasant interviews Enid had conducted, once she'd got over the shock of interviewing a celebrity. She'd done that on several occasions, but no celebrity in the category of lady. Daphne. And then she paused, as it hit her, that this was only the first of many such interviews. As before, her pause did not go unnoticed. Thankfully, Daphne handled it quite gracefully. Apparently, this wasn't the first time something such as that had happened. Oliver soon joined his wife, crying daughter in tow. Apparently, Winnie Wood had not listened to her mother and had got on a toy broom only to be caught by her father. As the parents discussed the appropriate punishment, Enid had to smile as the little girl winked at her. They were a charming couple, well-suited, as Oliver's more open nature was evident, bringing out the same facets from his wife. Where initially Enid had thought Daphne quite haughty and reserved, she found that, once the interview had become more of a conversation, the former Slytherin was quite engaging, albeit with a sharp wit and tongue to match. The part of the conversation that made her laugh out loud, much to her dismay, was the story of the Woods' wedding. Daphne, who had made her name with bridal fashion, had married Oliver at Gretna Green at the blacksmith's shop. As the interview time came to a close, Daphne thanked Enid for an enjoyable afternoon. Oliver thanked her for not bringing one of those ruddy photographers, and Winnie was appropriately mollified by being informed that the entire family, along with their Gryffindor son, would be photographed at the ceremony on Saturday at Hogwarts. Promising to speak to her later, Daphne took Winnie out of the room, scolding her, leaving Oliver to walk Enid out. Right before they left, though, he hurried back to the sitting room where they'd conducted the interview and rushed back, parchment in hand. "Effie'd have measles if I forgot this. Here." He handed Enid the release form. "Sorry about Winnie. She's a good girl, but she doesn't like to hear the word no." He opened the door and followed Enid out. "And thanks for no Quidditch questions." Enid nodded. "I understand. I have a little brother. And no worries, I'm sure the Quidditch reporters have that angle quite covered. Thank you again." "You're welcome." Oliver leaned against the door and put his hands in his well-worn corduroy trousers. "Who's next?" Enid gulped. "Lord Weasley and his wife." "Lord," Oliver looked puzzled. "Ah, Bill, right, you have fun now, ask him about." "No, I will no do that to his poor wife. She'd have my hide. See you on Saturday. I'll look better, she'll no have me looking like this." Enid nodded, smiled, and headed down the long lane towards the gate. Instead of the glamorous couple she had expected they seemed like. Friends of hers, the way they dressed, the way they acted at odds with their public personas. Once again she reminded herself what she always said about celebrities, their people first. That thought didn't comfort her much as she opened the gate, slipped out and walked a bit, the next portkey heavy in her pocket. Feeling somewhat frazzled, Enid took the seat indicated by the waiter at the hotel dining room. After glancing at the menu, providing her order and taking a sip of water, she pulled out her notebook and sat it on the table, flipping it open the most recent entry. The interview of Lord Weasley and his wife at their residence, Shell Cottage, had gone well enough, but it was a bit more formal and not quite as conversational as her meeting with the Wood family. That was an understatement, she realized, and held back a snort. Even though she knew her research was correct, she flipped back to the entry for Lord Weasley's family. William Weasley, Gryffindor, Hogwarts, Gringotts Cursebreaker, previously engaged to Fleur Delacour, deceased, perished in attack on Ministry of Magic. Rumored romantic relationship with Gemma Granger, mother of Hermione Granger, Weasley. Official line is that Lord Weasley and Gemma Granger are very good friends. Wizengamot member as Lord Potter returned the House of Weasley to its previous elevated status. Rarely speaks in public on personal matters, grants few, if any, interviews. Highest non-goblin cursebreaker at Gringotts. Extensive experience in foreign lands. Susan Bones, Weasley, Hufflepuff, Hogwarts. Lady Weasley. Niece of former head of British DMLE and current British ICWW representative Amelia Bones, Shacklebolt. Wizarding barrister with equal Muggle qualifications. Conducts cases for witches and wizards, but specializes in Muggle-born and Muggle-related law. When husband is not available for Wizengamot sessions owing to Gringotts responsibilities, she is the authorized representative for Weasley House to the Wizengamot. One son, Arthur William, 13, Gryffindor, Hogwarts, residence Shell Cottage. Her initial reaction upon seeing the small cottage by the sea made her think that her interview with Lord Weasley's family would be along the chatty lines of her talk with the Woods. Unfortunately for her, it was not the case. Both Lord Weasley and Lady Weasley did not dissuade her from using their titles, and after a few questions she realized that, even though they had agreed to the interview, they were using their titles to shield her from anything too private. She'd been given the Gringotts release form almost before sitting down, and was not surprised when it was referred to more than once. She'd wondered whether to ask Lord Weasley about the rumors concerning Gemma Granger, but knew that only a few minutes into their interview that there was no way she would ever broach that subject. When it came to the personal things, both Lord and Lady Weasley were quite reticent to provide details. However, when it came to the more public questions, of initiatives they had shepherded through the Wizengamot, the couple were very informative and open. She understood. They were politicians. Not only that, but Lord Weasley held a dual role in protecting not only the interests of the Wizengamot, but Gringotts. The dual role was compounded further by his station as official head of House Weasley. Once she'd grasped the angle Enid had pushed forward, happily watching as her dictaspool churned along on the table, as new initiatives for the Wizengamot were discussed, along with only the barest minimum possible regarding Lord Weasley's position as a curse-breaker, using his Gringotts confidentiality agreement as a reward. As to the topic of their son, named after Lord Weasley's late father, it was the moment when the facade of the politicians began to fade as they spoke of their son just as any other set of proud parents. Artie, as they called him, had made the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a chaser, was doing quite well in school, and had expressed interest in working at Gringotts someday. It was obvious that he was the apple of their eye. As there was no tea or coffee served, it was soon after discussing Artie that Enid found the interview at an end, without the promise of speaking again on Saturday. They did agree to the photographs, and even provided her with a studio snap of the family for her article, but beyond that Enid knew that their involvement with her article was at an end. Thanking them, she made her way outside the wards that almost made her hair crinkle, and made her way back to the hotel. That was how she found herself, once her order was placed on the table. Before she could even begin to cut into the steak, she caught someone peeking over her shoulder from her peripheral vision. Why in Merlin's name do you have a picture of Bill's ugly mug? Enid glanced over her shoulder, and it was out of her mouth before she could engage her brain. Shit! Clasping her hand over her heart, as he'd shocked the hell out of her, she realized that one of the Weasley twins was standing there, grinning at her. I'm sorry. Nah, it's all right. She says worse than that to me on a daily basis. Without asking, he pulled out the chair and sat next to her. Wait, notes, a stuffy picture of Bill's family. Are you the reporter? Fred, a dark-haired woman with coffee-colored skin, smacked him on the shoulder. That's rude, just sitting down without asking. What if she was waiting for someone? Are you? Fred waggled his eyebrows. Some lucky chap or bird, don't want to get ahead of myself. I'm sorry, ignore them. A male voice caused Enid's head to turn. I'm Reggie, they're impossible, even in public. We've interrupted your supper. For a moment, Enid wasn't sure if she could speak, but Reggie's kind words and equally kind eyes brought her back. It's all right. It's just me, just going over notes from today. We're Friday, right? Fred looked over to Angelina. Oh, just sit down. We'll do this now. Get it out of the way. He turned to the reporter. I'm sure. What's your name, love? Enid West. Enid nodded and turned to the now-seated Angelina Weasley. I don't mind at all, actually, if you don't mind that I eat while we talk. Not at all. Fred raised up his hand and snapped his fingers. Garkin, a bottle of your finest within reason. Merlin's pants, Fred. Angelina rolled her eyes. You'd think the man had never been out in public, and our appointment is on Thursday, Fred. You changed it from Friday last week. The waiter came over to Fred, took the order of wine, and didn't blink an eye when Fred told the man to just give them the usual. As Enid put the dictaspool on the table and reset it, Fred's eyes gleamed. Aha! One of our best sellers. You know, Georgie and I came up with those because we'd tell each other all these great ideas and then we never remembered a one. Hold on, I know we remembered the. Merlin, Dad, enough. Reggie took a sip of water and then looked embarrassed. I just drank your water. Sorry, I'll get you a new one. Angelina just rolled her eyes. Heathens, both of you. No manners at all even after all these years. The waiter returned with the wine, accepted Reggie's request of another water for Enid, and soon the table was full of conversation. Topics started, stopped, veered off, circled back, and sometimes actually finished. The wine bottle was drained and shortly followed by another, then another, leading to a most enjoyable dinner. As the dictaspool ran on, the Weasleys took over, letting Enid finish her dinner, and supplied at least 10 times as much information as the interview with Lord and Lady Weasley. It was obvious that with Fred Weasley's interest in the joke shop, he was quite accustomed to reporters, at one point even asking to see Enid's background. For the first and only time in her career, Enid complied, flipping over to the page with the family's background data. Years later, she claimed it was the wine that had made her do it. Let's see then. Fred licked his finger to turn the page, but Angelina's throat clearing made him stop, wipe his finger dramatically on his shirt, and return to the notebook. Right. Fred's better-looking twin, Gryffindor and Hogwarts. Started the shop with investments from the goblins. I'm pretty sure Harry had a hand in that, but he's tight-lipped as always. You should probably get Tonks a bit drunk and ask her. Always good fun. Shops here and there, and then you've got it right. We expanded into America and the lot of us here. Well, except you, because you're an American and we're already there. We set off for the US of A. Brilliant place, honestly. And I have to say Texas has certainly agreed with this branch of the House of Weasley. Also right, I'm the brains behind the American branch. And you're right on Ang, too. I still think the American Professional Quidditch League could have made a go of it, but everyone's still all quadpot mental. He bobbed his head back and forth as if trying to decide, and finally looked at Enid mock seriously. Yes, Ang is the one who does all the books and deals with all of the idiots. I mean, all of the officals to make sure everything's all legal and whatnot. Oh, look here, Reg, you're even in this. Reginald James Weasley got all of it too. Lone Star School of Magic, graduated 2 years ago. Come on, Reg, give us a good all Lone Star cheer. Dad, are you kidding? Reggie sat back, dark hair and brown eyes narrowing, and pointed a finger at his father. The last time I did that, we got in a bar fight. What? Angelina leaned across the table. What happened? Why am I just now hearing about this? As both the Weasley men pointed at her, she sat back in her chair and took up her wine glass. It's a wonder I haven't checked into the mental ward yet. Enid, you're getting all this right. If it happens, I have proof. You're my witness. The rest of the evening went by in a blur of laughter and stories. Enid even found herself doing one of her least favorite things in the world, talking about herself. Somehow it just felt natural, and instead of conducting an interview, albeit a vastly different interview from her previous one that day, she felt as if she was making new friends. It was one of the dangers of her profession, meeting people, interviewing them, and then feeling like you'd made a connection only to find out later that it was simply an interview. But somehow this time felt different. Fred waved off her slightly drunken request for his release form, saying that Angelina would owl it later, and was happy to hear that she was interviewing all the Weasleys. Reggie, though, just gave a quick, fake cough and said Percy. Ah, how could I leave perfect prefect Percy off the list? He's the Gryffindor ghost, you know. Don't worry, you'll meet him eventually. Wait, are you talking to Ronnie at home or at work? Don't do it at home, utter madhouse, though. You'd get to see Mum there. All right, well, I believe this is the time where I ask you not to print anything false unless it's funny or brings in business. Agreed. As Enid nodded, she noticed that Fred had picked up her bill from the table as well as his family's, her eyes bulging a tad when she noticed what the wine had cost. It wasn't proper, a subject paying for her meal, but at the moment she simply decided to go along with the spirit of the meal and ignore it. Once they'd stood up, there were handshakes all around, Fred even going so far as to kiss Enid's hand. Once Angelina had pried him off, Reggie shook his head. I'm sorry, they're not usually this. Okay, fine. I'm lying. They're always like this. Thanks for a better evening than I had planned. You'll be at all the stuff this weekend, right? I will, Enid nodded. Working. Ah, too bad. Maybe you'll have to come out to Texas. Do a story on how I'm expanding the shop down to Mexico. Do you speak Spanish? No, I don't. Enid looked at him oddly. You do, I take it. A bit, but we have things that can help. Language line of sweets and stuff. Don't know about you, but I had fun tonight. See you this weekend. Despite knowing better, Enid felt a small bit hungover as she made her way into the Diagon Alley Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes shop. It didn't help that the triple dub, as it was known, did nothing to help that hangover owing to the vast amount of things that flashed, made noise, and zoomed all over the place. She could almost taste her heartbeat in her very dry mouth as she made her way over to the front counter. Fred Weasley's one serious comment to her the previous evening at the forefront of her thoughts. "You're talking to Georgie tomorrow, right? Be sure to ask him about the switching pants. It's a good story. But can I ask you one favor? Don't ask him about Katie. They had a good run and got Willow out of it, but it's still hard for him. Besides, with his wife, I bet she'd change the subject, and then with what she'd talk about, your brain would explode. It wasn't easy at all, and he still has a hard time with it every now and then, especially when nosy reporters try to find out why." "I know, but I'm not telling you or anyone else. Do that for me, please." She was still thinking of the conversation when she felt a touch on her arm and turned to see a red-haired woman close to her age in the garish purple robes that all Triple Dub employees wore. "Can I help you? Something particular you're looking for?" "Oh, sorry." Enid quickly composed herself. "I'm Enid West. I'm here to interview." "Right," the girl snapped her fingers. "For the thing, I got it. Dad's expecting you. I'm Willow, his oldest. Come on, they're in the upstairs office." Following Willow through the shop, Enid found herself at a staircase, which unfortunately for her was 3 flights. Normally it wouldn't be a problem, but owing to her current condition, she didn't have the easiest time of it. They made their way through a door into what could have conceivably have been called an office once upon a time, perhaps when it was unfurnished, as currently there were boxes all over the place, cabinets overstuffed with parchment, and a griffin figure haphazardly looping around the room in the air, as if the enchantment was wearing off. It was while taking in everything that Enid jumped, the sound of Willow yelling loudly for her father taking her by surprise. "He'll be here soon. Merlin knows what he's doing. I guess there isn't really any place to sit, is there? Hold on a tick." Taking out her wand, Willow swished it about, shrinking what seemed to be half of the office until a set of 2 comfortable chairs appeared, a coffee table separating them from a sofa by the window. "There, better. Shoulda done that ages ago. Watch, he's gonna bitch about it the minute he sees it. Okay, have fun." Unsure of exactly where she should sit, Enid made her way over and sat in one of the chairs, setting her dictaspool on the table, pulled out her notebook, and was just about to review the background when George Weasley came in. Merlin's saggy left one. What on earth did she do to my office? George Weasley, still identical to his brother except for a slightly longer haircut, walked in and shook his head in irritation. "I'll never find that stuff now. Maybe I need it for after we talk. Did she think about that? No, of course not. Now I'll have to flag her down and get her up here to fix it all. Lost sales. Didn't think about that now, did she?" He turned to Enid. "Hello there, Miss West. Feeling a bit peaky this morning?" He smiled broadly and flopped onto the sofa. "Spoke to Freddie before breakfast. You lot put a herding on the Raging Hippogriff's wine stock from what I heard. Tea." "Coffee," Enid finally managed a word, her hopes shrinking immediately as George shook his head. "Tea, then." "Splendid, tea it is, Bilbo." A very young house elf popped into existence nearby. "Yes." "Tea, please. Oh, and some of those lemon biscuits." "Thanks." As the elf popped away, he grinned over at Enid. "A house elf couple that works for me had a baby and asked me to pick the name." Hermione was over, and despite being mortified that I not only employ quite a few house elves, but that I had been chosen to pick the name, started moaning on about how house elves were still discriminated against, unofficially. Blah, 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 so I picked the name on purpose. Ronnie'd read the book and all, so I just picked up bits and pieces, but I knew it'd make her mad. Bilbo it was then, so... He rubbed his hands together. "Publicity, I love reporters." A combination of events conspired against Enid at that moment. The slight hangover, the enjoyable lunacy of the previous evening, and now the prospect of repeating it once again made her simply forget her professional demeanor. She rested her head on the back of the chair and closed her eyes. "You two are insane." George laughed. "Possibly my wife tells me that quite often, but there's galleons in insanity, you know." As Bilbo popped in with the tea, George took pity on the girl and added 3 sugars and milk for her. "Here, drink this. It'll help. Not much, but it's not like I have a stock of hangover potions just lying about." At that he stopped, stood up, and began packing. "Oh, dictaspool, well done." After activating the device with his wand, he continued to pace, talking aloud. "Some sort of container to keep hangover spells fresh. They don't last more than a few hours after brewing, maybe Owl Neville. Wait, a delivery service. Subscription basis, hire house elves to deliver them. Maybe work in a cross-promotion with the pubs. I'll run it by Freddie." He stopped packing, turned, and saw that Enid had not moved. "Tea will help, love." Moving slowly, Enid took a sip. If it was possible, just listening to George was making her hangover even worse. It tasted odd, with the milk, and was impossibly sweet, but damned if it wasn't helping. She blinked a few times, took out her notebook, and was about to begin her first question when the door opened. "George, has it started?" "It has, love, I think." George glanced at the reporter and then back to his wife. "I think Fred went a bit far with the wine last night." "Oh dear." The woman walked over to Enid and bent over, staring at her closely. "Your eyes look very red. Have they been smoking?" "Smoking?" Enid looked at the blonde woman in front of her, which was quite easy as her face was quite close. Dirty blonde hair, pulled back loosely with strands flying all about her face, a rather odd necklace, and wearing a pair of spectacles with purple and green spotted frames. "Why would they be smoking?" The woman turned to George. "It's not Kipswitches. We can rule that out." "Splendid. Enid, my wife Luna." After shaking Luna's hand, Enid watched as she joined her husband on the sofa, patting his thigh. It was then that, thank Merlin, she remembered her research. After marrying Katie Bell, George Weasley had devoted his time to his shop and subsequent shops. A daughter, Willow, who she had met earlier, had been born, and then for some unknown reason George and Katie had divorced. Luna Lovegood had opened up a completely unlicensed and unregulated business as a mind healer, or as she termed it, a life helper. George had gone to see her after his divorce, and things had progressed from there. The couple had a 3-year-old daughter, Persephone, but had never married. It was later, while reviewing the Dictaspool recording, that Enid realized that her interview with George and Luna was one of the oddest things she'd ever recorded. Her voice sounded horrible, but it didn't happen very often, as George and Luna simply carried on without her, taking it as an opportunity to reminisce. They talked about everything, you name it, from what Luna was fixing for supper that night to George's recollection of when Willow had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Somehow that led to Luna talking about when she'd accompanied Lord Potter to an event, and Lady Potter, or Nymphadora as Luna always referred to her, had expressed hope that at least one of her children would be sorted into Ravenclaw. And then Luna started informing George of what could only be construed as gossip. It wasn't something that she'd learned from a client, but from Harry, that Teddy Potterblack was dadding Moon Rose, even though he hadn't said anything to his parents. Even worse, and something that had never happened before or since in her reporting career. After it had ended, she swore George and Luna to secrecy, which they readily agreed. But at that moment, everything seemed to conspire against her, and in the chair in the Diagon Alley office of the original Triple Dub shop, she had simply fallen asleep and had taken a nap. It was when she found herself finally opening her eyes that she realized exactly what she had done and knew. Just knew that even though she'd been given the choicest assignment, her editor would fire her the minute he found out. Luckily for her, though, if there were ever two interview subjects who didn't care, it was George and Luna. "You needed a kip, nothing wrong with that." George sat back, his legs crossed on the sofa. "Your dictaspool ran out, so I loaded a new one. Free of charge, of course. Wouldn't want to hurt my relationship with the press." "I'm screwed." Enid put her head in her hands. "Screwed, totally screwed." "Oh, I don't believe so." Luna took a sip of tea. "George and I had quite fun thinking of stories for your dictaspool. I even remembered the one with Persephone and the dirigible plums at Daddy's house. You were so worried, George, but she was just happily floating along. I wouldn't have let anything happen to her, you know that. Willow thought it quite fun bringing Persephone down on her broom." A worried look came over Luna's face. "You poor thing, you haven't even asked us a question yet." "You may if you'd like. I think we're ready." "Fire away." George made Machwand waving motions. "Have at it." Giving up all pretense of professionalism, Enid sighed. "What can you tell me about, switching pants?" George swallowed hard, turning red in the face, but Luna laughed uproariously. Those were brilliant. They never put them on the market. He tested them and... Luna, George's tone was quite direct. I thought we agreed never to talk about that. Oh, we did, but Enid didn't, and it's her one question. She ignored her husband and turned her attention back to Enid. They're pants that just look like normal pants, but when you go to the loo and pull them down, well, they make it look like you have the opposite sex's parts. It's an illusion, of course, but very realistic. She turned to George. I know for a fact you like. Thank you. Thank you both very much for everything. I really appreciate it. Enid stood up quickly, noticing that the combination of tea and a nap had drastically helped her hangover. And thank you so much for the information. I promise I'll listen, but I should let you both get back to work. Sometimes fate has a way of making things easier, and luckily fate took pity on Enid for back-to-back Weasley twin interviews as the remaining 2 sessions went splendidly, if nowhere near as oddly. The portkey for her next session took her to Kilkenny, Ireland, where she visited with Seamus Finnegan and his wife at their little house. It surprised her when she realized that it was a Muggle house, but that surprise quickly evaporated when she glanced at her notes. Finnegan, a Gryffindor, had married Crystal Wilson, the Muggle sister of Ron Weasley's wife Jack. Finnegan was an Auror, a successful one but with no ambition of rising in the ranks, and was generally thought to be a solid, well-respected member of the Auror department. Crystal and Seamus had a son, Jeff, who was 14 and had no magical abilities whatsoever. Finnegan had also adopted, through magical and Muggle processes, Crystal's daughter Emily, now 22. Both of the Finnegan children were students, doing quite well, and surprisingly harbored no jealousy of not having magic. To some, it would be a rather boring story, compared with those of the Weasleys and the Wood family, but Enid thought it a wonderful example of how magical and Muggle could exist living in both worlds. The next portkey took her to one of the Scottish islands way up in the north, to the house of Lord and Lady Macbeth. Remembering her last visit to a lady and lord, that of Weasley House, she was initially using her formal persona, but that lasted less than half a minute after meeting Mr. and Mrs. Creevey. Dennis Creevey was a short man, not much taller than her, and his wife was at least an inch taller than he was. Hannah Creevey was a kind, open woman, and instead of conducting their interview in a formal sitting room, they did it at the kitchen table. A rather homey kitchen at that, with pots simmering on the stove and dish towels hanging from a rack. The house itself was comparable to Shell Cottage, but the experience was altogether different. Macbeth House was, in acutality, a very small, working dairy farm. As they continued to talk Dennis, and he insisted that she call him Dennis, excitedly asked if she'd like a tour of the grounds. She had agreed to it immediately, and thus began her large walking tour, albeit in quite a brisk wind, of Macbeth Farm. As Hannah stayed in the kitchen, Dennis took the opportunity to tell her things that, Enid knew, Hannah would perhaps prefer to keep quiet. Enid couldn't help it. She liked Dennis, and promised herself not to print anything damaging. After hearing the tale, it wasn't damaging at all. If anything, it was quite romantic. After finishing Hogwarts, Dennis had taken up full-time residence at the Hall, starting slowly with only a few head of cattle that had been on the land. With the help of a nearby farmer, he'd increased the herd, added on some chickens as well, and had started making inroads selling eggs and milk to restaurants. That was how he and Hannah had reconnected. Well, connected. They knew who each other was at school, but had never really interacted. Hannah had arrived to inspect the property for the Ministry of Magic, part of the office that ensured proper standards were upheld and all that. From there, she somehow seemed to always find one more thing to talk to Dennis about until one day he asked her to stay for supper. After a year or so, they married, out on the farm, and now had 2 sons. Matthew Collin was 11, just sorted into Gryffindor, and Andrew Michael, 8, soon made his appearance as he was out climbing a tree. It wasn't far past the tree, on the way back to the hall, when Enid saw the grave. She knew of the Creevey family's tragedy, of course, but walked quietly next to Dennis, waiting for a sign. She shouldn't have worried. Dennis was wistful but smiling when they arrived at Colin's gravestone. She expected to hear the sad story, to hear about what had happened, but instead Dennis told her about how his brother was amazed by the magical world, so excited by everything, taking pictures and sending them back to their parents. And he was proud, infinitely proud, of the example Colin had given to the proper lords and ladies when he'd given up being Lord Greengrass in favor of the current Lady Greengrass, Daphne Wood. He'd even made an odd little statement, something his Muggle father liked to say, something a Muggle singer had once said, to enjoy every sandwich. That's what Colin did, what he did, and if they headed back to the kitchen, he was sure Hannah could have a few fixed in a flash. It wasn't sandwiches, it was an early supper, and the Creevies positively insisted that she stay. As Andy made his way back in and began to wash up, the Creevy parents began asking Enid about herself, about her life in America. After spending the day on the little farm, it seemed rather boring to Enid, traipsing about from place to place, talking to people, making notes, writing in her little apartment, but to the Creevies it sounded wonderful. At some point, she also found herself next to Hannah at the stove, a recipient of a completely impromptu cooking lesson. Dennis proudly told Enid that Hannah was working on a cookbook, using ingredients from the farm, and had even thought about opening a restaurant, but Lady Macbait waved him off, saying that she would think about it, one day after the boys had finished Hogwarts. It was late when Enid arrived at the Raging Hippogriff, but unlike her dinner the previous evening, she was not tipsy. Instead, she was quite full, and her protests not to take food back to the hotel were met on deaf ears. She sat the stasis-covered picnic basket on the little desk at the hotel and sat down on the end of the bed, easing off her shoes. She wasn't sure what she had expected, meeting the Creevies, knowing the sad tale of Colin Creevy, but such warmth and openness was wholly unexpected. It was amazing, these people that had been through so much, that had lived during that horrible time, right at the center of it all, and they still were. Good people. As she woke on Thursday, Enid stretched, still feeling wonderful from her previous visit with the Creevies. In her mind, it wasn't actually an interview. Instead, it was an introduction to some very nice people. It was simply luck. Unfortunately, as she got dressed and saw the rain pouring down outside, her luck was about to take a slight turn. She went to the door, pulled the floating envelope inside, and realized that compared to the previous day's envelope, it felt very light. That reason was soon revealed as she read Effie's short letter. One interview had been rescheduled, one had been postponed until a later date, and one subject had reconsidered altogether. That left one interview for Thursday, one Friday, and one confirmed interview Saturday with an additional one possible, but unconfirmed. She initially was upset, but after seeing the one, scheduled, confirmed interview for the day, she hurried about and made her way down to breakfast. It was while she was sitting there, wondering why she'd let the waitress talk her into a full English, that she saw a familiar face. He waved, gave a brief word to the hostess, and made his way over to her table. "Mind if I join you?" Reggie Weasley stood there, casual as all get out in jeans, a white shirt collar haphazardly contained by his blue V-neck sweater. "Sure," Enid nodded, "but I might need your help with the background for the interview." "Happy to help." He sat down, ordered tea, and watched as she scooted the beans to the far part of her plate. "Don't like beans." "For breakfast, He shrugged. "It's not Mexican breakfast, that's the best. There's this little place close to Dad's shop where these Mexican grandmothers make the best breakfast. Homemade tortillas, chorizo, sausage, eggs, cheese, sauce. I'm glad it's breakfast because I'm making myself hungry." He looked over to her with pity. "Here, just give me your plate." "I've eaten some of the eggs." "PFFFT." He ignored her and pulled the plate over, scooping up a good amount of beans with his toast. "I've eaten stuff off the shop floor before, and I'm still here, so a little of your spit won't hurt." While he ate, the waitress came over, and Enid ordered an omelet. Once the waitress was gone, Reggie looked at her. "So who's got you all flustered?" Enid sighed. "Hermione and Charlie Weasley." Reggie laughed. "Aunt Hermione and Uncle Chewwook." He laughed quietly. "All of us call him that. Drives Hermione nuts, but he likes it. She was the one who married into the family. What'd she expect?" He straightened his posture and took on a very serene expression. "How are you this afternoon, Auntie Hermione? Are you well? And how are things out at the reserve, Uncle Charles? Satisfactory?" His face broke, and he let out a laugh that caused the nearby tables to give him a look. "Sorry, it's not like that, really. It's just fun to give her shit. You should hear about some of the Christmases. Brilliant." Enid smiled, but it didn't allay her fears. "Reggie, she's one of the most important women in American wizarding politics. She's been the Utah representative to the Wizarding Congress for years. I'm not a political reporter. So don't ask her about politics, Reggie shrugged. Boring. Ask her about when she tried to read the Potter book. You know, the official House of Potter thing. Frustrated the shit out of her. House of Potter book. Enid gave him a look. You mean like the old family books? Harry let her read that. Yep, he did. Didn't do her much good. She could read the boring shit like crap about crop rotation and stuff, but everything else was blank. She tried to turn past the blank pages, but then the book, I don't know, zapped her or something. She loves her books, and there was a book that she was given permission to read and she couldn't do a damn thing. Dad loves to tell that story, usually after a few fire whiskeys at Harry's birthday party. On second thought, don't ask her. I like you. Thank you. Enid felt herself blushing a bit, as she had definitely noticed one Reginald Weasley. Forcing herself to concentrate, she turned back to her notebook, but was interrupted by the arrival of her omelet. At that point, it was simply a meal conversation, albeit with Reggie's stories about visiting Hermione and Unka Chewuk at the reserve in Utah. He did mention Hermione's mother, Gemma, in passing, that she had moved to Utah as well, and had married a wizard who was a local quadpot commentator on the wireless. But other than that, there was nothing in their conversation that resembling anything close to research. Instead, he talked about working for his father in Texas. Enid described her job in New Orleans. They both laughed at the story of her first assignment for Mardi Gras, and before they knew it, breakfast was gone, and they were simply lingering over coffee. Suddenly, Reggie's head snapped up. Is Johnny gonna be there? Are you interviewing him too? I'm not sure. Enid flipped open her notebook where she had placed folded parchment from Effie earlier that morning. Just that I'm meeting them today, here precisely, later on this afternoon. Oh. And that my interview with Remus and Grace Lupin is postponed, possibly until Saturday. That Lord Longbottom and his wife had to indefinitely postpone the interview due to a sudden development, and that Ginny Thomas has decided not to do an interview after all. Reggie took a sip of tea. I'm not surprised about Ginny. After her and Crumb went, well, that's an old story. She ended up marrying Dean Thomas. You know, he was an old boyfriend. They're living in America, but she let Sophia come to Hogwarts. Poor kid, I mean. Sophie's not my favorite cousin, but she's not bad. She and Aunt Ginny don't get along very well. Good thing Dean's there. She doesn't let her get it down, though. Damn good on a broom. Hard not to be when your dad's Victor Crumb. He caught the confusion in Enid's eyes. Hard to keep us all straight, I understand. Sophie's 16 now, a Slytherin. That's not bad, not these days. I know you've read what it was like back then. At least Sophie has Quidditch. Captain and plays Seeker. Apple's not too far from the tree and all that. Like working at your father's shop. Aha, Reggie touched his finger to the end of his nose. Smart reporter. And Neville. He and Gabrielle are always all over the place, you name it. When you run the research arm of a major potions company, it's to be expected, really. Enid knew she could look in her notebook, but she much preferred hearing Reggie tell her. So much more fun than dry facts on a page. I can't remember. Do they have kids? Reggie rolled his eyes. I take back the smart reporter crack. Yeah, Margox and Martine, both really pretty, smart, and a bit snobby if you ask me. Both of them are at Beauxbatons, so you know what they're like if you've ever met anyone that went there. Okay, so they're not that bad, really, but they both really just, I don't know, make me want to give 'em biting teacups or throw a dung bomb at 'em. So pretty and proper and black. Maybe they'll grow out of it. Maybe. Enid took a sip of her rapidly dwindling quantity of coffee. And what about the Lupins? Reggie flagged down a waitress, and their coffee was soon refilled, much to the irritation of the waitress who wanted to turn the table over for a new set of patrons. Ah, man, the Lupins. I love going over to see them. They're out in the Southwest, move from place to place every now and then with her people. Very private, and I still can't believe Mum let me and Teddy spend a week out there with them one summer. It was a blast, riding horses, all that stuff. Well, Rosie hung around a bit, which was annoying because we were kids, and it annoyed me to have a girl hanging around, but Ted didn't mind. Moon Rosie's not bad, really, but I wanted to do boy stuff back then. Moon Rosie, Enid leaned forward. Okay, you didn't hear this from me. What? Reggie leaned forward. If this is normal, I love hanging out with a reporter. Shush. If what I heard from your Aunt Luna is true, your cousin Teddy PB is dating Moon Rose Lupin. PFFFFFFD. Reggie sat back and laughed. Ted and Rosie. Are you crazy? She's out of his league. Rose is all well, she's Rose, but you haven't met Teddy, have you? Boring little git, all history and studying and shit, can't fly to save his life, nattering on and on and on about some old civilizations and languages. Rose. She tames horses, she's out there. Works with werewolves and is like her mom, one of those empathic healer thingies. It's Aunt Luna. Merlin knows half of what she says is off, and that's being cherishable. Or was it George who let that slip? I bet they're just winding you up, seeing if they can get something stupid printed. Enid rolled her tongue around in her mouth for a minute. Years later, she would never quite figure out how, at that moment, she had worked up the nerve. Okay, I'll take that bet. Terms, Reggie cocked an eye. Well. Enid smirked. If I win, you have to take me out to someplace really nice, formal robes and dresses kind of thing. Rubbing his hands together rapidly, Reggie smiled deviously. Excellent. And if I win, you have to come with me to Mexico. There's this ancient Aztec thing that's unbelievable. Haven't been before, but I've heard. Quite the thing. So, Miss West, do we have a deal? He stuck his hand out. For some reason, Enid turned her head slightly, spit in her hand, and clasped his. Reggie laughed. What? We've already established I don't care about your spit. Chapter 29. A visit to the burrow. Friday morning came early, unfortunately. Instead of getting up immediately and working, though, Enid laid in bed and ordered room service. Once that was done, she lounged around a bit, read the paper, and decided that more coffee was in order. After a quick trip out for the strongest possible coffee and back in her hotel room, entirely too full of caffeine, Enid sat at the little table and began assembling some of her notes from the previous interviews. In contrast to her usual work, her data was. There was no two ways about it. It was completely all over the place. That description didn't even begin to start on the fact that she had no written information for her interview with George and Luna. That remained unlistened to on the dictaspool. Deciding that her next interview required much more of her former professionalism, Enid decided to take a shower and present a much more put-together package than the one that had fallen asleep in the triple dub. After a completely refreshing cleansing, as the facilities of the Raging Hippogriff were decidedly upscale and much different than the usual hotels she stayed at on assignment, Enid stood in front of the mirror and stared at her appearance. I'm no Daphne Greengrass, that's for sure. She dried her hair with her wand, wishing that her shoulder-length brown hair was a little more. Something. She hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath, making a slight swishing motion with her hair, and then stood as the hair fell into the sink. She'd thought about bangs before and liked the idea of her bangs sliding off to the side, presenting a different look, but instead had always had her hair the same way, all one length, straight. But now. It didn't look that bad, she thought, as she reached for her magical contacts and then stopped, her hand hovering over the case. Glasses. She needed to look more presentable, professional, and the glasses would help. Retrieving them from her makeup case, she put them on and considered them with her glasses, not a bad look. They were a bit old-fashioned, large oval horn rims that flattened slightly at the bottom, but they would work. She took off her glasses, applied her makeup, and then went back in and stood in a towel trying to decide what exactly to wear to meet Hermione Weasley. No, that's much too casual. I have to wear that to the ceremony. But it's horrible. Damn it. I need something new. Decision made, she pulled out a favorite pair of jeans, a somewhat worn plaid shirt she'd stolen from her older brother's closet, and a chunky, cable-knit wool sweater over top. Sliding into the boots, she was glad she'd brought them, as the weather was definitely appropriate for the boots that had served her well in the past. Taking a quick look at the clock, noting that she had approximately 6 hours until she was to interview Hermione, Enid took a deep breath and headed out. Robe Row, as they called the new little section off of Diagon Alley, was a bit of a surprise. She'd expected small shops like those fronting the street in Diagon Alley, a bit dark and shabby in places, not very modern and very discreet. Robe Row was nothing like that. Large, modern shop windows displayed their goods with moving mannequins, brightly painted exteriors, and even the gloom of the rainy day did nothing to diminish the bright lighting. She passed the red exterior of Intent, Lady Greengrass shop. But unlike the other windows, there were no mannequins or any other magic displayed in the window, only the large, discreet font of the letters. Knowing there was no way she'd be able to afford anything in there, she kept going, looking at the shops and trying to make a judgment based on the windows, but finally gave up and went into a store named Regal Robes simply because they had a sale sign on the window. Some of the robes looked nice, decent quality and of a modest cut, but unfortunately everything on the sale rack seemed a bit not her taste. Wonderful if she was going to present something to the Wizarding Congress in 1997, but in 2017. Woefully out of date. She turned then to the robes that weren't on sale, chatted briefly to the attendant that she was just looking, but then she heard a male voice say, "Come on, Hermione, you just bought a new robe last month." Popping her head around the rack, she couldn't believe it. There, sitting mournfully in a chair next to the dressing rooms, was Charlie Weasley. And then, much to Enid's surprise, Hermione came out of the little hallway to the dressing room and stood in front of the viewing mirrors, adjusting the front of a deep burgundy robe. "That was for work, this is different. I'm being interviewed for the journal, love." She paused, turning her shoulders slightly to get a better look from the side. "Does this say, I do serious work, but I don't take myself too seriously?" Unable to turn away, Enid watched as Chuk ran a hand through his hair, and then immediately mentally scolded Reggie for implanting that into her brain. As he told her that she looked fine, as always, something shot into the shop and began bobbing next to her, an orange envelope. She tried grabbing it, but it bobbed away. Unfortunately for her, it also began saying, "Message for Enid West, American Wizarding Journal." As the envelope finally stopped bobbing, she caught it, sighed, and then realized that every eye in the place was on her. "Ask her." Charlie pointed directly at Enid. "You're meeting with her after all, I think." He waved Enid over. Without opening her envelope, Enid sighed, straightened her shoulders, and went over to where the Weasleys waited for her. She did notice that while Hermione seemed slightly mortified, her husband was smirking. Thinking quickly, she tried to assume her professional manner. "Hello, yes, it's me you'll be with." You'll be meeting with me later. This afternoon. Not here, at the Raging." "You sound like her secretary, the first one." Charlie looked over to his wife. "What was that girl's name, the one who couldn't say anything? It all came out in a jumble." Hermione gave him a look. "It was Ophelia, but that's not important." She turned to Enid, gave her a pleasant look, and put out her hand. "Hermione Weasley, pleased to meet you." Enid shook her hand quickly, hopping she didn't feel her sweaty palms. "Enid West, a pleasure." She let go of Hermione's hand and then followed her eyes down to the orange envelope. "I suppose I should read this." "Nah, you can tear it up, it's from us." Charlie pointedly ignored the look his wife was giving him. "We're rescheduling. Ron and Jack are having us out to dinner tonight. Just got in a bit ago and someone wanted to prepare for an interview. New robe, you know, same thing." Feeling her shoulders droop, and her one chance of making a professional first impression shot to hell, Enid nodded. "Guilty as charged." "Well," he got up and handed Hermione a small, beaded handbag. "Looks like you two have got this, then. I'm off to the burrow." Hurriedly waving at his wife, Charlie laughed very quietly and quickly made his way out of the shop. The two witches looked at each other until Hermione rolled her eyes. "I swear he thinks it's sheer torture to come shopping with me." "Sounds like my brother," Enid nodded. "It does look nice." "Thank you, I think so too." Hermione paused. "Since neither of us has had the chance to prepare, would you care to join us? Ron won't mind. I swear Jack fixes enough food for 50. Has to, with that many mouths to feed and with those genes. I'll let him know. Back in a moment." Even though Enid tried to dissuade Hermione that it wouldn't be proper for her to show up for dinner, Hermione wouldn't hear of it, saying that she'd sent a patroness off to the burrow in the changing room. And when Enid had lamented that she wasn't dressed properly, Hermione snort-laughed that, if anything, Enid was overdressed for the burrow. After a rather unsettling side-along apparition with one of her political heroes, Enid stood at the edge of a small clearing. A post stood to one side with a solid orange flag as the wind whipped it about. She pushed her new fringe out of her eyes and looked off in the distance to see what must be their destination. There was something a little bit off about the house, as if it was going to topple over, but she didn't say a word as she followed Hermione's lead. Thankfully, her questions didn't need to be answered, as Hermione filled her in with a quick word. It's better than the old burrow, I must say, even though I loved the old place. The former house was destroyed during the war, and even though this is technically the new burrow, it looks alarmingly like the old one. Of course, with all the kids Ron and Jack had to add on, and apparently Ron takes after his father when it comes to construction. Molly, his mum, lives with them now and helps out with everything. They walked forward some more, and then she turned to Enid. I should warn you, the first time at the burrow can be a bit overwhelming. I would say it usually isn't. As chaotic, that's the word, but it usually is. As they got closer, Enid noticed a large shed off a ways from the house, with one of the open doors revealing what looked like a Muggle car. Is that? She motioned towards the shed. What I think it is. What? Oh, the shed. Hermione nodded. Jack's father works with cars, and he and Ron started a magical car dealership. Jack's father deals with the cars, and Ron helped him with some of the magical parts and such, but then he turned it over to a witch with, well, more talent. They used the cars to go see her family. They were almost at the door when it flung open, and a red-haired boy about 8 began running past them. Enid heard him half scream, "I didn't do it," and then out of the corner of her eye saw a teenage girl go running after the boy. The two witches stood there and watched as the boy ran one way, cut the other way to throw off the rapidly gaining girl, and then scrambled up a tree. Hermione shook her head. Well, I see we're off to a great start. Turning back to the door, Enid saw a face she'd seen before, usually staring at her from the back of a dust jacket from one of her books. Instead of how he looked in the pictures, though, the real-life Ron Weasley wore an old pair of jeans and a t-shirt with a rather large cat symbol. Hello, Hermione, did you see? Oh, hello there, you must be the reporter. Enid nodded. Enid West, I'm so sorry to intrude, Mr. Weasley, but Mrs. Weasley. He waved her off. Just give up on the polite stuff, we'll never figure out who you're talking to. It's fine, we got Hermione's patronus. Go on in, I have to go save Ed. Minnie's gonna kill him. He started walking towards the tree. Oi, Hermione, I forgot. Tell Jack that Harry and Dora are coming too. Somewhat in a daze, Enid followed Hermione inside, and the noise in the house didn't faze her, as she was coming to grips with the fact that Lord Potter and Lady Black would be joining them as well for dinner. She felt her stomach drop. She didn't have a dictaspool. Her notes and research were back at the Raging Hippogriff. The most important interviews of her life, and she was going to fail. You did warn her, didn't you? Charlie looked over to his wife from the kitchen table. Seeing Hermione's nod, he nodded towards Enid. Is she okay? Miss West, Hermione tapped her on the arm. Enid. Enid knew in some part of her brain that Hermione was talking to her, but it wasn't really registering. Instead, she was taking everything in. The large clock on the far wall with so many hands pointing to different labels such as home, asleep, and unfortunately for the Weasley children in trouble. The asleep one wasn't hard to tell, as a small girl with brown hair somehow slept in a cot by the wall right next to two boys wrestling. A teenage girl wearing headphones to block out the noise read a magazine in a chair, while a boy who looked to be around 5 was commentating a match between his flying Quidditch players set. Apparently one of the players was in trouble for blatching and was complaining quite loudly. Off somewhere a wireless was playing. Somehow she could make it out, but it all reminded her of how visiting the Wease's shop was an assault on the senses. So many things going on at once and so noisy, cacophonous. Turning her attention back to the kitchen table, she saw 2 women sitting drinking tea as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. An older woman with snow-white hair and a younger woman with short brown hair. Finally, the sensation of being touched brought her out of her reverie. She turned to Hermione. I'm sorry, what was that? I know it's a lot to take in. Hermione gave her a what-can-you-do smile. Come on, let me introduce you. Enid had just introduced herself to Molly Weasley and Jack Weasley when the door opened again, introducing more noise. Ed, the boy who had climbed the tree, was being frog-marched into the house by his father, his older sister glaring smugly at her brother. Ron walked his son over to the large chair in front of the fireplace, deposited him in there, and came over to the kitchen table. Well, Ed's gone and done it again, snuck into her room. Again. Apparently he found the letter Minnie was writing her boyfriend and added a few lines. She wasn't pleased. Jack shook her head. He should know better than that. What are we doing this time? No broom for a week, had to apologize to Min, and he's off putting tonight and tomorrow. Oh, and he's not going over to Hector's after the ceremony, he's coming home. He turned to Enid. Sorry, but it's always a bit of a madhouse. You picked a good night, though you'll get most of us tonight for questions and stuff. I don't have any of my things. Enid just blurted it out and then wished her mouth would have waited for her brain. I'm sorry, it's no problem. Ron turned towards the other room and waved at Minnie. Min, could you go in my office and bring a notebook and... How come Minnie gets to go in your office and I don't? The little boy who had been playing with Quidditch figures stood at his father's elbow. It's not fair. Ron shook his head. You know the rules, Stuart. No going in my office until you go to Hogwarts. Bollocks. Stuart Charles, Jack leaned across the table. You can join Ede on the naughty chair. Language. After her disgruntled son walked away, she turned to her husband. I wonder where he gets it. Ron kept her gaze, but thumbed towards his brother. Dragon Keepers, you know, horrible language. On his insistence, Enid sat alone at the desk, in the office of the world-famous Ron Weasley. He'd insisted that they all give her some space to work on her notes, and, as an aside, give her a bit of peace. She glanced down at her parchment and wondered how long it would take her to decipher her hurried handwriting later on. There had been the offer of a dictaspool, but unfortunately it turned out to have been fouled with jam somehow. The Weasley children were quite entertaining, as each of them were on their best behavior as their mother had them introduce themselves formally. Lizzie, 17, was the daughter with the headphones. A 7th year at Hogwarts in Gryffindor, she indicated that she wanted to go into journalism after school. Enid promised to read some of her articles. Minnie, the angry 15-year-old from earlier, was in actuality a very pleasant girl in Hufflepuff. The two wrestling boys, Sam and Gideon, were 12 and 10 respectively, the eldest of the two in Gryffindor, while the younger was absolutely sure, like Goblin Rules sure, that he too would be in Gryffindor. Ede, who was still in trouble, tried to mitigate that by being on his best behavior and was rather polite, informing her that he was 8 but would be 9 next month. Oh, and he was going to play Quidditch for Chudley when he left Hogwarts after being head boy and Quidditch captain, but he might be an Auror. Stuart, the youngest boy, was quite cute and told her that next year, when he was 6, he was going to learn to fly a broom, and then turned to his mum and told her that he didn't even say one curse word, not even the little curse words like shit. That put him back on the naughty chair. Isabel, the baby, slept in mother's arms as all the children introduced themselves, quite content. As for Ron himself, that was a rather interesting story. She knew the rough details, of course. After Hogwarts, he had gone into the ministry, working in his father's old department, and had shot up the ladder of the ministry's Muggle department. During that time, he'd produced several documents on wizarding interaction with the Muggle world, aided by his close relationships with Jack's family. He and Jack had married not too long after that, and that's when the children started coming. His first book was an outgrowth of his work at the ministry, and when the opening for the Muggle Studies position became available at Hogwarts, he was the obvious candidate. He'd been there for years, publishing books on occasion, including a Muggle Studies textbook. Enid had asked him about the cars, and that had led to a series of rather funny stories about how he had learned to work on cars as well as drive from Jack's father. Jack was a well-known example of how Muggles could integrate into the wizarding world. As the wife of a famous author, she attended many functions, including her numerous charity work she completed alongside her mother-in-law. But what was amazing to Enid was how she managed to keep everything going at home with all the children. Thankfully, she had married a Hogwarts professor during a time when not all the staff was required to stay at the school in the evenings, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. She also joined her Hugh band every year when they delivered Hogwarts letters to the Muggle-born. Jack also had maintained her friendships with Daphne Wood and Dora Potterblack, as evidenced by the photographs in Ron's office from what must have been one of Daphne's fashion shows. Turning the parchment over Enid's side, her notes for Charlie Weasley were scant, but based on her conversations with the man he probably wouldn't mind. He was easygoing, funny, and loved nothing more than to take the piss. especially from his wife. Hermione Weasley was much different than what Enid had seen and read in the press. A woman who she liked instantly as she was obviously smart but used her intelligence for a purpose, working for equal rights amongst all magical persons. She was also quite funny, and listening to her teasing the others was somewhat of a shock. Instead of the representative from Utah, she was a woman who enjoyed teasing Ron about his Quidditch team amongst other things. She and Charlie had one son, Johnny, who was attending Ilvermorny and unfortunately wouldn't be able to attend the ceremony. He was interning with an official at MACUSA and had a project due. Apparently the apple didn't fall too far from the tree. Molly was obviously the matriarch of the family and doted on her grandchildren. It was her who the little ones came to for stories. Initially, the new burrow was her house, but after Lizzie was born, she insisted that Ron and Jack move in, that she would find another house, but the young parents had refused. She did visit her other children often, to give her son and his wife their space, and in an off-handed comment that surprised Hermione and Charlie, she mentioned that she often accompanied Ron to Hogwarts to visit with her son Percy's ghost. She was quite proud that her son was the Gryffindor ghost, helping all those children. With a sigh, Enid placed all of her parchment in a tidy stack, bumping the edges of the pile to straighten a corner. She had almost got out of the chair when there was a knock, followed immediately by the door opening. "Watcher, Enid, right? Brought you a drink. Hermione said you'd probably need it." Enid stared as Nymphadora Tonks spotter, Lady Black herself, sat a beer bottle down on the desk and flopped in the nearby armchair. Instead of the posh dress from the fashion show picture, she had on a pair of jeans, a rather well-worn pair of black combat boots, and a blue shirt unbuttoned slightly at the collar. Her hair was shoulder-length, a rather lurid shade of pink, and a pair of spectacles were perched upon the top of her head. After what must have been a rather obvious pause, Enid stood up hurriedly. "Lady Black, Oh shit, I thought Daff said you were all right. Stop it. None of that, I'll get enough of that later. No titles at the burrow, thank Merlin." She took a drink of her own beer and looked at Enid, the beer bottle on the table, and then back to Enid. "I thought Fred said you were a drinker." "Crap." Enid sat back down and reached for the beer. "I knew that would come back to haunt me." She took a rather large drink. "Who told you, Reggie?" "Nah, it was Fred. Don't worry, you're fine." She tilted her head a bit. "So how's the first trip to the burrow been?" Dora laughed as after that question Enid took another drink. "I don't blame you. Be glad you're in here. Geed and Eddie are at it in there. Makes me happy ours are with Mum and Dad. Well, Teddy isn't, but never mind." She sat up a bit straighter. "So how's your hand? You didn't write that pile." "This is just this afternoon's notes." Enid shrugged. "I wasn't planning on." "Hermione told me, don't worry. You need a dictaspool." "It's back at the hotel," Enid sighed. "Ron offered his, but it was full of jam, and it seemed rude to leave and then come back." As a loud bang was heard outside, Dora shook her head. "Jack's a fucking saint putting up with all of this. I'm glad we stopped at 4. Wait a tick, it's at your hotel, right? Hold on, I got this." She looked towards the ceiling. "Kipsy." With a pop, a house elf appeared. "You needs me, mistress." Dora nodded. "I do. Kipsy, this is Enid. She needs you to go to her hotel room and get her dictaspool. Oh, wait, Enid, you need to give her permission. Do you give her permission to go to your room?" Seeing Enid nod, Dora turned back to her elf. "There, sorted. Thanks, Kipsy." In what seemed like only a moment to Enid, the house elf was back. Not only with her dictaspool, but with extra cartridges. After thanking the house elf, she made sure it was ready, turned it on, and sat it on the desk. Almost immediately thereafter, though, she felt her heart race. "Oh no, I forgot to get the releases signed. Effie will." "It's fine, don't worry. We'll sort the paperwork later." Dora took another drink of beer. "So what you find out so far? Anything good? Daphne tell you about the time we got drunk and mooned the Danish ambassador. To be fair, he was being a right arse." Unfortunately for Enid, she had just taken a drink when Dora said that, so most of the beer went out instead of in. Mortified, she realized that she had just spit beer all over Ron Weasley's desk. "Brilliant." Dora took out her wand and siphoned up all the beer. "Don't worry, I'm sure this isn't the first time something's been spilled in here. With Molly around, I'm sure this place gets a good cleaning. Thank Merlin, think of. Never mind. So what do you want to know? The basics are boring. For the record, background and everything, do you mind going through the basics? Enid hoped the awkwardness of her tone didn't matter. It didn't, Dora shrugged. Sure, why not? Okay, you know the basics, right? Me and Harry with the contract, all the shite that happened in the war, wedding and all that. Fuck knows they published the hell out of that. Okay, so after everything calmed down, Harry and I moved out to Madradub, the little village on Potter land, in the house we built. I mean, sure, we go to Potter Lodge every now and then, especially for the big family dues and all that, but Madradub is home. That's where we raised the kids. Oh, and there was this prophecy. I mean, crap, flipping prophecies all over the damn place. But I thought we'd only have girls and then boom. Here's Teddy. Well, if this is on the record, it's Theodore Constantine. Shocked the hell out of me. Then came Maggie. It's Magdalene Molly, but for Merlin's sake, don't call her that. She's 17 and one of the most annoying Slytherins you've ever seen. Inherited my metamorphagus skills, unfortunately, as you probably saw in that article. Says she wants to work for Fred and George, but that's enough of that. Lyra Euphemia, well, I blame Daphne for her. All she ever talks about is wanting to work for Daphne, and I hope like hell she grows out of that. But at 13, I wanted to play bass for a punk band, so who knows what'll happen. She's a third-year Gryffindor, just made the Quidditch team as a beater of all things. Such a girly girl, and then she goes and likes hitting people. That makes me proud. Last but not least is Cassiopeia Lily. She just turned 9, and you'd think it was going to take forever for her to get to Hogwarts. I'm hoping she'll be our one chance at a Ravenclaw, but we'll just have to see. Oh, Ted, right, sorry, forgot. He's 21 now and he's just like my dad, and don't I ever hear about that. Dad's so pleased it almost makes me want to pinch him every time I hear about it. He's off in America right now with the Lupins. Enid paled. I'm sorry, Reggie Weasley told me he was. I'm sorry. Dora narrowed her eyes. What Reggie say? Sometimes I wonder about that kid. She tapped her finger against the beer bottle. Nothing bad, I hope. Actually, with Teddy it might do him some good to do something bad. Not too bad, mind you. Enid swallowed hard. No, nothing bad. It actually wasn't him, it was Luna and George. They said that Teddy is seeing Moonrose Lupin. What? Dora's eyes went wide and her mouth opened, then she clapped. Yes, I knew it. Harry owes me now. Brilliant. She laughed and sat back contentedly. You know what, you just made my night. Ask me anything, fire away. Enid paused for a moment and then reached over and turned off the dictaspool. If I can, if you really don't mind, this will be off the record. Everyone knows that you work as an ambassador for Britain to the International Confederation of Wizards and Witches, and that you also work for Gringotts, but the goblins won't discuss your actual work. They just call you an associate. That's all that's ever been printed. What do you do for Gringotts? Bloody fucking hell, sister, you don't fuck around, do ya? She sat up and drained the rest of the beer. Okay, since we're officially off the record and Effie said she trusts you, I'm gonna go with it. But trust me when I say that if anyone ever knows this, or if I ever see this in print, you won't have me to deal with, you'll have Effie. And trust me, girlie, you do not want her hacked off at you. Hacked. That's rich, that would be the best possible outcome. Right. Fine. Okay, yeah, I'm an associate at Gringotts, but you know how our ministry has the Department of Mysteries. It's like that, but for Gringotts. Let's just say that after all the stuff that happened with me and Harry and the goblins, prophecies and horcruxes and nasty shit like that I work as, well, with my special skills, I do some rather off-the-books work for them. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Trust me, the details would fry that pretty little head of yours. With the kids and everything, I don't do it very often, but nope, that's it. That's all you get. Just make sure you print the boring shit that I do the stuff with the ICWW and the charities and... She stopped, as she had spotted the photo with Daphne and Jack. Bloody hell, Ron would put that picture up. I wanted to kill Daphne, making me wear that dress. Least my boobs looked good. It was at that very moment that Enid realized that her goal that day, to buy a new robe or dress to wear to the ceremony, had gone spectacularly out of her mind. Oh no. What's wrong? Dora leaned forward. What's the matter? I was going to get something to wear for the ceremony, and I ran into Hermione, and she insisted I come out here. I've been here all day, and the ceremony is tomorrow afternoon, and... Stop. No problem. Dora shook her head. Trust me, you aren't the first person whose day has been shot to hell because Hermione talked you into something. Can't tell how many times me and Harry have been there. So you need something to wear. Easy." She took out her wand and went over to the fireplace in the corner of the office. Kneeling down, she flicked it and the flue roared to life. "Well, hello, nymph. What can I do for you?" Daphne Wood's smile turned to confusion. "Where on earth are you?" "Hello to you too, Daph. It's Ron Weasley's office. We're over at the Burrow. As for the why, it's a fashion emergency." Daphne's head flopped back dramatically before returning to glare at Dora. "You called me the night before the ceremony because of what you're wearing. We went over that. I don't care how many times I tell you, you cannot wear your boots. It didn't work at your wedding and it won't work now." "What's no?" Dora shook her head. "Not me, Enid, you know the reporter. Yes, Oliver and I met with her earlier. She's in the room, so watch your mouth." Dora smirked. "I'm doing my thing now and she just told me she got Hermione hijacked. Been at the Burrow all day. Hermione found her while shopping. Girl doesn't have anything to wear tomorrow." Enid began protesting. "I do have something, I was just wanting." "Oh, well, that's different." Daphne's mood brightened and she mock glared at Dora. "I'm sure she's much easier to deal with than some. Bring her by the shop tomorrow morning after 9. I have to go in to make sure of another woman's fitting. Late arrival. Miss West, it's not a problem. See you then." As the flu connection ceased, Dora stood up. "There, that's sorted. Looks like we're having breakfast tomorrow. Come on, I bet it's time to eat. Then again, it's always time to eat around here. Hopefully it's manicotti. Jack's is great. Bet you could use another beer, too." Chapter 30. Ab amore fortitudo infinitum. Nothing can prepare a person unaccustomed to the tumult of the Burrow for a meal with everyone in attendance. Well, almost everyone, as Enid thought while the noise surrounded her. She sat between Jack Weasley and Dora Potter, wishing at times that she would have remembered the dictaspool sitting in Ron's office, but then realized that it would have been almost impossible to decipher anything specific due to the multiple conversations happening simultaneously. The Weasley children were mostly behaved, with only the youngest boy getting in trouble for talking with his mouth full, and for some reason that made almost everyone laugh except for his father. Ron chided his son, glanced at his wife, and then rolled his eyes at Hermione across the table. When she had been given the assignment, Enid knew that she would be interviewing the people around the table, but never thought she would be in this specific situation. "I'm sorry," Jack sighed. "I would like to say it's never like this, but unfortunately it is. Not the best impression. Hopefully you can leave this out, not like those scenes from the entertaining magazines." Enid smiled. "No, it's fine. Reminds me of home, my brothers." She took a deep breath. "It's wonderful, actually. After everything." The rest of her sentence caught in her throat as her eyes lit upon Molly Weasley's face, her infant granddaughter in her arms, and chastised herself for thinking about everything that had come before. Bringing those sad stories to the forefront, whilst everyone was enjoying a meal, was almost cruel. "Here," Jack reached out and poured some more wine into Enid's glass. "It's fine. We all know, it's why you're here. We know what tomorrow brings." After taking a sip of the newly poured wine, Enid's ears sharpened, as all of the adult voices had stilled. Only the chatter of the small ones continued. Her stomach seemed to turn over, the delicious manicotti remaining on her plate destined to go unfinished. It felt as every eye was staring at her, daring her to bring it up, and the air seemed to vanish from the room. "I'm sorry, so sorry, She stood up suddenly, the chair screeching slightly against the floor, and with a quick movement she sat the napkin on the chair and walked across the room, her hand on the doorknob and out into the heavy air of the Burrow's garden. The light was dying outside, rimming the trees at the border of the Burrow in a haze of bluish purple. The small bench at the edge of the pond looked out over the water, and Enid sat there wondering if she could ever do the story justice. The people that she had just shared a meal with had endured so much, yet they seemed so normal. She had wanted nothing more than to interview them when she had arrived in England, but now she wasn't sure if she could ask the questions, could make them remember those terrible events again, with the ceremony taking place tomorrow. There would be so many people there, so much. "Mind if I join you?" Enid's head snapped up, and there, with a sympathetic look upon his face, was Harry Potter. She had no idea he was even going to be at the burrow, but now he was there. The interview she had been so nervous to conduct, the one she had hoped to build herself up to conducting, was there, but there was no time to prepare. Harry Potter was there. He looked just like the file photos, with the graying temples and tortoise-shell glasses, but somehow the clothes made him look ordinary. As she couldn't find her voice, she simply nodded. He sat down next to her and extended his legs, crossing them at the ankles. For some reason, seeing his trainers made her give a small laugh. That's not the usual response I get from interviewers. Sorry, it's just, I never expected to see an ambassador, let alone a member of the noble house of the Wizengamot wearing Chuck Taylors. Dora picked them out for me years ago, just comfortable. He turned slightly to her. It's okay, I'm just like anybody else. She shifted in her seat and looked over to him, locking eyes. But you're not like everybody else, not even close. Yes and no. He shrugged and turned out towards the pond. With a flick of his wand, he summoned a small lantern and levitated it above them, surrounding them in a pale, warm light. Getting a bit dark. He sat silently for a while, the only sound the insects in the trees and the occasional frog. But you're right. Things have happened to me that nobody could have ever anticipated. I know I didn't. He turned back to her. I haven't done a personal interview in years, especially not about what happened back then. I suppose it's time. Enid wished she would have brought the dictaspool out with her, but she had left the burrow in a hurry, needing air. But then, after looking at the expression on his face, the stare that seemed to hover over the pond but not focusing on anything, she was glad that she hadn't. So much has happened, so many people should be here, but there's no way to change the past as much as we'd like to have that happen. Harry turned to her. There are days that I wake up and it doesn't seem real, that Arthur Weasley's gone, that Percy's a ghost at Hogwarts. He laughed, but it sounded sad. Arthur would be so happy seeing all his grandchildren, and Jack's family, Merlin, what that would have been like. But then I think of the kids, of Dora, and how much my life has changed. If you would have told me all those years ago that a letter from Gringotts would have done all this, well, I don't have the imagination for that. Hermione, maybe, would have come up with something like this, but I doubt it. Too level-headed. At times it still doesn't seem real. To go from sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs to a lord and an ambassador for the ICWW. A cupboard, Enid looked at him oddly. What? He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Hesitating a moment, he replaced his glasses and looked at the reporter. It's true. I suppose it really should be told. Everything. Dora keeps telling me that I should, but it's hard enough for the kids, having me and Dora as parents, all that entails, but my father-in-law says. He paused. I work for the ICWW, but... Enid waited for him to finish the sentence, but he didn't. Instead, the words seemed to hang upon the air. Somehow finding her voice, she began. After the war, you worked with Gringotts, helping rebuild all the damage. From Madra Dub to the other wizarding villages, helping legislation go through the Wizengamot and the House of Nobles. The rebuilding of Hogwarts. And there's the charity work. The Potter Foundation is the leading charity for all magical beings, especially children. Muggleborns have. She paused. When the war broke out in Russia, you were there, helping after it ended, visiting the hospitals, at the orphanages. I hoped that our war would be the last. We all did. But there hasn't been any more wars since then. 15 years. It only lasted a year. Immediately, she regretted her words. Sorry. I understand. He turned to her for a moment and then looked out at the pond. Sometimes I don't think it makes a difference, sitting there talking to someone, and then I get a letter later. It may have only been a moment, a quick word to someone, but it gave them hope. We all need hope. There were times when I didn't have much hope back then, but then I would see Dora and somehow we made it through. Somehow. Even though people like Colin Creevey should be here to see what the world is like now. I think of him quite often lately. How he would have been absolutely thrilled to see what the world is like now. How Muggleborns are treated so differently than when he entered the wizarding world. I have one of his photos in my Wizengamot office. Dennis gave it to me. When things are difficult, when they're frustrating and I wish that politicians weren't so damn thick-headed, and I just want to hex them, I'll look at that photo. It's good to keep things in perspective. The quiet enveloped them for a moment, and then, slowly, he continued. I want to remember him like that photo, sitting there in the Gryffindor common room. He'd had the camera on a timer spell, and he'd been waiting for me to come in. And then I walk into the frame and sit next to him, and he waves to the camera in that way of his. Goddamn, he was so young. We all were. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible, as the question came to her lips without thinking. How do you do it? One day after the other. His tone was flat, almost emotionless, but a hint of wavering betrayed his emotions. Life goes on, whether you want it to or not, and it never goes exactly how you want, even if it goes better than you had ever hoped. If we didn't live our lives to the fullest, given the chance we've been gifted, they would have all. He paused. Sometimes Dora says I'm too lenient with the kids, that I let them get away with too much, which her mum thinks is hilarious. But it's always at the back, sitting there. Thank Merlin Ted's been easy, always has been, but when Maggie gets caught pinching alcohol from the cabinet or sneaks out to see her boyfriend, when it comes time for punishment, I can't help but think that this is what's supposed to happen, stuff like that. Not fighting a war against Death Eaters and watching your classmates die. Harry stood up and took a few steps away, clasping his hands behind his back. Without looking at Enid, he continued. I should have died so many times. We all should have. Tomorrow we're going to remember all those that died, but we have to remember that they died so we could live. And when I'm sitting in the owner's box at Chudley with Ron, nothing in the world seeming to happen except the match that's being played, I'm grateful. Because that's what we should be doing, living, even if Ron thinks we're playing like shite. She couldn't help it. Enid laughed. Harry turned to her, a wistful smile on his face. Sorry, that got a bit heavy. It's going to be a heavy day tomorrow. Enid clasped her hands together for a moment, unsure of what to say next. But then an urge came over her, one that years later she would never be able to fully explain. She stood, walked over to Harry, and looking him in the eyes, she hugged him. He stiffened for a brief moment and then encircled her with his arms. As she felt his breath rise and fall, her voice was quiet. Thank you. The burrow was quieter, subdued, when Enid and Harry returned. Enid watched as Harry and Dora, seated on the sofa with Ron, shared a look between them. As Harry went into the sitting room and took a chair next to the sofa, Enid stood there, unsure of what to do next. Sensing her unease, Hermione stood up and went to the kitchen, returning shortly with a cup of tea. Thought you might need this. Thank you. Enid took the tea automatically. Come on. Hermione's voice was soft. Let's go to Ron's office. Once again, Enid found herself in Ron's office, the shock of being there lessened, but still present. As Hermione sat in one of the chairs next to the bookcase, Enid followed suit, her emotions still swirling. As she needed to anything, she took a sip of tea, not really noticing that it was definitely not to her taste. So sorry, not a tea drinker. Not really. Then just sit it on the table, it's fine. Hermione brushed her hair back and sighed. If it's any consolation, I understand how you're feeling. It's bringing it all back for me, and I've been to the burrow so many times over the years, but now. She raised up and tucked a leg underneath her, settling into the chair. From my experience when talking to those who weren't here, it all seems to be an adventure with horrible things that happened, something out of a book or a movie. In those things, when the story is over, the happily ever after part happens, but nobody ever tells you how to live happily ever after. They just assume it happens. Enid nodded. I'm realizing that. It hasn't been easy. There are days, but there's still so much to do. At that moment, it snapped into place for Enid, the fact that she was sitting with a woman who she had studied in school, a woman she had written a paper upon, a woman who has a personal inspiration. Even though she had been in the robe shop with her earlier, it suddenly became very intimidating. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the dictaspool on the desk, causing her to take a steadying breath. She remembered her job. She had been chosen to write the article. An article that she hoped she could come close to doing justice to the subjects. I'm sorry. I should start the dictaspool and... Please, not tonight. Hermione shook her head. I'll be more than happy to tell you about my work, but not tonight. Let's talk about anything except that. Charlie told me that if I started in on that you'd write a horribly boring story, but I don't believe you'd find. Well, perhaps. It can get somewhat tedious. According to Johnny, it's horribly boring. We're horribly boring. Everyone thinks their parents are boring. I know mine are. I doubt that. Hermione took a sip of tea. Well, dragons are certainly not boring to the initiated, but after so many years. Sitting her teacup down on the side table, Hermione tilted her head at Enid and raised an eyebrow. "So I understand you and Reggie have a bet." Whatever Enid had been expecting, it certainly wasn't that question. "What? How did you know?" Hermione's laugh was deep. "Oh, sweetie, you have no idea how fast the Weasley grapevine is, all of us know. We're just waiting to see what happens. If you want my opinion, I think you'll win that bet." Leaning forward, she smirked. "I got an owl from Grace the other day. I can't wait to see everyone's reaction. I think tomorrow you should look for another dress at Daphne's. You'll need it." The morning of the remembrance ceremony for the Battle of the Many was slightly cloudy, as the sun fought to break through Enid's curtains at the hotel. She stretched as the alarm went off, and reaching over she calmed it before falling back into the duvet. It had been a late night at the Burrow, ending over what seemed like another full meal. Right as she had been ready to head back to the hotel, the Lupins had arrived, and the house had breathed into life. Some of the children coming out in their bedclothes to welcome the Lupins before being shuffled off to bed by Ron Remus, had sat in the chair by the fireplace with Ron and Jack's infant daughter, and the stories began. This time, though, instead of the intense conversations of earlier that evening, it was the humorous stories. While sitting on the sofa next to the elegant Grace, as the stories unspooled, Enid felt her emotions begin to settle. Dora sat on a chair, her feet on Harry's lap, and instead of feeling the weight of all that happened to Harry, she saw the interplay of two people who were still in love with each other as much as they were 30 years ago. People who were family to each other, gathered around a fire, telling stories, laughing. It was as she was finally preparing to use the flu, as she was saying her goodbyes, that Enid realized what had happened. Grace had given her a smile as she clasped her hand, promising that they would do an official interview a few days after the ceremony owing to their schedules. Before she threw down the flu powder, her research returned to her memory, the fact that Grace was an empathic healer. After a final stretch, Enid pushed off the duvet and swung her legs over the bed. Of course, the Lupins had waited until the last moment to arrive. Of course, they would not be available until after the ceremony. With all the emotions out in the open, it would be monumentally draining for an empath. It was while wondering when would be the best time to interview the Lupins that Enid looked at the clock and realized that she didn't have much time left before she was due at intent. Normally, she wouldn't fuss about getting ready to go shopping, but this was altogether different. Somehow she managed to get through a shower, drying her hair, wondering if the bangs really were a good idea, and made it down to the hotel's flu a little before 8. Her instructions were to flu at exactly 8, not before, not after. Adjusting her glasses, she stepped into the flu, checked her watch, and threw down the powder, stating intent in a clear voice. As soon as she appeared in the flu, she heard their voices. Straightening up, she smiled and stepped out, feeling as if she was late even if she was on time, as the 3 witches before her sat at a small table with tea before them. "Told ya, right on time, you owe me a galleon." Dora held out her hand to Daphne. "You are annoyingly correct." Daphne reached out and tapped her fingers on Dora's outstretched palm. "Put it on my account." Standing up, she took a breath and then began appraising Enid. "I think I can find something appropriate, perhaps." She paused and then pointed to Enid. "Sit, I'll be back." Enid watched as Lady Greengrass, this time in an elegant pencil skirt and simple blouse, walked away. Her heels clicked echoed slightly through the quiet store as she complied, sitting at the table. Hermione cupped a hand to her mouth. "Daphne, look for something posh as well." She turned to Dora and shrugged. "You never know when she could use something like that." Dora rolled her eyes. "When did you turn into a fashion witch?" Hermione tried to look innocent. "Oh, it's just being here. So many wonderful things." Thankfully for Enid, she didn't have to respond, as Daphne returned with what seemed like an armful of dresses and robes. It was a blur after that, as she stood in the dressing room being handed dress after dress. Robe after robe. She would change, step out, and then the 3 witches would say that the robe was too formal, the dress was the wrong color, the style not suited. During this process, Enid heard Hermione asking Dora about Teddy, chatting about Moon Rose Lupin, wondering why she had not come with her parents, verifying that Rosie would be arriving this morning, all with a hint of teasing in her voice. "That's it," Daphne waved the others quiet. Perfect. Enid looked down at the deep blue robe, how the material almost shimmered if it caught the light just right, the front and collar bound with elegant silk. It was almost formal, but not quite. The pattern woven into the fabric was discreet, a series of vines and flowers a shade lighter than the background. She looked in the mirror and saw only a single color, but inspecting a sleeve saw the vines and flowers move and grow, blossoming ever so slowly, almost imperceptibly. It was light on her body, ever so comfortable, and as she moved, her peripheral vision caught the yellow of a tag hanging from a sleeve. Holy shit! Enid's eyes were wide as she glanced from the tag to Daphne. I can't afford this. Dora waved her off. She owes me. I can't take this. Enid quickly moved towards the dressing room. It's yours. Daphne stood there and looked at her, cocking a head to the side, and then turned to Hermione. Shoes, and what was that about a posh dress? That one's on me. Hermione smiled, glanced at Dora, and then winked at Enid. Black. One can always use a little black dress. This isn't happening. Still wearing the blue robe, Enid sat down at the table. This is like one of those unbelievable romance stories where some woman just wanders into crazy situations. One of those stupid rom-coms where a background character all of a sudden becomes, I don't know, Cinderella or something. I'm wearing a Daphne wood robe. Merlin's balls. Dora leaned across the table, ignoring Enid, and stage whispered to Hermione. Is this a good time to tell her about the hair and makeup witches coming in? Give her a moment. Hermione's tone was serious, but a tone of humor undercut it. Or two. I can't believe this. Enid shook her head. I'm going to the ceremony in this. Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that all the levity had left the room. She quickly scanned the expressions of each witch, hoping that she hadn't gone too far. It's okay. Dora patted her on the arm. We know, and yeah, you're wearing that. After all, Daphne owes me. A galleon. Daphne took pity on the poor girl. It's fine now. She put her hands on her hips. A black dress. I'm sure I have one of those. Harry stood and looked into the mirror. Some days he didn't feel his age, but today as he ran his hands over the stubble on his chin, he felt every single year. It had been a long night, even with Grace's help before he left the burrow, as the conversation with the young reporter had brought everything so close to the surface. It was something that he and Dora had spoken about ever since the remembrance ceremony had been announced. They had both struggled with the enormity of it all, the fact that it would be a public event and that everyone would relive it all. He had come to terms with it over the years, but now it felt as if it had just happened yesterday. As he slathered on the shaving cream, he began second-guessing the decision to stay at the lodge. But as the house in Madra didn't have the privacy of the lodge, he had to agree with Dromeda's suggestion. Once the ceremony was over, there would be no escaping the press, the worldwide press, as they had purposely built the house as simply a part of the village, not the house of a lord and lady. The lodge provided privacy, but it brought all those memories swimming back. The discovery of the library, his family tree tracing all the way back to Hereweald, that horrible moment when the Horcrux in his head. Dad. Harry paused, one hand full of shaving cream as the enchanted razor hovered and waited. He listened, hoping that they would sort it, but then he heard footsteps rapidly approaching. Taking a towel and wiping the shaving cream from his face, he turned and leaned against the sink, waiting as the razor returned to its resting place. Dad. He watched as his youngest daughter barreled into the room, closely followed by her older sister. As his 9-year-old stood there clutching something in her hands, she looked to him for help. A glance up to her sister made him sigh. They were at it again. What's the problem, Cassie? Cassie pointed to her sister. She's being mean, she said. Lyra, Harry watched as his middle daughter's face began turning an even redder shade, looking just like her mother when she was angry. What is it now? With folded arms, Lyra huffed. She took my hairpin, the one that Aunt Daphne gave me. She knows I'm wearing it today. It goes perfectly with my dress. I did not say she could wear it. Harry shook his head. Not today, Cass. Give it back. But. No buts about it. Do you have Lyra's pin? Yes, but. Give it back. He pointed from daughter to daughter. I don't want to hear it today. Seeing the triumphant smirk of Lyra, he watched as the pin exchanged possession, and after Lyra left, he motioned Cass closer. Hey! He pulled her closer and put a hand on her shoulder. Go look in your mum's jewelry box, the little one. I'm sure you can find something in there, okay? As that seemed a suitable replacement, as she never got to look through her mum's jewelry, Cassie nodded and hurried off. With a sigh, Harry turned back to the sink, this time his heart much lighter. As the shaving cream went back on, and the razor returned to air in anticipation, he had just about covered his whiskers when he saw another face in the mirror. This time, he didn't wipe off the shaving cream and simply looked at her in the mirror. What is it? Ted's being weird. And that's different because he watched his oldest daughter as she shook her head. Maggie. He was talking to someone over the flue this morning, someone female. He's allowed to talk to women. Finishing the shaving cream, Harry watched as the razor began its work. As he couldn't speak while the razor was in motion, he gestured with his hands for her to continue. Well, the word drawled out, as it was apparent she was enjoying the topic. Apparently your proper, perfect son did not stay at his flat last night, if what I heard was right. And he had company. So maybe all those talks from you and Mum about how you aren't ready to be grandparents should be directed at Theodore, not me. It was all Harry could do to keep still while the razor did its work, as he wanted to shake his head. Ted and Maggie had always been at each other, even when they were young. Dora had told him that they'd work it out eventually, but at that moment he wondered if it would ever happen. Her smirk was blatant. So when I asked him about it, he was really evasive, saying I should mind my own business, but you know how the press is, especially right now. How would it look if it makes the papers? PB son shags. Magdalene. Harry was thankful that the razor moved away in response to his movement. All that was left was his upper lip, but he turned to his daughter, watching her hair began to shift from the honeyed blonde she favored to the unmistakable beginnings of the black hair, just at the ends. Your brother is. Ted knows better than that. Leave it. For today. For me, please. Great Gorsnock. Her tone was dripping sarcasm. She stood there for a moment. I'm sure Gran will love to hear about it. I think she and Granddad are having breakfast in one of the dead animal rooms. I'll go see what she says. Bet if it was me, you and Mum would be apoplectic. It's because he's. Go talk to Dromda. You're being difficult. I don't care. I need to shave and then. He watched as she rolled her eyes and left. God damn it. He turned back to the mirror and watched as the razor finished up shaving, settling back to its place. After putting on his glasses, he ran a hand through his hair. Of course this had happened when Dora was out of the house for the morning. Of course this had happened on this day of all days. And then he laughed. Watching the lines around his eyes, running his hands through the gray in his hair, he laughed. They all arrived at Hogwarts. From every seeming corner of the globe, they all arrived at Hogwarts. The grounds were covered with witches, wizards, goblins, house elves, centaurs. So many magical beings in one location. Ever since the war, Britain had held many magical events, but there had never been such a concentration in one single place. It had been a conscious decision, by those who had planned the remembrance ceremony, that it was not to be a solemn occasion, as Hogwarts was in full flower. The herbology department had been contacted by other magical institutions. All had lent their expertise. A row of flowering trees led from the entrance, a winding path with stone pillars interspersed, each with the name of one of the fallen. As the guests made their way down the path, some stopped by certain pillars, some touching the stone, others taking pictures, families together. Eventually, the path led to a large open part of the grounds, now filled with stands that made the World Cup Quidditch stand seem small in comparison. Harry stood with his family, watching as the stands began to fill. They had arrived early, before the grounds had officially opened, and he had taken his time making his way through the entrance. As they came around one of the bends, it was obvious that they weren't the only ones who had been granted early admission. The Weasley family, all of them, were standing next to two stones. Molly knelt next the stones he knew must be Arthur and Percy's, two folded jumpers at the base, her white hair shining in the sun. When they got close, no words were said, no words were needed. They each knew. When they arrived at the platform, Harry directed his children to their seats close to the edge, watching as Remus and Grace motioned them over. In some part of his mind, he realized that when Ted got close to Moon Rose, she pulled him into a tight hug. But then he put it out of his mind. He had to prepare. Taking Dora's hand, he made his way onto the platform and then through the curtains to the waiting area, glad that there was a small refreshments table seemingly full of every conceivable option. Fire whiskey, Dora's voice was halting. 2. I don't want any. I wasn't talking about you, Dora smiled weakly. Sorry. Don't worry, not today. He nodded and headed over, happy to see that someone else had decided to avail themselves of the options. Hello, Effie. Harry, she nodded, decided to be formal then. He glanced down at his robes, the livery collar glinting. The full Lord Potter. I almost wore a Muggle suit, but, he shrugged, seemed appropriate. Looks like you did the same. She nodded. I am representing not only Goblin Nation, but, as you said, appropriate. She poured out a small dram of fire whiskey, looked at Harry and gestured with the bottle. 2, both for Dora. He saw her glance. I need to keep a clear head. Makes sense. She glanced over his shoulder and then poured the liquid into 2 small glasses. I'll take them to her. It looks as if someone wants to speak to you. Turning, Harry saw the reporter standing nearby, her blue robe shimmering in the light. As Effie left with the fire whiskey, he turned to Enid. Sorry, I doubt I'll. She shook her head. No, it's fine, not now. She paused. About the other night, it's all off the record. If you want, I won't. It's fine. He gave her a sad smile. It's fine. I just wanted you to know. Thank you. She sighed deeply. I won't bother you, I know you. She stopped seeing his expression. Without saying a word, she began walking away but stopped, putting her hand on his arm for a moment, and then left, disappearing through the curtain out into the crowd. As the sound outside the curtain began to swell, a somewhat muted murmur, Harry sat down off to the side. The moment would be there soon, the moment he would stand out there on the stage and speak to all the assembled throng. He had written a speech at one point, had sat down and labored over it for one very long night, but in the end he'd picked up the parchment and had thrown it into the fireplace, watching the edges turn and curl as the flame seeped through, ash falling into dust. He knew there was no way he could ever do it justice, no possible way he could ever say all that he wanted to say, and as he sat there, he looked down at his hands. The Potter ring felt heavy on his hand, clicking slightly against his plain wedding ring. And then it was quiet, so quiet. He didn't know exactly how long he'd been there, staring at his rings as only Dora remained behind the curtain. She stood next to him, a hand on his shoulder, but then she was kneeling in front of him, face close. Watch her. As he smiled, she leaned closer. I love you, Harry Potter, remember that. Sure, it may have taken a stupid fucking contract to get it all started, and a bunch of shite from crazy dreams, but... He kissed her, threading a hand through her hair. When they broke apart, she put her forehead against his, stood up, then leaned forward and kissed him again. Trailing a hand on his head, she walked away, through the curtain and to the stage, resplendent in her finery. Lady Black. And then he truly was alone. He heard the Minister for Magic begin speaking, voice magically amplified, and felt his heart begin to slightly race. He couldn't help himself. He walked towards the curtain. With hesitant fingers, he pulled the fabric apart, looking out towards the assembled. So many were there. Hagrid gone white, his silver peg leg bright and shiny. The Weasleys, Jack's family interspersed along with Seamus Finnegan and Crystal. Neville and Gabrielle, the Creevy family. Ginny and Dean Thomas, Ginny's daughter sitting between Ginny and Victor Crumb. House elves, centaurs off to the side. So many that he knew. So many that were not there. Arthur, Percy, Albus Dumbledore. He let the curtains fall back into place and turned, intending to resume his seat, but stopped. The laugh almost morphed into a cry. Percy. Hello, Harry. The ghostly form of Percy drifted over to him, gliding up over the stairs until it hovered close by. They remember. We all do. I have no idea what the hell I'm going to say. Harry's shoulders bounced as his emotions began to bounce. What do I say to them, Percy? I thought I knew, but now, seeing everyone. With a warm smile that generations of Gryffindor students would come to know well, the bespectacled ghost shook his head. Harry, because of you, and many of those here and not here, we have a future. Remember that. Say what's in your heart and the words will come. Harry watched as Percy waved and the ghostly form dissipated, fading into a beam of light falling between the opening of the curtains. With a deep breath, Harry turned, then stepped out onto the platform. With Percy's words echoing in his ears and Dora's kiss still lingering on his lips, he put his hands on the podium and looked out at everyone. The future would be uncertain, as it always is, but there would be a future. That much was certain.